Hi, hello, and welcome to today's video, which will be a complete playthrough of Fear and Hunger 2 Ending A and Ending B with Marina. This video will also be a combination of Let's Play and lore. My goal will be to show you as much as I can of the gameplay and the world that Fear and Hunger 2 takes place in. And I will also be explaining a lot of the lore, history, and gameplay mechanics as we go along. So why am I using Marina? Well, in my previous playthrough for Fear and Hunger 2, I used Marcoh and relied mostly on physical attacks. On this playthrough, I wanted to explore more of the magic system. Marina has the very powerful engrave ability. She can start with one skin Bible and can also start off with some affinity for one of the old gods of your choosing. If Marina can get to Osa in day 1 and get his skills, she will become an extremely powerful magic user and at times will be able to even break the game. In the second half of the video, I will also be going up against the Heartless one, and once having defeated her, I will be switching to using some physical attacks, as we go for the Machine God and Rare. I'm assuming you haven't seen any Fear Hunger videos, so I will probably also be dropping some Fear Hunger 1 lore and history. Okay, so starting off the game, we have to pick one of 8 participants in the Festival of Termina who will be our protagonist. And this is Marina, and I choose regular difficulty for this playthrough. Regardless of what character you pick, the game will start with your character sitting on a train as it approaches Perkele. The game is set in a historical period that mirrors Europe in the 20th century, right at the end of the Second Great War. A war that was started by the Kaiser of Bremen and ended as soon as the Kaiser's forces were able to take Perkele. Here we get Marina's backstory. She was born into the Church of Allmer, into a family that practiced the dark arts for many generations. A life of a dark priest is a cruel one, even if modern times overlook the most archaic and ancient rites. A dark priest's life begins and ends in dedication to the old gods. There is no place for self in the church. Your mother had different plans for you. She didn't want you to go down the path that would befall every firstborn son in the church. So when she finally let your father know of your birth, she told him a daughter was born to the household. You were dressed accordingly. Your distant and often absent father didn't get a wind of the original nature of things, or he just denied what was in front of his face. In either case, the subject was never brought up. As you grew a little bit older, you didn't question this either. Everything felt natural this way, so who cares? You grew up at the churchyard in the city of Perkele. You started your religious studies at a fairly young age. You were given an option to choose which studies you would pursue, something completely unheard of if you had been a firstborn son of a dark priest. Studying the occult gives us the engrave skill, which will be useful to get our agility up later on. You proved out to have great talent as an occultist, and slowly even the Holy City of the Vatican and their Ministry of Darkness heard about your feats. You were offered a scholarship at Vatican City to further educate yourself. You took the position without hesitation. Just the idea of getting away from your condescending and stuck-up father was enough to make the decision, not to mention the obvious benefits the Vatican would have to offer. Your hometown wasn't exactly a bustling metropolis. Your mother was very proud of you, she always was. Your father, on the other hand, seemed jealous of you. Your father had always been antagonistic towards you and your pursuits. You were not sure if it had to do with your origin or if there was something else left unsaid. At the Ministry of Darkness, Vatican City, in the initiation ceremony, all the new students would have to choose an older god that they'd let inside of them. Who do you choose? I choose Grogoroth. Everything was going well with your studies until one day you got a letter from home. It was written by your father. This was very strange. You didn't have any contact with him since your departure. The letter told that your mother had passed away. The words were very cold and without sympathy. You tried calling your home, but the telephone exchange couldn't connect to any phone in the Perkele area. You had a suspicion that your father had something to do with this. He had always been too obsessed with the blood magic, and you learned that there were too many rites that demanded the blood of your loved ones to work. There was no other way. You had to prepare for a trip back home to Perkele. I choose get something to read in order to collect the skin Bible. The Venushka Skin Bible will be very useful towards the endgame since it helps unlock some areas where you can collect an armor set that can protect your limbs from dismemberment, which will be useful going up against Rher. How long has it been? It feels like it's been a lifetime since you left town. And we are not going to be skipping the intro. Marina falls asleep and has visions of a girl with blue moths. The girl runs away, and Marina follows her. You feel like somebody was watching you while you slept. You see other people in the train car, Tanaka and Marcoh, but they don't wake up. Some pieces of luggage in the train are searchable and have random loot drops that may or may not be very useful. Marina walks into the next train car. Searching the luggage, we find a bear trap. Bear traps are useful for disabling enemies before fighting them. And here we get lucky getting a shotgun. This will be useful to get early access to the city, since instead of getting a bolt cutter or both the keys, you can just shoot the lock at the gate preventing you from entering the city. Marina follows the blue moth and enters the passageway, being teleported to the workshop. Here, she'll encounter the very off-putting janitor. He's angry, saying that he's been looking for you everywhere. He asks you if you understand the hurry that they're in. His eyes bulge out of his socket and says that no one expects you to, and then commands you get back to work. Without any explanation or context, and sitting across the way from the little girl from earlier, Rayla, the janitor commands Marina to start constructing replicas of the Cube of the Depths from Fear and Hunger 1. The janitor threatens to rip out Rayla's eyes if she keeps googling him and storms off. The Cube of the Depths was a mystical item in Fear and Hunger 1 that unlocked the ancient door to the lost city of Mahabre deep underground underneath the dungeon. The ancient city where humans would go to become gods, and where Allmer had himself gone to ascend to a higher plane. And it's also where the second half of Fear and Hunger 1 mostly takes place. After assembling a few cubes, the other girl, Rayla, gets up, waves at you, and then runs away. Marina follows her, but she's quickly caught by the janitor. And the first combat encounter begins. Fear and Hunger uses a traditional turn-based RPG combat system. This encounter with a janitor is basically a tutorial that you're not meant to beat, although you can, in which case you would get the Kasara, which is the janitor's weapon, which is pretty decent for starting the game. Right now, with the starting weapon, Marina is applying less than 200 damage points per attack, which, as you can see on screen, was not enough to take the janitor down. And next, we have a disturbing scene where the janitor dismembers Marina, introducing the player to the dismemberment mechanics of the game. Also showcasing the style of body horror that we can expect. With her legs cut off, Marina can only crawl around the workshop now. We don't get too much information about the origin of the workshop, but we get a big hint at the end of the game suggesting that someone has been meddling with magic and technology. Also, we'll be seeing the style of the workshop again, the improvised wooden style along with the inexplicable machines, when we enter the otherworld regions during the course of the game. Marina has a vision. She finds herself in a huge hall populated by giant versions of the different new gods across the eras. We can see Shambhala among many others here. All these are the new gods that have failed in their attempts to take down the old gods. Marina has another vision where she finds herself on top of a tall tower with an odd man dressed like a jester waiting for her at the edge. His name is Perkele, and he would give Marina the first hints of what's going on, explaining that she is a participant in the festival of Termina. Seems to know a lot more than he's letting on, and somehow he knows about the workshop and the other visions Marina just had. He says that he pulled you out of the rabbit hole you were crawling down into, and the moon god Rher has healed you and made you whole again. And now you are under the beautiful green hue of the moon, standing on top of the moon tower. Perkele explains that he is speaking on behalf of the moon god. Along with Grogoroth, Sylvian, Rher is one of the ancient old gods, and Rher has many agents on Earth. You are the dreamer, he is the dream. 14 unwitting participants have been invited and called to participate in the festival of Termina. But, Perkele explains, there will only be one victor, in 3 days' time. Marina says that she doesn't want any part in this, but the jester says that it's not about what she wants anymore. His master is not giving them the option. The jester says that he doesn't want to confuse you anymore, giving you more information, and that all you need to know is to get to the tower at the center of town. He will answer more questions there. Let's meet again under the moonlight. Disoriented, shocked, and surprised, Marina wakes up and she's back in the train. Everything for a moment looks normal. Before continuing, let's learn a little bit about the city that we will be exploring in this video, Prehevil, in the region of Bohemia. Prehevil document. There have been settlements here for as long as the history books cover the area. It has always centered around the mysterious hollow tower that works as a central pillar of the community. The city flourished during the Cruel Age in the 1600s, but it quickly fell from prominence the closer we got to modern times. I understand the city is medium in size as far as cities in Eastern Europa go, but still, I find it hard to believe that this place would serve as a hub of any kind in a civilized world. For some reason, the government officials insist that Prehevil keep its capital identity, despite being one of the most remote and unwelcoming cities in all of Bohemia, if not all of Europa. The only explanation I can come up with is that the country is proud of its old archaic rites that still go down in the city, and they want to show their full support. If you were to visit Prehevil and sightsee its small center, you'd see glimpses of its ancient glory days, still well and alive in these modern days. Do not let the Western-style shopping districts with its latest movie posters and advertisements fool you. The locals still worship the old world order in the dank and crumbling parts of the city. Ritualistic murder sites are still around the corner no matter where you are in the city, while the churches look dedicated to our one true god Allmer from the outside. Insides tell a different story. Ancient gods without name in any known language still linger in these crypts. And why wouldn't they? You can hear the priests chant their masses in the moonlight alleys during the dead of night. The whole wicked city is a playground for the ancient beings, and the people living there offer themselves to the first taker without a second thought. In the Soldier's diary, we read, "Frankly, I'm baffled at how a city of this size has managed to stay isolated from neighboring influences in modern time. The Prehevil folk still hold on tightly to religious rites as old as the Fellowship itself. Human sacrifices creep me out in this day and age. Even if I've seen the horrors of war, the crucifixes set around the city manage to send a chill down my spine." Though the train has stopped, and she doesn't see any of the other passengers. Was the janitor, the workshop, the jester, and the moon tower all just a bad dream? Marina makes her way to the front of the train, just like she had in her dream. This couch at the end of the train serves as the first safe spot in the game. Against the far wall, we find a very shaken and scared Japanese businessman, Tanaka. He seems completely lost in his own thoughts, talking about how he's going to be late for a meeting. Marina steps out of the train and finds the vast majority of the other passengers. August of Odengard, descendant of one of the 4 playable characters of Fear and Hunger 1, Karin, the journalist from Bremen, Olivia, the botanist, Henrik, the chef, Åsa, the holy man from the Eastern Kingdoms, and Dan, the doctor. The other participants have already left the train and are making their way to the city. The remaining participants all discuss the dreams they had when they had fallen asleep and realized that they all had the same dream as Marina of being in the workshop with the janitor assembling the cubes of the depth. They start to speculate what could possibly have caused this, some form of military experiment, a collective hallucination. One by one, they introduce themselves to the group, starting with the always friendly Olivia, the botanist from Bremen. She is Rayla's little sister. Rayla is the little girl that we saw at the intro. But while Rayla wanted to study engineering, Olivia was more interested in plants and botany. And as we'll see much later in this video, she can craft extremely powerful poisons out of the local plant life. August and Karin introduce themselves next, followed by the impetuous chef, Henrik. Henrik then introduces the yellow mage Åsa, who might be the only participant that had a hint of what was to come at the end of this train ride, since he can call upon the wisdom of the great wizard Nasra, whose head he is carrying. And I should add that Nasra does have the filthiest mouth in the entire franchise of Fear and Hunger 1 and 2. And the last one to make his introduction is Dan, the one-eyed doctor in the checkered pants. The blank soul. Poor tragic Dan didn't know that he was someone of interest to the moon god Rher, and that Pocketcat was keenly observing him. They continued debating if it was a hallucination or a dream, and Karin exclaims that she thinks it was the Bremen army that did this. The Bremen army, which had just recently invaded and took control of Perkele under the Kaiser's command. She accuses Pav, another participant that was wearing a Bremen officer uniform, of knowing something about what's going on. Pav had already left and was making his way into the city. And with that, the game proper starts. As part of my strategy for this playthrough, I will have to kill Tanaka to take his soul. The only way to unlock someone's skill tree is by fighting them, killing them, and then taking their soul. If you get Tanaka's soul, you're able to level up your magic defense and agility, both of which I'm planning on using. Starting the combat, I will be targeting his right arm, hoping to take out the limb that he can damage me with. 2 attacks, or about 300 damage, should be enough. Tanaka yells out my arm after losing it, and then I'm going to focus all my damage on his torso to finish the fight. I take some damage, but nothing major. For my next turn, I'll have all 3 ref points, so I use them all up so I can get a double enhanced attack against his torso. And that finishes the fight. I do get Tanaka's soul, but since I fought him in front of the others, Marcoh restrains me. And this either ends the game or forces you to skip to the evening of the last day. I learned the value of patience and wait a little bit until Tanaka's further away before attacking him. Talking to Dan shows his scientific mind and how he's trying to comprehend what is happening to them. Dan says that the city is right there, so he's gonna go investigate. Throughout the game, we will run into him a few times as he's trying to gather evidence at different parts of the city. And he'll be very helpful once we unlock the bar, since he can make a very good mixed drink. Tanaka leaves the group, and in a way that is in no way suspicious, I follow him in the fog, like a house cat hunting a pigeon. There's a couple of houses near the train in the outskirts of the city that I loot just in case they have anything useful. RNG is a big part of this game, so sometimes you get lucky and get a very powerful piece of armor or weapon early on, but most of the time you're just getting consumables to either heal you, feed you, keep you sane, or to cure different status effects. Usually, you'll find rotten meat in this house, which is useful to distract dog-type enemies. There's also a lot of really useful wild herbs out here, but you can't pick up most until you have Olivia's botany skills. Lavender is useful to soothe you and help you keep your mind meter up. And here we also pass up a couple of groups of wild hemlock, which will be very useful once we go for the final bosses at the very end of the game. Continuing on the path north, approaching the city, we get the first signs of the horror that befell the city. We find a ritual circle in a ramshacked house and 2 villagers that were murdered in the violence of the festival. Conveniently, Tanaka makes an appearance, so we attack him. Trying to end the fight faster, I focus all my damage on his torso instead of going for his arm, since I know that his arm and torso have nearly the same health. It would just make the fight a few turns faster. And with that, there's 1 participant less in the Festival of Termina, and I now have the Latent Soul that I'll be using later on to unlock some skills. And I also have his sweet hat, so I take a moment to put on this fine looking hat. If we're going to suffer 3 days of the horror of this festival, I might as well have a good hat on. Well, at least until I find something better. So we continue on this foggy path approaching the city. We see a house in the fog up ahead, as the rage and violence-filled woodman makes an appearance assaulting a villager. While the animation is still playing out, I run into the house to loot it. The woodsman is an iconic enemy because 1, he's a very tough early enemy. He can very easily take you down in a few turns. 2, his appearance and his appendage that can jump on you, kind of like a facehugger in Alien. And also the entire story between him, his wife, and the goat. Although if you look around his house, you'll find a lot of these glass shards. You can use a glass shard on an enemy's head in combat, and with a little bit of luck, you'll be able to blind them. I think these were placed here to give you a chance to go up against the woodsman early on. We find a flyer that tells us that a lot of the locals have been having nightmares or dreams with the same gesture that we had a dream with during the intro of the game. This implies that the old gods had an interest in this area since before we arrived. Having looted the house, I head back downstairs. We'll be back here soon enough to recruit the goat. The goat has a lot of parallels to Moonless. She's an animal type early party member that will attack randomly and that you can't equip with any weapons or armor. And if you're quick, you'll be able to just juke by him without too much trouble. We continue in the forest, entering the Maiden Forest area, where we will find an entrance to the first of the bunkers. We see a dead horse. Fun fact, there are no living horses in either Fear and Hunger 1 or 2, not counting the centaur, because that's not really a horse. 2 of these mutated dog enemy types are blocking the path to the first bunker, where we will find the first of the telescope stations and also be able to recruit Abella. These dogs don't pose too much of a threat. You can distract them with rotten meat, and then depending on your damage, you can generally take them out with 1 or 2 attacks to the torso. They don't always attack every turn, so it is possible to take them both down without taking any damage. But if luck is not on your side, you can take some damage or get poisoned. The first fight went well, so now we fight the second one. I don't have any more rotten meat to distract them, so I just attack and hope for the best. But he does do his poison attack on me, which does inflict a poison status effect, but I did pick up some herbs after we left the train. So I should be fine as long as I don't take too much damage. Fortunately, with a couple attacks, the second dog also goes down. So I just jump into my inventory real quick and use a white vial to cure the poison. Fun fact, for some reason in Fear and Hunger 2, you will always find white vials in refrigerators. No idea why. But at least it does make sure that you can always cure yourself from poison. But with all that, we pick up some mushrooms in the area and then head down to the bunker where we will encounter Abella. And also Nidos. I once read a comment about how Abella will usually be in most videos of Fear and Hunger, and that's probably because most content creators will usually pick her up early game. She is the easiest and the first party member you can recruit, And 2, she is very useful. She has the wrench toss ability that will be very helpful, especially in the early game. And besides, just having a second character to apply damage early on makes the first parts of the game a lot easier. Also, Abella comes off as super friendly, and who doesn't like that? So together, Marina and Abella descend down into Bunker 7. This is the first of the series of bunkers that the Eastern Alliance built underneath Perkele for reasons unknown. Both the Allies and especially the Bremen Empire were very interested in what was happening and what experiments were being conducted in these underground facilities. These bunkers were underground military facilities that were interconnected and spread across the underground of the city like a spider web. I start looting the shelves and the treasure chest in this area, hoping for something useful. Opening a treasure chest will initiate the coin flip mechanic, where if you get it right, you have a chance of getting an item that might be useful, and if you don't, you might get a lesser value item or nothing at all. In this case, I got the axe, which is a nice upgrade to the knife that Marina starts with. I'm keeping Abella equipped with the wrench so she can use her stun ability. Though the axe is more powerful, it will still pale in comparison to some of the endgame weapons that I'll be using, especially in this run through where I finished the game using the red virtue from the heartless one, which is a parallel to the blue sin, which is a very powerful sword found in Fear and Hunger 1. So blue sin, red virtue. They were both legendary swords forged in ancient Mahabra, the ancient city of the gods. I loot all the shelves in the area. I get some food, a gasoline canister which is useful for combat, a cloth fragment which is useful for healing, another gasoline canister which will also be useful for powering generators that will unlock some doors and elevators. Exploring this part of the bunker, we will encounter one of Fear and Hunger 2 Termina's most iconic enemies, Needles. Needles, along with the Death Mask, are some of the enemies that will pursue you across Perkele. You can take him down at the very beginning. It is a little bit of a tough fight, so let's see how it goes. Needles came waltzing in to greet you. So I'm going to use the glass shards that I found at the woodsman's house to try to blind Needles so that he can't hit me. Using his needle whip, Needles can apply a lot of damage and can take you out real quick at the beginning of the game. In case I miss with the glass shards, I have Abella toss a wrench at his arm. Hopefully that will stop him from being able to attack me for at least one turn. I had some luck, and when he attacked me with his only hand that he could, he still missed. So now I focus attacks on his arms, hoping to be able to stop him from attacking me. I have Abella re-equip the pipe wrench that she tossed. Next, Nito does a coin flip attack, and I choose to use a lucky coin in order to increase my odds from 50% to 75%. I have some luck and manage to dodge the attack, and for my next turn, I'm gonna have both Abella and Marina continue attacking his right arm, which I forgot triggers Needles to pull out his handgun. Fortunately, he's still blinded, so he has terrible accuracy. I use up all my ref points, which will give me 2 attacks per person and both at a higher attack rating, and I concentrate all damage on his torso, trying to drain his HP and finish the fight. He did hit Marina once, so she now has the bleed status effect, so I'm going to use the one cloth fragment that I have to stop her bleeding. For the next turn, I'm just going to continue concentrating attacks on his torso. He should be running out of health soon. I've already applied at least like 1,000 damage, so it shouldn't be too much more, but at least this way we don't have to worry about encountering him once I'm in the city. Fortunately, his being blind is really preventing me from taking a lot of damage, so just rinse and repeat attacking the torso. Looting his body gives me 3 syringes. And next, I will need to go pour gasoline into the generator, which will power the elevator, which allows me to go 1 level deeper. And that's where I'll find the telescope station and get teleported to the other world. I don't really need to do the other world section, but there are a lot of loot containers, which can be useful in the beginning of the game. And once you can deal with the lorethroughs, you can get a lot of rust-colored pearls here, which you can use for trading with one of the old gods, if you have the portrait of the young man and you make an offering with it. I find some head armor and have Abella equip it. Of the participants in the festival, Abella is the only one from Odengard, which is the same town that we saw in the flashback, where you fight the Skin Granny in Fear and Hunger 1, the town that Legard raided to get the Cube of the Depths. And Marina is one of the only 2 Perkele natives, along with Levi, the child soldier. Since Abella has a lot of experience with electronics, she is able to hack these doors. If you have small keys, these paths will lead you to the sewers, but also connect to another bunker that has an exit into the slums. But right now, my goal is just to loot. There are several treasure chests around here that might drop something that makes my run a little bit easier. Abella again short circuits another lock that gives me access to this closet. I find a gasoline canister and a couple of crafting items used with Abella's weapon craft skill to make some custom weapons, but I won't be using that until the very end of the game. And here's a little lore tidbit. Needles that we just fought is believed to be Dan's father-in-law, having been resurrected after dying performing a ritual to the old gods. Both Dan's father-in-law and fiancé died in the ritual while he was away at the war, having been drafted into the Bremen army. All the participants' stories can be a little bit sad, but in particular, Dan and Levi's backstories, I think, are among the saddest. On the other hand, Abella, I think you can make the argument that she has the least tragic backstory. Her story is mostly about her volunteering on the home front, helping the war effort, and getting involved in the espionage between the different powers, ending up joining the rebel group NLU, the Nameless Liberty Underground, who sent her on a mission to Perkele to meet some local contacts. Fortunately, I found a light blue vial in the treasure chest, which is extremely useful since Marina was at only 1 health point left. Having looted everything, I turn around and go back. I still need to activate the telescope station that I'm going to need to have activated for ending A. I take the elevator down 1 level, and here we will see another vision of Rayla, Olivia's sister, that was involved with the secret research going on in these bunkers. She is leading us to the telescope station, but before following her, I make sure to loot everything in this area. Again, using Abella's short circuit skill to get past these doors. I have some luck and I find some 12 gauge shells for the shotgun, along with the fact that I already have a trench gun means that I can now make my way into the city. I don't need to go to the mayor's house. I lose this coin flip, but I find nothing in the chest. But in the shelf next to it, I did find a saw blade, which I will need to make the meat grinder at the very end of the game. The bunkers usually have a lot of crafting components for the weapons that Abella can craft using her weapon craft skill, which can give you some extremely powerful weapons very early on in the game that can apply different status effects, like fire and poison. The meat grinder, you need one specific component that's only found in a few different locations across the game, and it's not the easiest component to find, which is the bench grinder. We find a letter on the dead soldier. It reads, "Dear Gisela, I write this letter in great sadness. I'm afraid I'll have to postpone my return to your loving bosom. Even if the Great War is supposedly over, our tasks seem anything but. After running around following orders that would sicken every sane person who had not witnessed the horrors of war, I think I finally started to see the red line our Kaiser has been following all along. This rotten city was the very thing our Kaiser strived to conquer since day one. I do not think it is a coincidence that very soon after reaching the city, the Kaiser decided to withdraw Bremen forces elsewhere and agree on the terms of peace. I don't know what's so special about this miserable place, but I even heard that the Kaiser himself will be coming here in the upcoming days. Maybe after that, I can finally return home. I hope you are able to wait for me just a little bit longer. Signed, yours forever, Joni. So here we learn that 1. The Kaiser started the entire war just to take over this one unremarkable city, and 2. That the Kaiser should be in the city of Perkele before long. Next to the dead soldier is a massive piece of equipment with wiring running down the tunnels going into the darkness. We get a message that says, connecting one before another does not cause any damage to the system, but it should not be done without clear orders from the designated official in charge of the operation. So we turn on the telescope station that's connected to the logic, and the machine starts vibrating and humming. In the room next over, we find a ritual circle with the sigil of Rher on it. Rare sigils will transport you to the other world. We search the bookshelf and get some luck. We find the skin Bible of Rher. Now, we can go back to the woodsman's house and recruit the goat. We enter the other world, which is a corrupted or distorted version of whatever physical area we are in. So here, we just saw a corrupted version of the telescope machine. This part is fairly straightforward. I'm going to keep my distance from the monsters, try to loot everything, and then find my way out back to the surface so I can continue with the game. As long as you stay away from the lorethroughs, they do not activate and just leave you alone. It's also worth noting that the construction materials and the look of this area is the same as the workshop where we encountered the janitor during the intro of the game. The function of these areas mirrors the Otherworld sections in Silent Hill a lot, being corrupted versions of the area that you're in. The reason that we need the skin Bible of Rher to recruit the goat is that to recruit the goat, you first need to talk to the man in black. The man in black can only be found by drawing the Rher sigil in the ritual circle in the basement of the woodman's house. With the goat and Abella's help, Marina should be able to manage herself pretty well with the early and mid-game enemies entering into the city. A golden gate can be found here. The golden gates are a fast travel system connecting some of the otherworldly regions to each other, and can only be accessed if you have the golden gate skill, for which you need a high enough affinity with Rher. And with that, it's time to skedaddle, go back to the regular world, and get a breath of fresh air. Exiting the bunker, we encounter Pav, one of the other participants. He's dressed like a Bremen army officer. He says, "You made it out alive." And then he introduces himself as Lieutenant Pav. Although at a glance, looking at his uniform, it doesn't seem like he's wearing it to regulation. He says he recognizes you from the train and asks you to introduce yourself. Then he tells you to be on your best behavior. He creepily says, "I like your style. Would be very interesting seeing what's under that dress of yours, my young lass." He says that he takes it that you found one of the keys to the city, although we won't be using them since we have the shotgun. But we do have one of the 2 keys needed to unlock the gate to the city. The other key is being held with the mayor. The Bremen lieutenant says that he would have gotten the key himself, but he didn't want to go underground. Besides, the festival is only at its beginning. I don't want to do anything too risque yet. He then tells us to be a good kid and get the gate open to the city. Pav says that he's got some other business to attend and takes his leave. Okay, so now we have Abella with us, a shotgun shell, and we also have the skin Bible for Rher that we can now go use to recruit the goat, along with a collection of smaller drops. Abella mentions that she thinks that Pav knows more than he's letting on, but that's probably because she suspects the Bremen army is behind the weird happenings here in Perkele. She also speculates that the tunnels underneath Perkele are why the Kaiser started the war and why the war ended as soon as the Bremen army took over. So Abella mentions that there must be more to what's going on here and underneath the soil. She then mentions that she didn't find any parts for the train and that it's probably better if you 2 stick together. And now we make our way back to the woodman's house. This time I'm going to use some of the shotgun shells that I found to take him down, which should make him trivial and allow me to safely enter and exit his house, recruiting the goat. Equipping the shotgun for the first time, we get a message about how alien and weird it feels for Marina to hold a firearm like that. After 2 shots, the woodsman goes down. I search him for the basement key that I need to get access to where I can use the Sigil of Rher to talk to the man in black, which will allow me to recruit the goat. So those are the requirements to recruit the goat at the beginning of the game. You need the basement key to get to the basement, the skin Bible of Rher to write the sigil on the ritual circle that takes you to where you can speak to the man in black. You also need a piece of chalk to draw the sigil. So with the key in hand, I'm able to get past the chains blocking my way to the basement, in a way very reminiscent to the chains on the front door of the apartment in Silent Hill 4, The Room. The goat can be big help in the early game since he's an additional party member that can do more damage, but he has a few shortcomings. One, you can't direct his attack, so every turn that he attacks, he'll attack a random part on a random enemy. Sometimes it's useless when he takes out a limb on an enemy you're already taking out by attacking the torso, but sometimes he does go for the head and deliver a one-hit kill to random enemies. He also can't equip armor or weapons, so as the game goes on, he loses effectiveness. Searching the shelf, we find an article about the Great War. It reads, it's a week-old article about the ending of the Second Great War. 2 of the biggest powers in the Western world, the Eastern Union and the Bremen Empire, settled for peace after the last aggressive push by the Bremen troops, happening just days prior to the treaty. The Bremen troops seized power in a small city of Perkele, located in central Bohemia, just west of Lake Verdete. The last push was considered especially aggressive and is widely considered to have advanced to peace agreements on a larger scale. Another major factor behind the peace was the joint assaults against the Eastern Union on both the Western and Eastern fronts. From the west, the remnants of the Kingdom of Rondon kept attacking the Eastern Union, and from the east, the Kingdom of Edo continued their campaign after prior defeats. The article goes on and on with details, but that seems to be the gist of the article. Continuing to search the room, we read the book in the corner, but it's just random notes from a madman, nothing legible. Investigating the old woman, we see that she has a note about reuniting with her lover on the other side, which we know is the goat, or the man in black. Marina draws the Sigil of Rher on the ritual circle on the ground and is teleported to the otherworldly version of the woodman's house. We don't find much in this part of the otherworld, except for a solitary figure just standing waiting for visitors here. In what appears to be a traveler's leather outfit, we find a man in black. Speaking to him, he says, "Another one heeds my call. Just remember that you came to me, not the vice versa. Tell me, O naive one, do you believe in the pitch-black darkness?" Marina responds, "I live in and for darkness. Truly, the true darkness is such a gift. There is no light without a shadow. Good can come from bad places, just as bad can come from good. A constant struggle, a game even. This is how it's meant to be. That is how it was. A man listened to his spirit, and you could tarnish that spirit so easily. But it wasn't to last. Then people started worshipping a new god, the god called the science. Suddenly, everything needed to be calculated before putting into consideration. There is no good or evil behind the scope. Maybe my time has come to lend a sword again. I'll aid you in your quest. I'll see you soon." And with that, the mysterious man in black disappears into thin air. Having spoken with him, we leave the other world and go back to the woodman's house. Exiting onto the porch, we see that the goat has changed location, and if we speak with him, he seems to be following our every move more attentively. You ask it to join your party, and he agrees. So Marina now has 2 companions in her party, making things a little bit easier and keeping her company in this spooky city. We continue our journey into the city of Perkele, approaching the outskirts, which would be the slums. The first area we encounter where we will find the lock gate leading to the city center. Working their way through the fog, approaching the old, run-down houses of the slums of Perkele, you hear distant screams and ramblings. You are not alone. The center of town is quiet, still, and devoid of life. An area once teeming with life, now destroyed with the festival of Termina and the chaos that came with it, as the old gods played games with the lives of humans. Past the public toilet, we find a crucifixion site, a symbol that the religion of the old gods and their worship is still alive in these ancient parts of the earth. Our heroes are charged by a village woman holding a knife in each hand, her face disfigured by moon scorching. Fortunately, there are 3 people in our party, so that should help make it out of the encounter, hopefully without too much damage. Marina attacks one arm, as Abella uses the wrench toss ability to take out the other one. The goat attacks one of the legs, and with that, the fight should be wrapped up, since now the villager has a very limited ways of attacking me. From here on in, I'll just focus all damage on the torso, and the fight should be done in a couple more turns. Marina takes a little bit of damage from the tackle, but nothing serious. With both her legs cut, the villager loses her balance and now the head is vulnerable. To which Marina delivers 900 points of damage, which is completely unnecessary, but hey, why not a crit to the head to end the fight? Before long, a sickle villager makes his way towards us. This is one of the enemy types that can be resurrected as a ghoul. He has a sickle that he can use to inflict a bleed status effect, which is annoying, but easy to get rid of. He can also drop a bear trap, which triggers a coin flip, which, if lost, will sever your legs, which is a headache at this point of the game. Later on in the game, limb loss is a little bit easier to manage when you have the Skin Bible of Sylvian, which will allow you to refill your health and regenerate any ailments and limb losses. The fight with the sickle villager is over quickly. I again used Abella's wrench toss ability defensively to stun his attack arm. Marina enters the nearby rundown house to explore. Searches the bookshelf, but everything has already fallen apart. Marina continues to explore the old, rundown house. Everything has been ramshackled and tossed around the rooms. Before long, another knife villager charges our party, ambushing them from the dark. And her crazed pathfinding abilities are not very good, as you can see. Eventually though, the combat encounter does start. Since she charged me, the fight starts with a coin flip, which fortunately we win using a lucky coin. The fight starts, and unlike last time, I won't be attacking the arms, but I focus all attacks on the torso, and I'm able to finish the fight in one turn. I search the corpse and find a small key, which will be useful since I don't have anybody in my party with the lockpick ability yet. Searching the house, we find some moldy bread, which is actually useful since it does fill up a nice bit of your hunger meter. On the second floor, we find a chest, which triggers the coin flip, which I lose, so I don't find anything. And that makes me sad. We head back downstairs to continue searching the house, and eventually the basement. The basement in this house is notable since it has a ritual circle, which will eventually be able to host a blood portal, which is one of the game's fast travel systems, and makes traveling back and forth a lot easier. Searching the bookshelf, we find the Alchemia Volume 2, which unlocks some advanced potion crafting recipes. Unlocking the basement door, we head back into the center plaza of the slums. Before entering the city, I'm going to want to loot the other parts of the slums just to make sure I have the best start possible with all the healing items, consumables, and any weapons or armor that might drop. I casually walk by the sickle villager, make my way to Old Town, where you have to cross through this open basement door. You get a message saying that the air feels like it's getting heavier and heavier. Entering the basement, the air down here is heavy, moist, and musky. Exploring the back end of this basement, we find a lucky coin, which is always useful to have. some shillings, and a blue herb, which are also nice additions. Marina finds a chest, and we win the coin flip, which gets us the rifle. The rifle allows us to apply damage to monsters in the overmap. Basically, it allows you to soften them up or outright kill them without having to fight them, and that way they can't hurt you. But ammo can be limited at times, but it's really useful for those specific battles that are very difficult that you want to avoid. Marina wraps up looting this area and then gets followed by a pipe villager. But once you have 2 people in your party, when you're fighting the villagers, you can usually just focus all damage on the torso and be done in 1 turn. The pipe villager is tougher than the knife and sickle villager, but I get lucky and get a critical strike, and that's enough damage to take him out. Searching the chest, I fail the coin flip and get nothing. We're going to be talking about the gods, old and new, a lot in this video, and I'll be referring to them over and over again. So let's learn a little bit about the gods first before moving forward. Gorgoroth, the destroyer of man, is the god of destruction and human sacrifice. He wishes for blood to be spilled in his name. Gorgoroth is a curious name, more so than any of the other older gods. To relive the feeling of fear, he wears the bodies and skins of the men and women alike. Some believe he still walks among men. Masked under the skin of people and hanging bodies, his presence is fading from the world. Sylvian, the goddess of love and fertility, created men and women at the dawn of time. She wishes only for an act of love in her name, granting you a bond more serious than you could imagine. Both Sylvian and Gorgoroth originated from the green hue, on the plane of the older gods. Many believe that she left mankind a long time ago. The god of the depths, an old and gigantic being worshipped by the outcasts in the darkness, insects and wretched soulless beings. Its body lies dormant in the altar of darkness, and within it there is the gauntlet, a way to the very bottom of the dungeons. They were killed, and their body used as a vessel to give birth to the god of fear and hunger. Venushka. Venushka is the god of nature, and the offspring of Gorgoroth and Sylvian. It is said that Venushka's appearance can change according to the region of the world that the deity decides to appear in, just like nature itself, and with a temper that is as volatile as the manifestations of their domains. Rher, the trickster moon god, is one of the last old gods to still observe mankind. He is a jealous kind, and would not share godhood and the world order with humans and the new gods, because he doesn't believe men should have the same rights as true gods. He has many ploys to diminish the influence of the new gods, but his motivations seem incomprehensible to them. The Lady of the Moon and Pocketcat are his servants, both bent on killing children as a way to get rid of humanity's potential ascension. After the older gods left mankind, the kingdoms of the world were slowly rotting away, and the grand values mankind once aimed for were displaced by defiled practices and principles. Without the guidance of the older gods, and in times of great peril, Allmer, the in-world stand-in for Jesus of Nazareth, except that after his crucifixion and resurrection, he didn't forgive or forget. He led his disciples on the mission of revenge. And the book on the pedestal explains that this is an imperfect ritual circle used to present offerings to the new gods, such as the heartless one, the radiating one, or the tainted one. We'll be back to this one before too long. We briefly encounter Levi, who runs away, and since I have a bone saw, I collect the villager's head, which I'll need to offer to the tainted one for soulstone shards, which is useful for unlocking skills. We head back outside and loot all the boxes, find some pep pills, which are actually a very powerful buff since they can give you an extra action per turn in fights. I make my way to the mayor's mansion. The mayor won't have spawned yet, and I won't be able to get the second key to the gate to the city from him yet, since he doesn't spawn till the afternoon of day 1, and I'm still on the morning of day 1. But there is some good loot here, especially the library, where I'm hoping to get some skin Bibles, specifically the skin Bible of Sylvian, which I do find, the skin Bible of the god of fear and hunger, to get the agility buff using the engrave skill, and the skin Bible of Allmer, so I can start setting up blood portals. I make my way upstairs to continue looting, and also because there is a secret other basement that will have a piece of armor that's useful this early in the game. Looting, I find some 9mm bullets and a ring of still blood, but if I don't have any accessories equipped, might as well, since it has the power to stop the bleed effect from being inflicted on you. After the morning of the first day, you'd find the mayor here, or the gentleman. In the morning of day 1, if you do not recruit Abella, you can also find Henrik here, and if you snap him out of the trance that he's in, he can actually become a recurring source of infinite food throughout the rest of the game. But I decided to recruit Abella, since having her in the party makes the early game so much easier. Also, I just like Abella, she's cool. Entering this room here, we encounter the first decrepit priest that we'll see on our journey. I put some distance between him and me and equipped the rifle that I picked up a little bit ago, and shoot him a few times to make the fight with him a little bit easier. So now, when the fight starts, he won't have either of his arms, meaning that he can't cast some spells on me, which can be pretty damaging in the beginning of the game. Especially the spell Hurting that he can cast on you, which can take a limb from you. So I focus all damage on his torso, which has 875 HP, so it should take 1 or 2 turns to kill him. The decrepit priest smiles in an extremely creepy and unsettling way. I do not like this man's smile. I keep attacking his torso, and right now he can only do tackle attacks, which aren't too bad, and fortunately that one missed. So one more round of attacks on his torso is going to finish the fight. I search the priest and I get lucky and find a soul stone, which is the item that you use to unlock skills at a hexen table. I also take his head as a trophy to later trade for more soulstone shards to unlock even more skills. In the back room, Marina finds a ladder down a level, leading to some secretive rooms. Here I'll find a chest, the manor key, which unlocks a few doors in this house, and a piece of leather armor, which is better armor than the starting armors. Equipping the leather armor takes my defense from 19 to 26, so a nice little jump. I start to make my way back, though I will be back here once I start putting together the fluted armor, which I'll need for the endgame since it can protect you from limb loss. I use the manor key to get access to the basement. Down here, you can find the food storage of Old Town. For some reason, all the refrigerators in Preheville will have a white vial, which is a very useful item because it removes the poison status effect. If you snap Hendrik out of his trance and lead him down here, that's when you'll be able to get the unlimited food supply from him. I leave the mayor's mansion and continue looting the slums for any items that might be useful. We encounter a sickle villager here, but now we know that with the party that we have, he shouldn't present too much of a problem. So same tactic as before, focus attacks on the chest, and in one turn the fight's over. I loot him and collect his head. I keep looting and find a shotgun shell, which is always useful. Nearby, there's a dead body of a soldier. Searching it, we find a diary entry. Dear Gisela, I write this letter in great sadness. I'm afraid I will have to postpone my return to your loving bosom. And if the Great War is supposedly over, our task seems to be anything but. After running around following orders that would sicken every sane person who had not witnessed the horrors of war, I think I finally started to see the red line our Kaiser has been following all along. This rotten city, it was the very thing our Kaiser strived to conquer since day one. I do not think it is a coincidence that very soon after reaching the city, the Kaiser decided to withdraw Bremen forces elsewhere and agree on the terms of peace. I don't know what's so special about this miserable place, but I've heard that the Kaiser himself will be coming here in the upcoming days. Maybe after that, I can finally return home. I hope you are able to wait for me just a little longer. The letter is signed, yours forever, Joni. Tragically, this soldier, Joni, is as dead as this beaten horse over here. Rest in peace, Joni and horse. Entering this house, we find a secretive ambush. There are 2 villagers here, but as long as you don't step on the glass, they won't be able to hear you and won't attack. So you just have to be careful and walk around the glass and these 2 bear traps, and you'll be able to make it through just fine. Exiting the building, we enter a small little courtyard with some crates and barrels to loot, but also a couple of bear traps. We find a pipe that's useful for smoking opium or tobacco to refilled mine, and some rotten meat which the goat will eat. Continuing to explore Old Town, we'll find a few more areas to loot, and we also run into the first ghoul of this run. We're going to fight the ghoul since I'm going to need his head as a trophy to get more skills. And we use the same tactic as with the villagers, just concentrate all damage on the torso. They don't have too much health, so the fight can be over in one turn. Searching him, we find some tobacco, which is always nice to have, and we take his head as a trophy. So now with the rest of the slums, we get to a very interesting moral conundrum that Fear and Hunger 2 presents us. To get both endings solo, I'm going to need a lot of skills. And to unlock skills, you need soul stones. One of the easiest ways to get soul stones is to trade trophies or heads for soul stone shards, and then for every 3 of those, you can craft a soul stone. So basically what I'm saying is that if you want to get a lot of skills in Fear and Hunger 2 Termina, you're gonna need a lot of heads. And in the slums, there's a lot of moon-scorched villagers that won't attack you that you can, well, euthanize, to put it lightly. So this is the part where I lie to myself and I tell myself that I'm putting them out of their misery for their own good, not for my selfish purposes. This part gets a little bit repetitive, so in the interest of time, I'm just gonna fast forward a little bit here. Nearby, in this shack, there's a latch that leads underground to a part of the underground bunker system. Down here, we can get a little bit of loot. There's a path to the sewers, and also a classroom where if you have the film, you can see the video of a regular person being moon-scorched and being turned into a Bobby. Abella's short circuit skill is going to be useful here to get through the doors. Exploring this area, we'll find some items, some crafting components, the path to the sewers that we don't need quite yet, a chest, but I failed a coin flip and don't really get anything out of it, and not too much else. So after unlocking the door, in case I make my way back here from the sewers, I return to the surface. On the surface, I get to my power leveling tactic that I mentioned earlier involving the moon-scorched villagers and the heads that they do not need anymore. So I continue my purge and finish up in the slums and loot everything. Then I'll start heading into the city of Perkele proper. And with that, I've collected all the heads in the slums, which will be extremely useful once I start unlocking skills en masse. Making our way back, we encounter Karin in the little courtyard area with the bear traps. Speaking to Karin, she asks what the hell is going on in this town, and she mentions that she's been attacked by the locals and is glad that she has her pistol with her. She is still chasing a story or a scoop. She insists that she is working alone. She'll be a welcomed addition to the party when we recruit her on day 2, since she has the lock-picking skill. A fun fact about Karin, she often gets made fun of since she used the phrase, "I've covered wars, you know." This happens at the very beginning of the game when the participants are huddled outside the train discussing what's going on. The reason it's funny is that the Great War just ended and covered the entire continent, meaning that pretty much every journalist of this time has covered war. And to make it worse, she tells that to 2 different war veterans. Dan and Levi both saw service during wartime. So her saying that she's covered wars just seems out of place, like it's not really a brag. Anyway, just a fun little fact that always amused me. On my way back to the lock gate that leads to the city, I deliberately step on the glass and take out these 2 villagers for the same reason as the others, to collect their heads to get soul stones. So now, let's head back to the basement with the imperfect ritual circle and see how many soul stone shards we get from the Tainted One. We sacrifice the 14 heads we've collected so far as the Tainted One slowly rises from a pool of blood. Unbearable existence, the suffering, the agony. We play the secret song that echoes from within. The sound that is like razors through flesh. Can you hear it? Yes, you can hear my voice after all. Ask and thou shalt receive. So for our hard work performing mass decapitation, we get 14 soulstone shards, which will give us 4 soulstones. The air got lighter again. It feels like a burden off of your shoulders. On our way back, we encounter a pipe villager. Pipe villagers are the ones that have more HP and are a little bit tougher than the sickle and knife villagers. So this time, the monster lives long enough to deploy a bear trap. Once the bear trap is deployed, you have 1 turn before you have to do a coin flip. But fortunately, we're able to take out the villager before it gets to that. Searching him, we find a severed arm and leg. I'm not really sure what is the purpose of severed limbs, other than there is a spell that deals more damage with the more limbs you have in your inventory. In Fear and Hunger 1, if you had enough limbs, you could unlock the Sergal Spear in the laboratory underneath the streets of Mahabre. But in Fear and Hunger 2, you get the Sergal Spear simply by advancing the plot, as you encounter Rancid the Sergal after you collect the 3 effigies and unlock the path in the Church of Allmer. As we enter the Old Town Plaza, the Vial starts to pursue us. The Vial is a weird man whose pig mask has fused to his head and cannot be removed. He attacks you with his pesticide tank and wand, spraying poison at you and beating you with the tank. Fortunately, hitting him with the shotgun before the fight weakens him before fighting him. After destroying his arms, I again focus all damage on his torso. I unequip the rifle from Marina, since using it at this point would just be a waste of ammo. The Vial is one of the stronger enemies that we'll find in the slums, so taking him down takes a little bit more time. And next, I equip the shotgun, which I'm going to use to blast the lock off of the gate and enter the city. If I hadn't found the shotgun and ammo, I would have had to enter the city through the sewers, since I'm trying to get to the Church of Allmer on the morning of day 1. My goal is to encounter Osha as fast as possible. Something interesting about Fear and Hunger 2 is the way in which you can power up your character is almost exclusively through engaging in violence. So far we've been collecting trophy heads in order to trade for soul stones, but in order to unlock the skills, in order to be able to use the soul stones, you need to collect the souls from the other participants in the festival, meaning you have to hunt them down and kill them. So I'm hunting Osha down in the church in order to unlock the Spice Forge skill, which will be essential for the build that I'm going for on this run with Marina. Here we encounter Levi, who, along with Marina, is the only other Prehevil native of the participants of the Festival of Termina. Marina sees that the boy is avoiding your eye contact as best as he can. You notice shot marks on the bend of his arm. Looks like he's been injecting something. Levi is an orphan that was drafted by the government to be a child soldier in the war. After completing his duty, he has returned to Preheville, hoping to be able to rebuild something of a life for himself. And unknowingly, he has ended up being a participant in the Festival of Termina. Also in the basement of the restaurant, we find these casks filled with wine that you can use to fill up any empty flask that you have with some wine that will help fill up your mind meter. Also down here we find a carrot. Carrots are important because eating well and taking care of your health is very important, and vegetables are part of a complete diet. I use a small key to get access to this locked room, and I'm able to get another lucky coin from underneath this shelf and a gasoline canister, which is useful to have for combat encounters. In combat, you can toss the gasoline canister and then attack it to apply fire damage to all enemies. I finish looting the restaurant's basement and leave. Entering Preheville, we encounter one of the more, in my opinion, annoying enemies, the Bobbies. They can do a lot of damage and are very resilient. Bobbies are moon-scorched police officers that patrol the center of the city looking for and attacking any survivors they encounter. Since I don't want to fight them quite yet, I'm able to sneak by them and run away, which is not a bad tactic at the beginning. I take a right at the intersection to make my way to the church. Entering central Preheville, I'll have to contend with another Bobby along with a rifleman that's perched on top of a car shooting at anybody that he sees coming by. I clumsily bump into a Bobby and need to fight him now. At the start of the combat, we can see that the Bobby has 3 different arms that he can use to attack me, along with his quickly spinning head. This is what I meant when I said that the Bobby can apply a lot of damage. I only have 2 characters whose attacks I can direct, so I direct them to try to destroy as many of the arms as I can, trying to minimize how much damage he does to me. Fortunately, the remaining arm misses. In the next turn, I take out his last arm and start attacking his torso. He does have more HP than the villagers, so 2 attacks aren't enough to kill him. Since they've been moon-scorched, the Bobbies have regenerative abilities, so they will continue to spawn more arms with batons as the fight progresses, making the fight tedious and harder than with the villagers, since when you disarm the villagers, they weren't able to respawn any limbs. Fortunately, both Marina and Abella have 3 ref points, which I use to get 2 attacks and stronger attacks. As the next turn starts, the Bobby regenerates his limbs again. So again, I target his arms, trying to stop him from being able to attack me. This constant process of having to target the arms over and over again really drag out the battle and give the Bobby more chances to attack you. But eventually, we apply enough damage to put him down. Since Bobbies can regenerate, after fighting them, you have to beat them. Otherwise, they'll stand back up and attack you again after a small amount of time. Next, I'm going to run down the street and take out that rifleman taking shots at me. The rifleman is like the other villagers. He's unarmored and not too strong. The only advantage that he has is that he can shoot at you from afar. But fighting him, it's pretty easy to take out his rifle and then, like the other villagers, damage his torso till he's down. I initially thought that the rifleman was wearing a laboratory jacket, but it seems like the fan theory is more that it's simply a trench coat, which was a more normal fashion in the time periods that Fear and Hunger 2 Termina draws inspiration from. Walking the streets of Preheville, we loot the chests and the containers, but we can also see that the streets are in complete disarray. Vehicles chaotically parked everywhere, barricading the streets, coffins everywhere, giving us a hint of what happened to the local inhabitants of Preheville. The bookstore is an important location in downtown Perkele since it has a save point, and you can also open a blood portal here. This is also one of the locations you would have to visit to recruit Marina if I wasn't playing as her. The sign says no entry, staff only, but I decide to live dangerously and break the rules. A presence of a ritual circle here means that the bookstore owner might have been interested in the occult, which is not surprising since we know that the old tradition and the old ways still have very strong roots in this area of Bohemia. Once I'm done looting, I start heading back to the streets. But on the first floor, I run into the Bobby that was patrolling there. The police officer seems determined to catch you. As combat starts, he yells out for justice and order. I repeat the same tactics as we used with the previous Bobby. I'm going to prioritize taking out his arms, and then when I have an opportunity, apply damage to his torso. My goal is to take him down while limiting the damage he can apply to me. In the next turn, he spawns 2 arms again, which I prioritize, trying to protect my HP. You might have noticed I'm not using Abella's wrench toss ability. That's because the Bobby's arms are weak enough I can take him out with 1 hit, and by using regular attacks instead of wrench tosses, I don't have to spend 1 turn re-equipping the wrench. The Bobby's head has stopped spinning, making it vulnerable, so I take him out using a Rev powered up attack. And after fighting him, I'm sure to beat him because I don't want any surprises later. Wrapping up looting the bookstore, I head back out to the street and continue making my way east towards the Church of Allmer. As is customary, I loot everything, and I'm also able to find a lucky coin in a back alley. This might be a good time to point out that Perkele, both the name and the architectural style of the city, is modeled after the city of Prague in the Czech Republic. We see more and more containers and vehicles just thrown around blockading the streets. It makes you wonder if the Bremen army was hunting down rebels here, and if this maze became a trap for the civilians trying to survive the festival of Termina, once the violence broke out everywhere. We also see a sewer hole here, but I can't open it since I don't have the sewer winch yet. The sewer can be a very convenient way to sidestep or dodge a lot of the obstacles of navigating the surface of the city. Heading north up this alley, we get the first glimpse of the King in Yellow and one of his guards as they make their way towards the museum. The King in Yellow is Lagarde from Fear and Hunger 1, 600 years in the past. He is still continuing on his quest to fight and take down the old gods in any way possible. Marina gets a feeling that the streets feel almost too quiet, even for an abandoned town. As we approach the Church of Allmer, I did want to say thank you very much for spending this time with me and watching my video. I do appreciate it, and it is a big help. If I could possibly bother you to hit the like button or just leave a comment, really anything helps, I'd appreciate it. And I do hope this video is making your day a little bit better as you work, study, do chores, or whatever. But anyways, back to this horrifying and gruesome game. Approaching the Church of Allmer, we get a glimpse of Rancid the Sergal cleaving a Bobby clean in half and then jumping away, making his escape on the church rooftop, making him, Rancid, and August the only 2 parkour-capable characters in Fear Hunger 2 Termina. We've arrived at the church and enter looking for Osa. As per usual, I loot everything. Fun fact, if you look to the stained glass window to the right, you'll see one of the 3 panels in the church. That one's called the Fellatio of Humanity. You can see the relative positions of Allmer and the human on his knees in front of him. To make this even funnier, think about the only interaction you can have with the body of Allmer in Fear and Hunger 1, and the fact that Allmer is the Christ figure of this universe. But anyway, moving on, we loot the rest of the church and then head over to encounter Osha and his mean prank in the confession booth. But first, on the way, we loot the craftman's stash to get the bolt cutters. They're just useful to have. And we get a bottle of vodka, which never hurts. Well, I guess it would hurt the next day if you drink it all. We find some dirty toilet paper in the church. That is a fun sentence to say. And a soul stone, which is far more useful and valuable than dirty toilet paper. And next, we enter the confession booth to have the encounter with Osa, where he pretends to be a priest and take your confession. An overwhelming aura fills the air as you sit down to the confessional. The claustrophobic little box creates an atmosphere of condemnation and spite. Marina says, "Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. I've been a bad girl." Okay, no, she doesn't say that. A deep voice replies, "Is that so?" And then the deep voice asks, "What are the most vile and despicable acts that you have done?" As I'm sure it's standard for all priests to ask. "So that Allmer may absolve your sins, of course," said the deep voice. Marina debated what to reply. She chooses to say that she's lusted for someone she shouldn't have, because why not choose the one that sounds like it belongs in a soap opera? The deep voice replies, "Jumping straight to the juicy bits, I see. Good, good." The deep voice asks if it's someone else from the train ride. Very important information, you see. Marina replies, "Yes, how did you know?" Interesting. Does she have red hair? Yes, Marina replies. Because why not add pointless romantic drama? The voice asks, could this be forbidden love? But why is this lust condemned? Because we live in a society, replies Marina. Are you sure about this? Sometimes people can be more open than what old taboos would lead you to believe. Of course, sometimes people can act out of fear of the unknown and condemn everything that is alien to them. And sometimes you're the one who is wrong. Not all things should be experimented with, and not all taboos need to be pushed. You won't know what is the case before you proclaim your love out in the public. I know this is not a pleasing topic for you to discuss, but I have one more question. And here we have Osa being very creepy, asking, have you acted upon this lust in any way? I'm not gonna narrate this bit because I want this video to be monetized. Osa then says, hopefully it was a good one at least. That's something everybody wants to hear from a priest. To absolve your sins, do a ritual sacrifice or two, and you should be good. Nothing like a good old-fashioned crucifixion. And try to get good sleep, eat your vitamins, and love your neighbor. We might as well add flossing and regular exercise to that list. Exiting the confession booth, Marina feels a weight has been lifted from her shoulders, as if all of her sins have been absolved. With your confession, you feel your affinity with Allmer growing, which is actually very useful for unlocking skills, including the blood portals. Osa bursts out of the confession booth and says, it was a joke. He states the obvious that says, my apologies, I am not a priest of Allmer. This was just too good of an opportunity to pass. I could get to know the true you. Marina says that she feels exploited. Osa replies, I didn't mean to belittle your troubles by any means. With the festival going on, you cannot truly trust anyone, so I figure it wouldn't be too big of an offense to play a little trick. Well then, I got the information I needed. I think I must continue on my journey. Time is not exactly a resource we have in excess. Marina does the only logical thing, which is to kill Osa for what he's done and absorb his soul and consume his power. Abella says that we shouldn't be fighting and stays out of it at first. Osa starts chanting just like the yellow mages do. Marina attacks the arm, hoping to stop him from casting spells, but the black goat does a one-hit kill to the head, ending the fight before it had even started. Marina absorbs the enlightened soul, which will allow her to unlock the Spice Forge skill, which will be extremely powerful coupled with her spells. We loot Osa's body and get a soul stone and the beheaded wizard, which is Nasra's head from part 1 after being burnt to a crisp by Grogaroth, and now he looks like a raisin. We also take Osa's head to trade with Pocketcat with. Talking to Pocketcat allows you to trade participant heads for skin Bibles. I have Abella equip the yellow mage robes since you only lose 1 unit of defense but gain a lot in magic defense, so why not? Having done that, we return to the bookstore so that we can sleep and start unlocking some skills. Once we have the Spice Forge and can insta-cast a spell at the very beginning of every fight, the game's difficulty drops a lot and makes exploring a lot easier. Marina falls asleep here and is surprised to hear heavy breathing through her sleep. She wakes up and finds the black-haired girl, Samari, spying on her, which works out pretty well. I was gonna locate her later to get her soul so we can unlock 2 of her skills, which, along with visiting the orphanage, makes it very easy to get affinity with Sylvian and Grogaroth. So Marina continues her murderous rampage and attacks her. Samari slowly creeps around you. Why would you do this, she asks. I guess, power, to get more power, and consume her soul. Also, fighting her in her human form is a lot easier than fighting her moon-scorched form, Dysmorphia. Samari casts Hurting on Marina, but luckily, since I had just equipped the wizard head, the spell is reflected back to Samari. One more time, she pleads with Marina to stop. Marina focuses her attacks on her arms to prevent Samari from casting any more spells. And I just repeat that pattern for the next turn. At this point, my 3 ref points are filled up, so I use them. Now she's disarmed, and with the goat's last hit, the fight's done. And from her, we absorb the Radiating Soul, which is very useful if you're trying to get affinity for Grogaroth, which unlocks offensive spells, and Sylvian, which unlocks healing spells. With the corpse next to the bed, Marina, after a long day, lays down to get some much-needed sleep. Morning of the first day is done. 11 participants remain, with 3 falling to Marina's hand today. The Feathered Jester says, "Seems you are very much acquainted with your fellow contestants already. Very delightful to see such progress already. Keep up the pace. The festival won't last forever. Since the 11 of you are such late additions to the party, your days are already running short. The festival will see its climax in 3 days. This is how long you have." The Jester suggests that you gut, scheme, and revel in the bloody remains of your rival contestants. It is a simple festival at its core. What you do and what you don't do is entirely up to you. Do you want to kill your fellow contestants? After that conversation, we're able to access the Hexen table to unlock skills. So we unlock the Dance, which increases magic damage as the fight goes on, Meditation, which increases how much rev you have in each fight, and Spice Forge, which allows you to place modifiers on some spells. From Grogaroth's affinity, we unlock Hurting and Smog, which will be our workhorse offensive spells. And with that, we start the second segment of the first day. We open the menu to use the Spice Forge skill. I use it to assign the blue spice to Hurting, making it cheaper, and the white spice to Black Smog so that it auto-casts at the beginning of every combat encounter. So how about we go test this new combination of skills and see how much more combat effective it makes us. Since we fought a few of them, we encounter a Bobby and fight him with our new skills, and let's see how it goes. So the fight starts and Marina auto-cast first Black Smog, which damages and destroys all of the Bobby's limbs, stopping him from being able to attack us, though he can still use tackle with his torso. So obviously I'll concentrate damage on his torso, trying to end the fight. On the next turn, he does regrow all of his arms. So I continue to concentrate damage on his torso, trying to put him down. He does manage to get several hits on the goat, but fortunately he's able to tank him. So in the next turn, I use up all my rev and we're able to end the fight. So I have to say, after the first test, having the Spice Forge on the Smog is extremely useful. It effectively gave us one free turn in advantage at the very beginning of the fight. Taking a left at the fork in the road, we encounter the ever so notorious Pocketcat. We find him crouched over a burlap sack, which he proceeds to beat repeatedly with a blackjack. Dressed in white pants, a purple vest, and what appears to be a purple plastic mask, Pocketcat stands up. The servant of the moon god Rher says, "Here I am busy with my own business, completely ignoring this beautiful chapette. All apologies, pleased to meet you. You can call me Pocketcat." You have one of those familiar faces. I feel like we've met somewhere before, perhaps in a past life. Things sure have changed since then, haven't they? We live in peculiar times. The world has gone through true darkness. The world has been at a standstill, in a deep rest. People stocked up on toilet paper and hid in their homes with their loved ones. They were waiting for that glimpse of light just because they knew that even darkness has a breaking point. Say, oh sport, what do you think follows such intense darkness? Marina replies, chaos and confusion. To which the man-cat replies, yes, not light or darkness but gray. Very insightful indeed. From personal experience, I'd say a true darkness is followed by chaos. The mind, or the common consciousness we all share, strives for something new. When one is truly done with the darkness, one strives for new, with such vigor that growing pains are inevitable. But therein lies the danger. You see, chaos can ragdoll us into any one direction. The direction is not always towards the light. Sometimes one can find themselves lost in the limbo that is chaos. When you enter the limbo from a dark place, there is a big chance that you contaminate the chaos with your darkness and just create a new pitch black place, maybe even darker than the one before. The Catman proceeds by saying, I guess I'm just rambling here, letting my mind wander and mouth slander, as they say. You know me, when I get excited, I can go on and on and on. I don't mean to take your time. From what I understand, you've got your hands full with the festival, so I'll get straight to the point. Not only a wandering gentleman, but I am also a head salesman of sorts with deep, deep pockets. But what is a head salesman, you ask? Well, it is exactly what it sounds. I'm willing to part for my valuable collection if the price is right, and the price is severed heads of those participating in the festival. Macabre, I know, but you get used to it. God knows I did. And with that, the pussy man takes his leave. We'll be seeing him again later. Entering the alleyways to the west, only a lone wind howl accompanies you in these empty alleyways. Marina passes a wall covered with pictures and letters for all the people that have gone missing recently in Perkele. Continuing down the alleyway, we encounter two fecal dogs, which are absolutely disgusting creatures. Fortunately, the first black smog takes one of them out, and since he's already hurt, the other one is not too much more work. Marina collects the head trophies and moves on, finding a yummy mushroom stew in the trash. Moving through this area is a little bit tense because it's one of the areas where the mob might be able to spawn. The mob is a special enemy type that can only be found once per playthrough. It is composed of 3 different infected villagers, one with a meat grinder, one with a rifle, and one that attacks with melee. Since they attack together, they present a major threat to the enemy, but if you are able to take them out, you do get the bench grinder item, which is a crafting component for one of the best items in the game, the meat grinder, which can be crafted with Abella's weaponcraft skill. Here, we are exploring an emptied apartment building. Honestly, there's not too much loot or lore in this building. Along with the hotel, it feels like one of the areas that might be fleshed out in later content updates. Combat initializes when an old hag sneaks up on us, but the black smog does enough damage to her head that we take her down on the very first turn. We continue down the alleyway, making our way to the shopping street of Preheville when we encounter more fecal dogs. So Marina equips a handgun to deal with them from afar. The firearm feels oddly heavy in her hands. She didn't think it would feel like this. Marina realizes that she's carrying a tool meant for killing, and that just adds to the burden. It's a surreal feeling. Nervously, you take a firmer grasp on the pistol grip and aim down its iron sights. Pew pew! The fecal dogs, along with the cherubs, are a very numerous, annoying enemy type, but fortunately, they will go down with just one hit from the Luger. Bang bang. Though she's a powerful occultist magic user, Marina is not opposed to using firearms if she needs to. From here, we can head north and enter the shopping street. Now that I have a few basic spells and the Spice Forge, my next goal is to go to Dr. Kiefer's magic shop and buy the Small Things Amulet. The purpose of the Small Things Amulet is to increase my agility. If your agility is over 16, you get 2 actions per combat turn. And having high agility and 2 actions per turn will be essential when we fight the Heartless one. There are other ways to increase agility that we will also be using. One of them is a skill from Tanaka that gives you +1 agility, and the other one is using the engrave skill on yourself when you have the skin Bible of the God of Fear and Hunger. And for a temporary boost, you can also use the pep pills. Once on the promenade, we enter the Ranka Cafe. There's only really one purpose to come in here, and that's because there's a lot of alcohol. Alcohol refills mind, which 1, keeps you sane and alive, and 2, functions like magic points. So having a lot of alcohol on hand will make sure you can always cast spells. Returning to the promenade, we're going to see a big poster that is a reference to the Heartless one, and also to the Fear and Hunger community member that inspired the Heartless one, Ketsuke. In this area, we also find some creatures that are a creation of Stitches, the Soul Job. The Soul Jobs appear as animated umbrellas made of human limbs sewn together, and the base of which is 3 heads attached. Entering the department store, we hear screaming and bellowing coming from the top floor. We enter the clothing section and find a chainmail dress, which will be a nice upgrade to our leather armor, which Marina equips, and then Abella now gets the leather armor. With the new better armor in hand, we head back outside and make our way to Dr. Kiefer's magic shop, which is the first merchant we'll be seeing in this playthrough, and the first chance to spend the chillings that we've been picking up so far. A smell of old spices and incense fills the dusty air. The shopkeeper asks Marina what her name is, and then proceeds to curse her out. Now that introductions are out of the way, Dr. Kiefer's ready to trade. We buy a Batel stone, which will regenerate the magic points of anybody that has it equipped, making it very useful for magic users, and the Small Things Amulet that we talked about just a little bit ago. So now I can insta-cast a spell, regenerate MP, have better armor, and soon I'll be able to have 2 actions per turn. In the back of the store, Dr. Kiefer's Tricks and Magic, there is a magic lamp resting on the desk. Walking up to it and interacting with it, you have the option of rubbing it. Afterwards, a disturbance in the radio next to you will be noticeable. Hanging around too long, we see a Poe or a ghost materialize out of the radio and start chasing you after he sees you. Fighting him, he only has 1 attack, and that's to try to catch you in the grasp of a genie, a coin flip attack. If he's successful, well, he'll do this. With the items in hand, let's head back to the shopping street and make our way to the Perkele Bop. The Perkele Bop functions like a staging area or a save point in the middle of the city. There, you can rest and save, you can open a blood portal, and if you have Dan in your party, you can always refill your mind meter for free. Also, the jazz music here is very relaxing. So essentially, it's like a home away from home, or your little refuge in the center of Perkele. Entering the Perkele Bop, we see a blue moth. That's an indication that there's a hidden basement floor beneath this one that Rayla is trying to tell us about. But before exploring that, I go around the bar and light all the candles to get some nice mood lighting going on. Investigating the floor underneath where we saw the blue moth reveals a secret ladder to a hidden basement. This hidden basement is a staging point for the NLU rebels, the Nameless Liberty Underground. Here, they had bunk beds for agents to sleep in and hide from the authorities, weapons, but also a map showing 4 important locations across the city that Marina copies to her map. These 4 locations are the locations of the Teletoscope Station and the location of the Logic, the Machine God. Searching the bookshelf, Marina finds a book titled The Last Frontier Chapter 1. Reading it gives us a little bit of history of the foreign land of Vinland. The legends report that in the year 1009, a group of explorers from Odengard first made contact with the island region of Vinland. This is the first written record of the continent. The next confirmed case dates back to the year 1310, when a small fleet from Abyssonia ventured to the dark waters of the west. However, it would take another 200 years before an established trade route would be formed, again by the seafarers of Odengard in the year 1577. It was during this escapade that the continent was named Vinland, translating to Wineland, supposedly because of the amount of wine required to wipe the memories clean of the land and the horrors it contained. Despite the existence of the continent becoming more common knowledge among the scholars of the Western world, ventures to the said land were very rare. In the year 1650, a scholar from the Vatican City wrote the following description of the land. The soil consists of minerals that seem to reject sunlight and warmth altogether, resulting the ground to look like a continuous, colorless black mass where it's hard to measure depth of each hill and basin with a naked eye, and the few plants that manage to grow in this hostile ground end up taking these very same features. Thus, the landscape merges together as far as the eye can see. Just endless darkness. If you are lucky, the clouds might shift a little and you can at the least tell where the land ends and where the gloomy sky begins. The land is cursed. The land is morbid and dark. Each settler comes back with vivid stories of a very personal nightmare they went through during their stay in Vinland. The discovery of this continent is the biggest mistake that mankind has ever made. You'll always find a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol in this basement, along with this ritual circle where you can open a blood portal, which I can't do yet since I don't have the Allmer skin Bible. And with that, it's a good a time as any to advance time a little bit and also to unlock some more skills. So I choose one of the bunk beds to get some sleep in, and this is going to advance time to the night of the first day. We are still at 11 participants out of the 14, but now I'll be able to use some soul stones to unlock some more skills. The first one is from Tanaka's tree. I get agility +1, which, along with the bonus to agility from the small things amulet, will now give Marina 16 agility, which is enough to get double actions per turn. I also finish unlocking Marina's tree, which gives me greater occultism, which means I'll be starting each battle with 2 ref points, along with double turns. Because of 16 agility means that Marina will be getting a lot more attacks than previously. Marina approaches and speaks to Abella. Abella says, "This is an old speakeasy of the club. that has been converted into a hideout. She tells us that some kind of revolutionaries used to hide there. They were clearly against both the Bremen militia and the Eastern Union that used to occupy this area. And after that, we recruit her back into the party, along with the goat. Now that I have 16 agility and the Spice Forge, I'm going to continue filling up my party by recruiting Karin, who can be found by the newspaper office in West Bremen. Searching the trash cans in this area for loot and supplies, I find some more dirty toilet paper. I'll add it to the collection as a sign of good luck. Making my way back to the stairs, we encounter August, the Mega Chad. Like Abella, he's also from Odengard, and he's a descendant from Rag, from the first game. He keeps it a secret, but he's in Preheville on a mission hunting Lagarde. West Preheville shows a lot more war damage than the other parts of the city that we've already explored. There's sandbag barricades, landmines, and very obvious artillery damage everywhere. We can make a guess that this is where the resistance made its stand against the Bremen army. Marina explores the bombed out buildings for more loot, and, as every house does in Preheville, she grabs the white vial out of the refrigerator. They're so ubiquitous, and I have no idea why. But anyway, we've arrived at the newspaper office and find Karin taking pictures of the battlefield. After seeing more of the horrors of the city, she agrees that it's safer in numbers and it's better to team up. With her in our party, we enter the news agency to explore and loot. I just woke up from a nap. Viewer, I hope you're able to have a nice nap today. Naps are lovely, but back to Fear and Hunger. So we are exploring the news agency. There is one unique encounter and item that we'll have here where we see the image of Rayla. Rayla is a brilliant young engineer that's also Olivia's sister. The last Olivia's known of her is that Rayla's been kidnapped by the Bremen Empire, and Olivia has come to Preheville to figure out why. What interest does the Kaiser have in her sister? Also, since I just recruited Karin, I need to equip her with the best gear that I have. So I upgrade her weapon with an axe. I give her Tanaka's hat. And, for the accessories, I give her the eyeglasses, which increases accuracy, and the Eye of Sylvian, which increases the potency of healing items. Going down to the next level, we encounter a cocoon villager. Part of his body, arm, and face have been hardened by this cocoon that's taking over him. And we get another chance to see how effective the Spice Forge is. So combat starts and ends right away as the black smog deals enough damage to the enemy's head to end combat. So we continue underground, where Abella has a chance to shine and use her short circuit skill to get us past this locked door, which leads us to a tunnel underground that leads to the building next door. Taking the ladder back up to the surface level, we reappear on the war-torn streets of West Preheville. Some executed bodies are visible being hung from the nearby buildings. We run into another cocoon villager here, but our magic spells help make the fight a lot easier. And since I have greater occultism, Marina starts with 3 ref points, meaning that on her first turn she gets 2 attacks. And the fight is ended quickly, as the goat again goes for the head. Making our way carefully in between the landmines, we enter this door, which leads us into this very quiet building that has taken heavy damage. Following a long hallway, we arrive at a little garden that has survived the recent chaos intact. Here, we see the specter of Rayla as she's surrounded by blue moths. She turns to look at us and then disappears again. Inspecting the rose bush, we get the one-winged necklace. If you play as Olivia, you can combine it with a starting item that she has to make an upgraded version. But for this run-through, it will still be useful for its magic defense. We encounter another cocoon villager. He goes down quickly as soon as we cast Black Smog. From here, we continue south through the ruined streets of Preheville, a city fallen from grace. We're attacked by a zombified soldier with a pistol. The black smog does destroy his arms, but he still performs the coin flip attack on us, taking a point blank shot. But fortunately, luck is on our side this time, and Marina dodges the shot. Since the soldier zombie doesn't have much health, he goes down quickly with a hit to the torso. Immediately afterwards, we go after the villager with a rifle. The smog destroys his legs, but his arms and head survive. But one hit to the head changes that. So let's continue south. My goal here is to unlock the shortcut to the deep woods from the area where we started the game by dropping the ladder. Through the mist and the fog, we see a doppelganger of Olivia running laps in the forest. We have nothing to gain by interacting with her, so I just move on. The deep woods here are filled with owl cultists that hide in the leaves, waiting for someone to come by. In the deeper woods, we loot this tent for ammo, and continue heading south, where I'm ambushed by an owl cultist. The black smog does some damage, but not enough to take him down. Since Marina starts with 3 rev points, I use them up to get 2 attacks in on the first turn. Fortunately, we are able to dish out enough damage to take him down the first turn before he can summon help. We head south a little bit more and we make it back to the outskirts of Perkele, where the game started. Here, I can lower this ladder to allow transit back and forth to deep woods and the area with the train where the game started. With that done, I start heading back into the city, where I hear a glass breaking, which symbolizes an ambush by the mob. I didn't want to fight them so early on in the game, but I figure why not give it a try. The mob has a lot of HP and can deal a lot of damage, making them one of the toughest fights in the game. Generally, you'll want to go for the meat grinder first, since he can dismember you and inflict the bleed status effect. I'm going to use Abella's wrench toss ability to keep the meat grinder stunned so he can't attack, while I use everybody else to try to apply as much damage as I can. But inevitably, the mob will still be able to get attacks in. I just hope they keep missing. I use up my 3 rev points with Marina on my extra turn to try to do as much damage as I can. The next turn starts, I have Marina again attack the meat grinder, Abella re-equip her wrench so I can toss it again, and I have Karin also attack the meat grinder. Marina attacks, and Karin lands a critical attack for a total damage of about 1,000 points, but it's still not enough to take the meat grinder down. On her extra turn, I have Marina cast Black Smog to hurt everybody, and fortunately, that's enough damage to take down the meat grinder, so 1 down, 2 to go. Abella and Karin both use up their 3 rev points, so that they both get double attacks. And that's enough to take the rifleman down. 2 down, 1 to go. So now I'm just gonna have everybody focus all their attacks on the remaining Cocoon Man. And with 1 more hit, the fight is over. Now, I can collect the bench grinder, which is one of the rarest crafting items in the game. At most, you can only get 3 per run. And now, I head back into the city to the Perkele Bop. On the way, I accidentally initiate combat with the soul jobs, but fortunately, with the better equipment and spells that I have, the fights get trivialized and I'm able to make it through fairly easy. Usually, the first black smog that's casted at the beginning of every fight generally ends the fight by applying enough damage to the heads. So from now on, at least, I won't have to worry about these guys every time I run through here. So now I go back to the Perkele Bop, where I'm going to sleep a couple times and advance time to the morning of day 2 so I can recruit Dan in the white mode apartments. After resting, advancing time, and saving the game, I head back out. Since I'm doing pretty good with combat, I decide to pick a fight with the Inquisitor to see how fast I can take him down. Inquisitors can use the bell that they're carrying to summon help, calling a Bobby into the fight. I use Marina to cast Black Smog since it hits every limb on every monster. I get lucky, and that's enough to take out the Bobby, so now I'm going to have everybody focus their damage on the Inquisitor to try to prevent him from casting Hurting on me. Fortunately, Abella lands a critical attack on his arm. Now, I just need to keep applying damage to the torso and the fight will soon be over. Searching the Inquisitor's body, I find another Soul Stone, which is always welcomed. I continue south to the White Mold Apartments. Entering the building, the door locks behind me. We're not going to get out of here until we're able to solve the riddle. And we've collected the effigy. Our goal here is to recruit Dan and take him back to the Prehevo Bob so he can always fill up our mind meter, and also to get the first of the 3 effigies that we're going to need to unlock the secret passage at the Church of Allmer. We collect the master key and we head upstairs to recruit Dan and to get the Diary of a Madman, which we'll need to solve the washing machine puzzle. The White Mold Apartments are quiet and dusty. Everything has been overrun by a white mold that keeps doors locked and everything in place, glued to whatever surface they're touching. The halls here are patrolled by the neighbor monsters, which we can assume are corrupted people that used to live in these apartments. We fight one of the neighbor creatures, and the black smog destroys the head on the first turn. Entering this apartment, we see some cracks in the floor to the right, and a heavy horse statue to the left. So we push the horse statue onto the cracks in order to get access to the room directly beneath us, where we'll find Dan and the Diary of a Madman. We jump into the newly formed hole and fall to the apartment a level beneath us. Here we find Dan studying a sigil on the floor. Dan, like Levi, is a little bit of a tragic figure. He was recruited into the army due to the Great War and did active service on the front, seeing combat. Upon completion of his service, he returned home just to find the tragic sight, seeing the woman that he loves dead and father-in-law, who had taken him in when he was a young boy, both perished trying to carry out a ritual to one of the old gods. Dan desperately tried to resurrect his wife, Elise, even sacrificing his eye in a dark spell, but tragically, that wasn't enough. Dan swore to learn more about the old gods and the occult, and it's his research that led him to Prehevo, seeking answers for what happened to Elise. Why did she have to die? Speaking with Dan, he asked, "That sigil on the floor, do you know what it means?" I've been following a trace that led me to this house, to this sigil. It's a sigil I've only seen once in my life, but I have no idea what it represents. I browsed through the raving documents of the man who used to reside here. Most of it was illegible, but from what I did understand, he was preparing for a ritual for an older god, deity, or whatever. Like the sigil, this ritual too is something I've seen once before, but I have no idea what it all means. I wonder if the ritual was complete or not. Marina suggests that maybe the sigil is the source of the chaos in the city, to which Dan replies that there is always a scientific answer to everything. Whether that science exceeds the science of today is another topic entirely, but it's always something you can study and learn. Well, no use moping around. Dan says that he could use the company and ask if he can join you. He then finally introduces himself. Marina picks up the book at the center of the sigil and collects the Diary of a Madman. With that, we can head to the basement to solve the washing machine puzzle and get access to the otherworldly version of the apartments, where we will find one of the 3 effigies. So I head back down and go to the basement. There are 2 ways to solve the washing machine puzzle. First is you can brute force it. If you can apply enough damage in one turn, you don't have to solve the puzzle. But I'm not quite there yet with this party. The puzzle itself is pretty straightforward. You read the diary of the madman, and he has a list of the order in which he will sacrifice his neighbors in the apartment. So the code is the apartment numbers in that order. So I enter the apartment numbers and the washing machine stops, and now I can enter it and make my way to the other world to get the effigy. Coming out at the other end of the tunnel through the washing machine, we notice a greasy stench fills the humid air. Going to the level above, we can see that in this version of the apartments, the residences have been turned into prison cells. Like in the real version of the apartments, the otherworld apartments are also patrolled by the neighbor creatures. Fighting one, I again see how useful the first black smog spell can be. And not far from here, we can see another one of the golden gates that connect all the otherworld regions. Inside the cells, we see bodies attached to chairs, with tubes coming out of where the head and the neck would be, pumping a fluid out. Some people believe that this is how the neighbor creatures are formed. Another interesting feature about the neighbor creatures is that the shirts that they wear seem to fit them so well. I'm a little bit jealous. I can't find shirts that fit me that well, especially not around the neck. The design of the neighbor creature with the heavy meaty bludgeons for hands resembles an enemy type in Silent Hill 3. The game creator, Miro, snuck in a lot of homages to the Silent Hill series in the game. The story of a serial killer hunting down his neighbors in an apartment complex in order to carry out an ancient ritual to an old god is reminiscent of the story in Silent Hill 4 The Room. The second phase of the Shambhala boss fight in part 1 with the pool of blood and the concentric rings is also a callback to Silent Hill 4. The Crow Mauler could be said to have been designed in the style of Pyramid Head. I mean that in the role that he plays out in the game as this dogged pursuer. And we can also add the persistent fog to that list. But all of that's not to say that Fear and Hunger doesn't do its own thing. I just like all these callbacks to survival horror tradition and history that Miro snuck into the game. Marina continues her ascent in the otherworldly apartments. Reaching the level above, she notices all the hot air from the lower floors must have risen up here. A lesser known reference to Silent Hill is the naming of Valteo. Valteo is a new god in part 1, the Enlightened One. His name is a reference to the old gods that we learn about in the lore of Silent Hill 2. The new gods are humans who have made the journey to Mahabra and managed to ascend to godhood, trying to get some of the power from the old gods, not knowing that they're just continuing to play into the old gods' hands like puppets. We find our first effigy being held by a winged statue. It's the fellatio effigy. Not knowing why, Marina feels that this statuette is of great importance. Effigy in hand, we are now clear to leave the white mold apartments and start our hunt for the second effigy. Returning to the real world, the front door to the apartment building is unlocked. We are now free to leave the building again. Marina and her squad traveled a short distance back to the Prehevil Bop, where Dan will now serve as a bartender and hand out drinks that will refill everybody's mind meter. Marina requests a drink of whiskey, which Dan promptly serves up. A glass of old Vinland whiskey. Even before sipping from the finely decorated glass, the rich and deep aroma fills your nostrils. You wait for a brief second before taking the first sip. The whiskey gives a small burning sensation on its way down, but still, you savor the taste for as long as it lingers on the tip of your tongue. A deep warmth fills your insides long after the glass is empty. You finish the drink. If you get Henrik to the food storage in the mayor's basement and Dan to the Prehevil Bop, you'll be able to always fill up your hunger meter and your mind meter whenever you want, unlimited times. Next, let's go recruit Olivia. But first, we need to have the encounter with Marco and Pav. so that Marcoh can get the wheelchair to Olivia. Tanaka would be there if he were alive. Backtracking through Perkele, we see bodies of poor innocent civilians in the streets, and trash littered everywhere. A bit further south, in front of the restaurant, we encounter Pav holding Marcoh at gunpoint. Marcoh says, "Take it easy, it was just a big misunderstanding. We can continue our separate ways and everyone stays alive for tomorrow." To which Pav replies, "It's easy to feel remorse when you're looking down the barrel of a gun." Marina intercedes before the Bremen lieutenant can shoot Marcoh. Starting the encounter, Pav whips out a pistol faster than anyone's able to react to and takes a shot and hits Karin. Marina casts Black Smog, which hurts Pav but doesn't stop him. For the first turn, I focus damage on his arm to stop him from being able to shoot at us, and Karin is able to take revenge on Pav for shooting her by hitting him in the torso and finally stopping him. Marina absorbs the chaotic soul. Marcoh thanks Marina and says much appreciated as he picks up the folding wheelchair. Marcoh adds, "I'm not proud of it, but I see a Bremen officer I punch before asking questions. I'm sure he would have shot me if you didn't stop him. That's enough proof of his intentions. He was a bad man, but it's not like I wanted him cold in the gutter. I'm heading back to the train. It seems to be the safest area I've seen so far. I recommend you follow me." And with that, Marcoh heads off to the south, back to the train, with the wheelchair that Olivia needs. Little did Marcoh know about Pav's true intentions here in Perkele. You see, though he was a Bremen officer, he was not loyal to the Bremen Empire or the Kaiser. When Pav was a child, the Kaiser and the Bremen army was responsible for destroying Pav's village and killing a lot of the people that he cared about. So Pav joined the Bremen army and worked his way up the ranks in hopes of getting a chance to assassinate the Kaiser, and that's why he's here in Perkele, on a secret, personal assassination mission, in revenge for his people. Returning to the train, we find the boxer, Marcoh, and the botanist, Olivia. We talk to Olivia and ask her to join our party. She's more than happy to move around and see for herself what is going on around here. Though it may not be apparent, Olivia can be an extremely powerful character, and she has some extremely powerful skills, specifically the skill Toxicology that allows you to make condensed hemlock, but we'll be talking a lot about that later on in the video. With Olivia in our party, let's return to the city, taking the other path that we didn't take the first time that we walked into the city. Approaching the river, we see fragments of destroyed old statues lined up next to the river. We cross a makeshift bridge before approaching a rifle villager. But with the spice forge and a full party, he has no chance against us. From here, we head north and break into the sewers. With a full party, we should be able to apply enough damage to break the door down, and it also helps that Marina can attack twice. Dealing about 1,000 points of damage is generally enough to break down metallic doors. Traveling north in the sewers, approaching the city, we have to contend with a few neighbor creatures, but it's nothing that we can't deal with. Before long, we arrive at the water treatment station. This area of the sewers basically divides the sewers into two different parts, which will not be connected until you solve this puzzle and you're able to make your way through the area by lowering a ladder and toggling the right switches. We'll be back to this area once we need to go down to the Foundations of Decay. And just a little further down past the sewage treatment puzzle, we find a sewer hole that puts us back near the Perkele Bop. We stop by the speakeasy and grab another drink from Dan. This time, instead of a glass of whiskey, we go for an old-fashioned. You rock the ice around the glass a few times. The old-fashioned settles down and you catch its scent that is a mix of both sweet and musky. You taste the drink briefly to check out the exact ratio of its ingredients. The whiskey, which seems to be on the more expensive side, is clearly the dominating flavor, but the sugar and the water help the drink roll off your tongue more easily. You are pleased to notice that the herbal taste of the Angostura only hints with its presence afterwards, never trying to rival the key ingredients. It soon becomes evident that this drink is a perfectly mixed old-fashioned. It has all the best qualities of a good whiskey, but is casual enough for you to drink it like a sailor. Finishing the drink, we head back out. Now that we've had a stiff drink, we head back to the sewers and start making our way to the Foundations of Decay in order to collect the second effigy. On the way there, we encounter Levi's doppelganger. We don't know exactly why the doppelgangers are appearing, and we also don't know why there are only doppelgangers of certain characters. For example, Marcoh and Abella don't have doppelgangers. So we make our way back to the sewage treatment area, and then we push this box into the path of the water, and then turn the water back on. This will push the box out of the way, leaving just one for us that we can push. And this puts us on the path to the Foundations of Decay, a series of tunnels underneath the city which are illuminated by the blue-green hue of mushrooms. The air down here is heavy, moist, and musky. The path through the Foundations of Decay will lead us to the basement of the Church of Allmer. And since we didn't crash the chandelier into the basement, we'll still have access to the rusty key, which we'll need to summon the heartless one. We find a statue surrounded by a pile of bodies down here, along with mushrooms, herbs, and the ratkin, which are humanoid-looking rats. Our next objective is to make it to the basement in the Church of Allmer, where we'll be able to get the second effigy. Exploring the tunnels down here allow us to get a lot of mushrooms which are edible. We'll be able to make our own mushroom stew, so no more needing to drink soup that we found in the trash, like we did earlier. And we also pick up some spare blue herbs, which are always useful for healing. We follow the ratkin all the way down to the end of the tunnel and start seeing human skulls everywhere. Walking into their den, they spring a trap on us. A single ratkin isn't much of a threat, but in a group they definitely are. Fortunately, we have ways of dealing with groups. The black smog spell will be particularly useful here since it can hit all enemies. This is also a good opportunity to use some of the gasoline canisters I've been carrying around. So I have Abella use one. An exploding canister will hit all enemies on the field. Fortunately, the ratkin will sometimes get distracted in battle and just scratch themselves, so it's unlikely that they will all attack every turn. I keep having Marina cast Black Smog to keep applying damage to everybody, while Abella is going to attack the gasoline canister to make it explode. And with that, the first ratkin goes down. And luck is on our side. It seems like the ratkin are prone to missing their attacks. But one hit got through to Marina, and now she has the infected status that we can heal after the fight using a green herb. 2 down, 4 to go. Some of the ratkin got the on fire status from the gasoline canister, and they are taking damage every turn. On the next turn, I'll be able to use up everybody's rev points, so everybody will be able to attack twice for a total of 8 attacks. And the ratkin just keep missing attacks, not complaining. Fortunately, everybody being able to attack twice was exactly what I needed to finish the fight. I loot the first chest and get an officer's sword, which I don't really need. And on the second chest, you can always get an Eye of Sylvian, which is nice to have, but not vital. Before I go, I collect all the heads since I still have a lot of skills I'm gonna want to unlock. So we continue further down these tunnels. Entering a wide open cavern, we see something approach us, something from the far past of Fear and Hunger. It's Moonless from the Dungeon of Fear and Hunger, although she's grown a lot in the hundreds of years that have passed since. In the first Fear and Hunger game, Moonless was kind of like the analog to the goat, an early game animal companion that you can pick up. She's such a good puppy. It takes her a few turns to approach you from the shadows, so you have a little bit of time to cast some spells to weaken her, or to cast some buffs to help you out in the coming fight. I have Abella put out a gasoline canister that I'm going to detonate once Moonless is closer. I can't do any type of physical attacks that I know of, so most of the party is just gonna wait and guard, while Marina casts Greater Hurting. Moonless in Fear and Hunger Part 1 is relatively easy to recruit. The only requirement to recruit Moonless is to have 2 pieces of rotten meat. When you encounter her in the caverns, you use your talk skill and just feed her twice and then she'll join the party, which is a little bit easier than with the goat, where you have to get the basement key from the woodsman and also have the skin Bible of Rher to be able to travel to the other world and talk to the man in black. Fear and Hunger 1 actually has more non-playable characters that are recruitable that aren't one of the main characters that can join the party, such as the skeletons, the ghouls, Moonless, and Nazra. In Fear and Hunger 2, there's only ghouls and the goat that aren't of the main characters that you can recruit into your party. After a few turns, Moonless is close enough for us to get a good look at her, and she's also finally in melee range. She has 2 swords embedded in her hide, the miasma and the black steel. If you knock off the black steel, you get to keep it, and it's a pretty good melee weapon. You can't keep the miasma, but attacking it will stop it from attacking you. I use up everybody's rev points and also detonate the gasoline canister to try to do some damage to Moonless. Fortunately, she is weak to fire. As expected, having Marina be able to take 2 actions per turn is always useful, especially once we get the sword, the Red Virtue, a little bit later in this playthrough. We spend the next few turns trading blows with Moonless and patching up our party members when necessary, but before long, August interrupts the fight. He jumps in between Marina and Moonless and says, "Hold it, I'll take care of her." August soothes Moonless and tells her that we are not the enemy. August explains that Moonless is an old family acquaintance, only reinforcing the theory that he is a descendant of Ragnavaldar. He gives you some healing items to make up for any damage that you took from Moonless. And with that, August takes his leave and bounces away like a ninja into the darkness. We also see some blue moths here that tells us that we are on the path to activating another one of the telectroscope stations connected to the logic. There is no power to use the elevator, but there are ropes hanging in the shaft that could be used to climb down. Interesting little fact, if you kill August before the encounter with Moonless, there's no one to stop you from fighting her. So the fight ends with you killing Moonless after all these years. Searching the underground bunker, we find the NLU Reconnaissance Report. NLU Reconnaissance Report number 1. Quick bullet points of the reconnaissance. Nameless Liberty Underground. The organization's roots date back to the First Great War. Formed from a small groups participating in civil disobedience across different regions in Europa, Voroniya, and the Eastern Sanctuaries, became more organized with partisan fighters and professionals with experience in guerrilla warfare. The organization formed under NLU name after the First Great War, loosely connected throughout Europa. No centralized leader figure, spies in high-ranking positions in the armies of the Eastern Union, Bremen Empire, and Allied forces. Recently has taken action in sabotaging both Allied forces, Operation Bow and Arrow, as well as Eastern Union Operation Logic. Bohemian Sect considered a threat to Operation Logic. We follow the blue moths and promptly find another teletransscope station. We also find Tanaka's doppelganger down here. His head rotates 180 degrees in place and complains about the train schedule. Speaking to him, he says good afternoon and introduces himself as Kida Tanaka. When we attack him, he says that he's going to swallow us whole. The doppelgangers aren't more powerful than the regular participants, so the first black smog is enough to take them down. Killing doppelgangers will allow you to get a participant head, which you can use to trade with Pocketcat, but it won't grant you the soul that allows you to unlock skills. Marina climbs the elevator shaft cables to go back up to where she was, and then climbs the cables again on the other side to continue ascending. Exiting the bunker takes us to a tunnel that will lead us to some old catacombs. It's dark inside, looks like a crypt. You're not sure because of the darkness, but it almost looks like there are figures standing there. Marina enters the crypt to investigate. She finds that the walls are adorned with skulls, and skeleton monks are propped up standing here. One of them collapses as soon as Marina approaches. A bit further down in this tunnel in the Foundations of Decay, we find the elevator that leads up to the slums and the Church of Allmer. This elevator was used by the Dark Priest of the church to prey on the people in the slums for their dark rituals. Entering the Church of Allmer through the Foundations of Decay allows us to get the Rusty Key. The Rusty Key is an item necessary in unlocking the fight with the Heartless One. The Heartless One is a new god, and she functions as an optional super boss that gives you very good loot. We'll be fighting her, and I'll be getting the Red Virtue Sword, which stands in contrast to the Blue Sin Sword in Part 1. Entering the church basement, Marina notices that the basement is filled with a scent of gore. Between the bodies and the blood, there is evidence everywhere of the extreme levels of ritual violence that occur down here at the direction of the Dark Priest. We pick up the Rusty Key, which we will soon use to get the heart-shaped lock. In the far back of the basement, opposite of the entrance, we find the second effigy, the Martyr effigy. So 2 down and 1 more to go that we're going to pick up from the orphanage. This is also when the first Crimson Fodder sneaks up on us. Exploring the basement, Marina finds these giant pools of blood. This is where the Crimson Fodders are able to regenerate their bodies from. The Crimson Fodders are otherworldly creatures drawn by bloodshed. At first, they appear like snails, but if they make their way to a large enough pool of blood, they're able to reconstitute a body for themselves that they'll use to continue the bloodshed. They must have been summoned to the Church of Allmer's basement because of all the bloodshed of the rituals that the Dark Priest carried out. The Crimson Fodders are attracted to bloodshed the same way that snails come out after the rain. If you beat one in a fight, you'll have to make sure to stomp on the snail before it makes its way back to a pool of blood. Entering this cell, we see a chained up Pillar Man, but he leaves us alone for some reason. Going deeper into the basement of the church, we find multiple ritual circles that the Dark Priests were using in secret for their prayers to the old gods. We have 39 non-contestant heads. We can turn these in and get 13 soul stones out of it. So we offer up this multitude of heads to the Tainted One. So now I should be able to pick up a nice amount of skills next time I use a Hexen table. A Crimson Fodder surprises Marina here. She casts the first Black Smog, which take out his legs, but not his head or arms. The Crimson Fodder is equipped with a dagger, but more than that, he can take mind control of one member of your party. So in this case, he was able to mind control Olivia. But fortunately, Marina and Abella are able to beat him in the head till he goes down. Walking by a chained coffin, we get surprised when a death mask emerges from the coffin. Death masks are equipped with a large knife in each hand and wear chainmail armor, making them extremely threatening and dangerous. I do not want to fight him, so I whip out the shotgun. He ain't bulletproof. 2 hits from the shotgun and he goes down. I loot the body since you can get the death mask, which increases magic damage, and the chainmail, which is decent armor. Another Crimson fodder ambushes me, but the black smog took out his legs, so I attack his head and we take him out pretty quickly. So next, I'm going to get everything that we need to summon the Heartless one. First, I need the church keys from this body here. Second, I need to draw a sigil to Rher at the church ritual circle. Using the sigil of Rher to transport to the other world, we find a cell that can be unlocked with the church keys we just picked up. We find somebody chained up under a mountain of chains held together with a heart-shaped lock. The person does not speak, but we're able to undo the lock with the rusty key. We pick up the heart-shaped lock, which we'll need to summon the Heartless one for the boss fight. Returning to the regular world, we make our way out of the church and back to the street, having finished up our business in the church. We head to Western Bremen, where we find a Bremen elite soldier finishing off the local moon-scorched population. In combat, the trooper defends himself with his shield and attacks with a rifle. His shield is able to raise the defense of all his body parts, dragging the fight out. I focus all my attacks on his rifle arm to stop him from being able to hurt anybody in my party. But his high defense makes it hard to apply damage. So I use Abella's wrench toss ability to stop him from being able to use his rifle arm. The Bremen elite troopers are the Kaiser's protectors. We usually see them protecting him or escort him around the city, and we will see a lot of them in the White Bunker. Fighting them does provide some decent mid-game loot if you're able to take them on. Once his rifle arm is disabled, the fight becomes a grind since he still has high defense and health, but each attack only lands a little bit of damage on him. But once his shield is destroyed, his defense drops back down to normal, and finishing the fight is a cakewalk after that. We get the Bremen Elite helmet and a Bremen chestplate as loot from the fight, both of which are decent pieces of armor. After the fight with the Bremen trooper, we loot the area, collect the heads and the film reel, and then we can head back to the main part of the city. Next, we'll be heading to the orphanage to get the last of the 3 effigies. But first, on the way, we'll be making a pit stop at the Preheville Bop, so I can use the Hexen table, and also to have another drink. We take a moment to speak to Olivia. She tells us that the club is nice. She's not used to clubs and city life in general, but she's always wanted to experience a place like this. If only it was full of people and full of hustle. Guess I will have to imagine it for now. Marina tells Olivia when they get out of here, she'll take her to a club. Olivia says that she's looking forward to it and to a dance. We get a Cosmopolitan from Dan. The blend of the cocktail looks immaculate. You have no doubts that the taste will be just as good as you raise the delicate glass on your lips. The freshly squeezed lime presents the dominating sour flavor, but it is balanced masterfully with the sweetness that comes from the triple sec. The liqueur gives the drink a sweet orange flavor. The slight hint of cranberry juice in the background keeps your taste buds guessing as the vodka blends everything together by diluting the most powerful flavors. The taste is fruity, refreshing, and a perfect blend of sweet and sour. After a few more sips, you'd say that the orange-flavored triple sec is the unsung hero of the cocktail. The citrus punch really takes the drink to another level. The Cosmo is truly a light drink, dangerously so. You can only tell there was a large amount of vodka in the drink from the slight fuzz in your head as you finish the drink. Dan reminds us that we've had a few drinks already, and remember, life is the best drug. I don't necessarily agree with him, but I appreciate the sentiment. We use the bunk bed to get some rest in order to use the soul stones to unlock more skills. In our dreams, we see the Jester again. Levi and Pav have both perished, leaving 9 participants. If you don't intervene, Levi will be killed by Caligula. I have 15 soul stones, so first I unlock both of Samari's skills, which will soon be useful since we're heading to the orphanage. I unlock the rest of Tanaka's skill tree to get +1 defense, attack, magic defense, and magic attack. I unlock Greater Meditation and finish off Osa's skill tree. From Grogoro's Affinity, I unlock Necromancy, Blood Golem, and Black Orb. I still have 5 soul stones left. So I unlock Lunar Meteorite, which is unlocked since I've beaten the game before. Reveal Aura, which we won't be using, but is useful for tracking down the Moonscorched participants. And Mind Read, which gives you more insight when talking to other characters. And, most importantly, we get +25 to mind capacity, which will be useful since we're going to be casting a lot of spells. Marina wakes up in the bunk bed in the speakeasy and starts gathering the party again together to prepare for the next part of their adventure. Speaking to Karin, Marina realizes that she can read her thoughts. Karin thinks to herself, I think I can take a small break. I've been at it 24/7 for a while now. I should really learn to relax one of these days. Marina approaches Olivia, but she seems nervous. Marina asks if Olivia's nervous about the 3-day time limit. Olivia says that she'd be lying if she said that she wasn't worried. Considering the horror in the city, it's obvious that something very abnormal is going on here. What happens when the time limit expires? Are we going to turn into madness as well? Marina can read Olivia's mind as Olivia thinks to herself, I don't want this town to be my final resting place. There's still so much I have yet to do. I haven't even fallen in love yet. With the party back together, we head out to the orphanage. The orphanage's playground is still and quiet, waiting ominously as Marina approaches the orphanage. As Marina enters the orphanage, she notices that the air is filled with dread and foreboding, as if many cruel and awful acts happened here. Marina discovers twisted cherubs patrolling the hallways. She pulls out a pistol to put them down. Haunting ghosts of children also patrol these halls, walking around as solitary ghosts looking for some form of comfort. Ghost-type enemies can only be hurt by spells or unarmed attacks. They will not be harmed if you're using a weapon to attack them. The halls of the orphanage feel empty and haunted, as this place was supposed to be a place of innocence and joy, but rather it became a recruitment ground for the military when they needed child soldiers, and not to mention all the horrors the dark priest carried out on the children. This orphanage was the closest thing that Levi had to a home. Marina and the party continue to explore the orphanage and break down a door to reach the back half of the building. We find a classroom that's barricaded with a door that has a reinforced lock. Using brute force, we break it down. Despite this being a place for children, you feel no joy. In the back of the classroom, Marina discovers an ongoing game of hangman along with a candle and a Ouija board.
The secret here is that if you want to retrieve the talking board and take it with you, you have to lose the game of Hangman. The secret word is only 3 letters, so it's actually pretty easy to discover that the word is God, G-O-D. Marina and the group continue to explore the orphanage, using the handgun to put down any cherubs and fighting off ghosts, slowly making their way to the head office on the 2nd floor in the back of the building. Exploring the basement, we find more cherubs and a decrepit priest in one of the cells where they used to hold children. Now that we are more capable and better equipped, we deal swift justice to him for his part in tormenting the children. Exploring the classroom, we find a book called The 4 Ages of History. The modern age and modern chronology begins from the birth of our Lord, the Ascended One Allmer. The 2nd age started from the reign of the so-called New Gods in the year 410. The world order of the New Gods started a slow decline a few hundred years after their death, only to be ended by the Fellowship around the year 800. The popular book The Fellowship inspired the contemporary people of the time and lifted the 4 people of the Fellowship, Francois, Chambara, Nilvin, and Voltaire, to near godlike status. Their age would last until the end of the 16th century. The Western world was in a dark age at the time, and out of nowhere appeared a new idol of worship, the god of fear and hunger. People forgot the teachings of the old in times of disease and death, and turned to this new savior. The appearance of the god of fear and hunger started the 4th age, in which mankind had to learn to adapt and evolve. As times have progressed, we are still living according to this ideology. We have a stroke of good luck searching this bookcase, where we find the skin Bible of the god of fear and hunger. We use this skin Bible, along with the engraved skill, to carve sigils of the god of fear and hunger on everybody in the party, increasing their agility. This won't give me an immediate benefit, but it's going to be useful for some tough fights up ahead, against Perkele and Rher, and also the Heartless one. I also equip Abella with the Small Things amulet, so now she also has agility that's 16 or greater, and will get 2 actions per turn in combat. Approaching the head office, there are 2 ritual circles outside, one to Grogaroth and one to Sylvian. I use both of the skills that I unlocked from Samari's skill tree to level up affinity with Grogaroth, but more importantly Sylvian. I need affinity with Sylvian in order to unlock healing spells. I choose not to fight Father Hugo since there's no real benefit to it. The main time that you absolutely want to make sure you fight Father Hugo is in Maso mode, since he drops the key that you need to unlock the door to use the hexen table here in the orphanage. Using that hexen table will spawn the Gall brothers. We find a sigil to Rher. Taking it transports us to the otherworldly version of the orphanage, which is filled with trenches. Trenches like the ones that the child soldiers recruited out of this orphanage, like Levi, would have been sent to fight and die, even though they were only children. Throughout these trenches, we see what appears to be human figures made out of mud, representing the lives lost in the Great War. Also, in the otherworldly version of the orphanage, we find a lot of Ronteal's monsters, as they lie in wait in their holes in the dirt. These monsters have bladed pendulum for arms, and large mouths with dozens of teeth as heads and stomachs. When fighting the Ronteals, you'll want to make it a priority to disable both of their arms, since those bladed pendulums are very capable of cutting off limbs off of the characters in your party. While they are dangerous, they aren't too tanky and don't have too much health. Fortunately, the high damage output of the Black Steel, along with Marina's multiple attacks per turn, makes managing them a little bit easier. Fortunately, some spawn without the bladed pendulum arms, but they still pose a threat as they can still bite you. but compared to the other types, I'd rather fight these. Approaching the third and final effigy, we pass up another golden door. And at the end of the trench system, we get the Hunger effigy, the last effigy that we needed to unlock the passageway in the Church of Allmer that would lead us to the endgame areas, so the museum and the tower. We exit Rher's otherworldly dimension and return back to the real world. Walking through the courtyard, we can see that the game of Hangman that we were playing had very real consequences. Wrapping up our business in this part of town, we head to the Church of Allmer. We place each of the 3 effigies in front of their corresponding stained glass window. The Fellatio, Hunger, and the Martyr effigies. Placing all 3 effigies causes a tunnel to reveal itself in the floor. Entering it, we find a secret tunnel that runs underneath the church. We're going to come up on a series of barricades where we have to choose to open either the left one or the right one. Each cell will have a different challenge or a different monster. For no particular reason, the first time I played, I chose both times to open the cell on the right. And that's what I've done ever since. And I don't have a good reason for it. It just worked once and I kept doing it. Since I've gotten this comment on a lot of my videos, I'd like to add that the snail from the Crimson Fodder kinda looks like Gary from SpongeBob SquarePants. So, the challenge in the first cell is a singular Crimson Fodder. After we defeat him, we'll get access to the second barricade, where we will again choose the cell on the right. This time, we're confronted by a Pillar Man. In the lore, the Pillar Men are tied to the columns inside the Church of Allmer. Their wailing and screaming will provide a harmony or a serenade for the believers below in the church pews. The secret to fighting them is targeting their abs. Their abs have 6 sections. One of the abs sections will have a small face protruding out of it. Once destroyed, the Pillar Man will very quickly suffocate and the fight will be over. But before we're able to enter the last area of the map, we have one last challenge, Rancid the Sergal, also known as Nekokone Magnificat. The naming of Sergal is a homage to YouTuber Neko the Sergal, who was one of the first people to do a full Let's Play of Fear and Hunger and help drive a lot of attention to the game. First, we'll have to cross Mausoleum Alley. A Bellend type enemy drops down from the roof, but we don't have to fight him. We enter a large hall with a massive statue. You see multiple eyes glowing in the darkness above. Find that Rancid has been observing us from above. He drops down to attack. Rancid is a fierce and capable warrior. He says that his name is the last one you'll hear before heads start to roll. His blood is rushing wild. While Rancid is a serious threat and dangerous, this fight can be ended quickly. The secret is that Rancid will disengage once you destroy one of his limbs. So I used Abella's wrench toss to stun one arm and then focus all damage on the other one. I don't finish the fight in one turn, but I get lucky as Rancid's throwing spear misses. For the extra turns, Marina will continue attacking the same arm, and Abella will equip her wrench again. Abella now also has 2 actions per turn, since she now has the sigil of the God of Fear and Hunger and has the Small Things amulet equipped. Fortunately, on her next attack, Marina lands a critical hit with the Black Steel. Having lost the limb, Rancid disengages from combat. He calls us a bastard and says that he doesn't deal with the likes of us. He then announces that we are not the one that he is after. Humans shouldn't be meddling with things that they don't understand. And that's why the forces of the moon are so chaotic. Humans are leeching on the moon, and that's why so much random stuff is happening. Doppelgangers replacing missing folk, old deities rising up from their graves, space and time tearing up. The forces are desperately trying to fix the balance because of humanity. Fine by me. More challengers for me to behead, says Rancid. I'm off. Don't even bother tainting my blade with your blood. Pick up the Sergal spear from the severed arm of the Sergal, which I'm going to have Abella equip, since she can use two-handed weapons and will be able to attack twice per turn. With that, we make it to the temple site, and we pass up a lantern that appears to be a homage to Bloodborne. We circle back and unlock a shortcut back to the center of Perkele, which helps make navigation a little bit easier. This is where we saw the Kaiser at the beginning of the game. Here we encounter the very creatively named Belen type of enemy, because it resembles, well, you can figure it out. And I hope I pronounced that correctly. This monster has an ability that raises its defense, a lot like the shield on the Bremen Elite Trooper. Fortunately, Abella lands a critical hit on the arm with the spear. Since she has the Leechmonger ring, attacking enemies also heals her. Not too far away, we will find Donovan's house. Cobwebs slowly wave in the corner as you enter the building. From the mess of things, it looks like this house has been abandoned. There's papers scattered everywhere, and everything is still in boxes. We also find a lot of piles of books. Similarly to the Perkele Bob, Donovan's house functions as a kind of safe house. You can open a blood portal here, and you'll also find the only hexen table that you can use without resting. But we'll be back here soon enough once we've traded with Pocketcat and have the Skin Bible of Allmer, which allows us to open the blood portals. Once the blood portals are open, you can instantly warp between the Perkele Bob, the train, and Donovan's house. If you had saved Henrik and Dan, it would mean that you can save, level up by unlocking skills at the hexen table, refill your mind meter with Dan at the bar, and refill your hunger meter with Henrik. So it does kind of become like a safe spot where you can regroup and heal, and also swap out party members. Another Belen monster jumps off the roof and ambushes us. Fortunately, since using the Spice Forge kinda counts like a turn, and with greater occultism, you start with 2 rev points, it means that on your first action, Marina will have 3 rev points she can use to do more damage and have 2 attacks on the first turn. And with Marina having the Black Steel and Abella using the Sergal Spear, I'm getting pretty good damage output. Since the Belen use Harden, I'm going to use magic attacks with Marina, trying to get around his increased defense, while everybody else in the party continues attacking and gradually chipping away at his health. Fighting these guys can be a little bit of a grind since their defenses take so many turns to break through. With one arm, he can still do a choking attack, but at least he's lost the ability to do spear attacks. But over the turns, we keep applying damage, and eventually, he's not a problem anymore. We head a little bit to the north and we arrive at the museum, where we will encounter a mysterious ball filled with people frozen in place, as if this were an eternal party, where everybody is dressed up with Venetian-style masks. All the partygoers appear frozen, as if this were a snapshot of an actual celebration frozen in time. Speaking to them causes no reaction or movement. The hallways in the museum are confusing, seemingly wrapping around themselves in a way that doesn't seem possible, twisting, turning, and looping back into itself, where you can start walking down one hall and then end up behind you, as if you had gone in a circle by walking in a straight line. Kinda like a Mobius strip, or a structure that exists in higher dimensionality. Making our way among the colorfully dressed, but still partygoers, we loot the museum since there can be some pretty good items, weapons, and armor here. Marina finds a series of displays of historical items, including an effigy of the god of fear and hunger. A display shows a samurai armor from the Kingdom of Edo. a traditional body armor that was typically worn by the warrior class of Yansa or Yuanban. The cuirass consists of individual leather and or iron scales that are connected to each other with leather or silk lace, depending on the era. We cannot loot this armor and become Samurai Marina. Maybe that'll be content for a later patch or installment in the series. The armor is a great example of two cultures of Edo and the Eastern Sanctuaries melting together. During the 8th century, Eastern Sanctuaries led multiple campaigns against the Kingdom of Edo, but each one proved out to be a fruitless endeavor. The Sultan of the Eastern Sanctuaries, Nasra the Great, did have a certain respect for his adversaries and acknowledged the warring arts of Edo that were highly developed in the isolation of an island nation. Since he was unable to make the warring arts his own by conquering the kingdom and forcing it under his rule, he instead formed a brand new country inside the borders of the Eastern Sanctuaries. Making a new country, super easy, barely an inconvenience. He appointed the high-status war prisoners from Edo as the central figures of this new country and ordered them to mimic the ways of Edo as closely as possible and breed a warrior class for the eternal kingdom that was the Eastern Sanctuaries. This didn't happen overnight, but rather took hundreds of years. But ultimately, the Eastern Sanctuaries did get what Nasra wanted. The warrior class, Jizamurai, was born in the Yansa Aryuanban. I'm pretty sure I mispronounced something there, but generally speaking, the phonetics of Japanese and Spanish are kinda similar, so if you pronounce the vowels similar, you kinda get pretty close. Marina walks by a few more displays with the owl cultist mask and also the bunny mask and the wolf mask from the first Fear and Hunger. Not far, we find 3 displays connected with an alarm system. Breaching any one of these will cause the alarm system to lock down the other 2. The items are a greatsword, the Yangetsu amulet, and a chak-chak. If you are quick though, it is possible to grab 2 of the 3 items. Next to these is the fluted breastplate, which we can use to make the fluted armor set, which protects all your limbs, has decent defense, but does bring your agility down. A statue to Betel has a plaque that reads, mythological figure known as Betel the Enlightened One. The famed new god who formed the great libraries in the city of the gods, where every one of his successors would gather their knowledge and fill the library shelves with books from all forms of expertise. Generally viewed as the father of enlightenment among the new gods and the one who wrote about the human dilemma. It is widely believed that the mythical figure is based on Bethel Kishar, one of the more popular scholars of ancient Mesopotamia. The Grand Library that was mentioned is one of the major locations from the first game. It's where we encounter Valteo, the Enlightened One. At long last, we encounter Pocketcat, waiting in this corner of the museum, standing in front of a large Pablo Picasso-style painting. Pocketcat greets us like an old friend, saying, "Old sport, fancy seeing you here as well. I hope that you are enjoying the ball. Surely you are." To which Marina replies that it's strange. To which Pocketcat replies, "Ain't it so? Ain't it so? People are strange when you're a stranger." If you want a break from the sea of party people, luckily there are plenty of distractions to examine. I can't but help to wander this lovely building and admire the work of art they've gathered here. There are truly remarkable pieces here. Catman continues, art falls into 2 categories. No, not the art, my bad. Artists fall into 2 categories. There are the ones who see something taking place in the world. Maybe it's wrongdoing of their fellow pedestrians. Maybe it's abuse of power by those sitting on top of the pyramid scheme. Whatever it is, it feeds their inspiration and creativity, and they desperately want to put their own spin on it. It must be very spontaneous, I imagine, painting a picture in an inspired frenzy or composing a piece of music that beats in sync with the world. I call these people extroverted artists. Then there are the other half of poor sods, the ones who dwell in their own thoughts and insight. They want to paint a picture of their inner world, maybe in hopes that someone else would understand them a little bit better, or maybe to connect with a few like-minded individuals. Maybe these artists would want to depict the pictures of times as well, but only if the event taking place would strike a chord with the monologue they are having with the world. I call these people introverted artists. Both sound selfish in their own right. The extroverted artists who benefit from the suffering of others, while introverted artists, on the other hand, sound very self-centered, only wanting to talk about themselves. Now that I think about it, there might be a third type, favorite kind actually. Authors who don't even have a clear picture in their mind when they start their creative process. They let the story write itself, let the brushstrokes dictate the direction of the story, instead trying to force their own will on it. Such chaotic process can lead to unexplored directions. Inspiration can be a chaotic process, don't you think? Seosport, the one who dreams all this, the dreamer buried deep underground. He says, referring to the machine god waiting for us in the white bunker. What type do you think she is? To which Marina replies, the third type. To which Meow Meow Man replies, I let my bias shine through and you followed on it. Still, I think you might be right there, my friend. But enough about that. Are you here to do some business perhaps? This is what I have to offer. It is quite a nice collection, even if I say so myself. So we trade some of the contestant heads that we've collected for the Skin Bible of Allmer, which will at long last allow us to open the blood portals. Before wrapping up at the museum, we also pick up the fluted arm pieces that we'll need to craft the armor. And with that, we start making our way back to the city center, unlocking a shortcut from this area back to close to where the Prehevil Bob is. And finally, I open the blood portal here. I start heading back to Old Town, opening more blood portals on the way. So we still have a few more things to knock out before the end game, and to make sure that we're setting ourselves up for both endings. So we still need to activate the last telescope station in the deep woods, and we need to start eliminating the other participants. So for that, I start heading back to the mayor's mansion. Entering the mansion, we see Jeeves, the mayor's weird butler. He tells us that there's a new mayor in town, and we can find him upstairs in the dining room. Entering the room, the mayor says, "Newcomer, new comes, then the new goes. Just in time for dinner." We're not here for pleasantries, so we get down to business and attack him. The gentleman rises from the table to confront you. The first black smog does manage to take out both of his legs, but he still has both of his arms that he can attack us with. Fortunately, the high attack of the Black Steel, along with Marina being able to attack twice on the first turn, takes out the arm of his that's holding the fork. And Olivia, with an axe attack, takes out the other arm. With the Sergal Spear, Abella delivers a hit to the head that ends the fight. And Marina absorbed the suffocated soul. And we finally get the other key to the gate to the city that we in no way need anymore. Also, since we're here, we return to this ritual circle that we mentioned at the very beginning of the video, the first time we were here in the mayor's mansion. We use the skin Bible of Venushka to draw Venushka's sigil on the ritual circle. This causes a tree to suddenly spawn on top of the ritual circle. Returning to this secret alcove, we find that the roots provide another way down to the basement, which leads us to this locked room. This room is filled with purple sacks that kinda resemble the ones we had to pierce in the Dungeon of Fear and Hunger to get access to the God of the Depths and the Gauntlet. Also down here, we get the third and last piece that we need to craft the fluted armor. The fluted armor will be an essential part of being able to overcome some of the harder fights up ahead. It has decent armor, but more importantly, it can protect your limbs from dismemberment without taking up an accessory slot, since the other way to prevent dismemberment is to equip arm guards or the Salmon Snake Ruin, both of which take up an accessory slot. The downside to the armor is that it lowers your agility by 5, but that can be offset by using the pep pills. Next, I'll head back to the Church of Allmer to open the blood portal, and after that, I'll return to the train to open the blood portal there as well. This way, I'll be able to move around from the very end game to the start of the game using the portals, just saving me a lot of time walking. Although the blood portals would have been a lot more useful if I had found the skin Bible of Allmer earlier on in the game. Here we pass by Marcoh the Boxer again, and open the blood portal from where we started the game. Now I have my blood superhighway complete, although I don't open the portal at the bookstore since I don't really find myself needing to go back there at this point in the game. Anywhere I may want to go is just closer to a different blood portal. Back in Donovan's house, I used the Hexen table to unlock some more skills. From Allmer's tree, I unlock defense +1 to get more physical resistance. But I don't use up all my soul stones, since I'm going to need them once I start absorbing even more of the other participants' souls. I use the blood portal superhighway to warp back to the train cabin. We're going to be taking the ladder shortcut that we lowered for ourselves earlier in the video. I need to go back to the deep forest. There is one more bunker there that has the last telethroscope station that we need to activate to get access to the white bunker and the logic. Though one serious threat stands in our way. The centaur is guarding the entrance to the bunker. The centaur is a unique enemy that appears to be a marriage between a person and a horse. The centaur's opening attack will always be the devastating stampede, where he attacks everybody in the party for high damage. Fortunately, luck is on our side, and he mostly misses. So as per usual, I use the rev points with Marina to start off with 2 attacks, and I have everybody in the party focus damage on the same leg. Once one of his legs is disabled, he can no longer do the stampede attack, switching him from attacking everybody in the party to only attacking one person in the party. I also deploy a gasoline canister to get some AoE damage and hurt all the limbs. Marina lands a critical hit and with 2 strikes delivers 2300 damage, though the centaur does manage to stun her. Fortunately, the fire from the gasoline canister is applying a nice bit of damage, and next turn, Abella, Karin, and Olivia all have 3 rev points, so they'll be able to attack twice. Before long, his 4 legs are disabled, and it won't take too much more to put the centaur down, especially if Marina crits twice in a row. With the centaur out of the way, we enter the secret bunker in the deep forest here. We once again have a vision of Rayla and blue moths. I loot all these lockers here real quick. And a few paces down, we find a freshly severed arm, a sew job, a bone saw, and even more limbs just laying on the ground. It's almost like somebody has been experimenting with human body parts, making monsters out of these improvised and attached human limbs like Frankenstein's monster. Marina didn't want to think about what type of human experimentation had been happening here. It's not long before Marina and the rest stumble upon the result of another human experiment, the lump of flesh. Not wanting to get close to that thing, Marina aims her rifle at it and pulls the trigger. After a surprising amount of bullets, the lump of flesh stops moving and is finally still. The world was better with that thing dead. Marina continues to explore the bunker, and it's not long at all before she finds even more human experiments. She didn't want to think if those things were still conscious or not. Or was it still a person? A disheveled, disfigured woman that resembled Needles made her way towards Marina and the group. This was Needles, the reanimated corpse of Dan's late fiancée, who had been carrying out all these experiments on the human body, creating the abominations we've been fighting. In the back end of the bunker, we find a generator that we pour fuel into and power on in order to get electricity to the elevators. Marina continues her descent, taking the elevator down to a deeper level of the bunker. It's in this level where Marina will find a bench grinder, the component needed to make the meat grinder, a very powerful melee weapon that's craftable with Abella's weaponcraft skill. This is the only bench grinder that can be found at a fixed location, since the other ones can be found by fighting the mob or stealing from Abella. Usually, you'll end up in Bunker 1 pretty late in the game, but it is possible to get the bench grinder early on. If you're able to sneak into the city, make it to West Perkele, and then head south into the deep forest and dodge the centaur. But then you'll still need the weaponscraft skill, so you'll either have to get Abella's soul or play as Abella to get the weaponscraft skill. Although, on this playthrough, since we'll be fighting the heartless one, in the end, I'll end up not using the meat grinder as much and go for the red virtue instead. Approaching the telescope station, we see Rayla's blue moths again. Activating it means we've activated all 3 of the underground telescope stations that we need to unlock the blast doors to enter the white bunker. With our business concluded in the bunker, we head back to the surface. So now the path to the endgame is open. In this video, we will be doing ending A against the Machine God and ending B going up against Rher in the Moon Tower. And we'll be doing this by getting one ending and then just reloading the save and going for the other one. So next, I'll just be wrapping things up and getting the last things that I need before attempting the endgame. So that includes getting all the skills and items that I need. And I'll also be going up against the last tough enemies and bosses that I haven't yet. So that's the second Sergal fight, Pocketcat, the fight against the heartless one, and the tormented one. Regrettably, this is the part of the run where Marina takes a turn for evil and realizes that the only way she'll be able to overcome all of these challenges is by turning against the other participants and absorbing their souls. So if you don't want to see the part where I have to take down the other participants, please feel free to skip ahead a few minutes. So everybody's led back to the Perkele Bop where Marina will be making her move. Since Marina has endgame gear, and all the other participants will only use their starting items when they fight against you, Marina very clearly has a serious upper hand. The fights are pretty straightforward and ended quickly. Initially, I only wanted to take down Olivia and Abella, since I need the toxicology skill from Olivia and the weaponscraft skill from Abella. And here I'm reminded of one mechanic I've overlooked. Certain participants will stand up to you and restrain you if they see you attacking other participants for no reason. Having attacked Olivia in front of Dan, Dan grabs you. He doesn't seem so strong, but he has his fingers on your nerves and it forces you to stay put. "What a mess you've made," he says. "You've done stupid now, haven't you?" At this point, you are restrained, and the only option you have is to wait until the evening of the last day, which doesn't work out for our plans, so I reload the game and try again. So this time, I will also be taking out Dan, since he's the one that restrained me last time. So on my second attempt, I go up against Dan before fighting Olivia. Starting the fight, Dan says, "Let's slice and dice." No? I thought that was something you said at a moment like this. The first black smog spell ends the fight quickly. This time though, Karin intervenes to stop our murderous rampage. Karin's got you in her sights. The pistol on her hand doesn't seem to shake in the slightest. She seems very determined. "Don't move an inch," she says. I have no problem pulling the trigger. So I reload once again, and this time I will be going for all 4 of the participants that are in the Perkele Bop with me. Be careful when you stare into the abyss, for the abyss might stare back. After Marina completes her heinous act, she is ready to become a monster strong enough to take out the other monsters here in Perkele. Having absorbed all of the souls, we make our way to Donovan's house to use the Hexen table to unlock our newly available skills. Of the skills that I unlock, the most impactful one will be the toxicology skill from Olivia's tree, which allows me to pick up hemlock and craft condensed hemlock, which is one of the most powerful items in the game. And since I have the soul stone, I unlock a few other skills that should make the rest of the game just a little bit easier. So then I put Abella's weapon craft skill to good use and make the weapons that it unlocks, although I ended up not really needing them. And then I make my way back to the outskirts of the city to collect hemlock. Condensed hemlock in hand, I am now ready to go up against the Heartless one. Once summoned, she challenges the player to a one-on-one duel. So this is the first major challenge against the Heartless one. You'll have to fight her alone, without the help, additional damage, and attacks from having a full party on your side. The Heartless one makes her appearance. She will rise out of the formed pool of blood. She appears as a horned woman with long white hair, wearing a black form-fitting bodysuit. In one hand, she is holding the sword, the Red Virtue, and in her other hand, she holds a trident that she uses to cast a blinding magical attack on the player. After a couple of turns, she'll sprout wings that she can also use to attack you with the Feather Rain attack. The duel with the Heartless one is a brutal and unrelenting battle, to the point that it is difficult to even survive her opening attack. Surviving even one turn will take planning and preparation, since she will unleash a multi-attack barrage every turn. Each turn, she will attack in the following pattern. First, a soul strike attack from her sword, the Red Virtue, striking twice, and having a chance to dismember. The second attack will be a Pillar of Light casted from her trident. The Pillar of Light attack has a chance of inflicting the light sensitivity status effect on you, which will lower the player's attack hit rate, making landing physical damage more difficult. After both of these initial attacks, she'll make a comment about testing how tough you really are, and then she'll unleash her Blood Rose Assault attack on you, which attacks for 4 hits. If the Blood Rose Assault attack connects and manages to damage you, the spilled blood from the attack will attract the Blood Rose vines, which will grab the player, decreasing agility and causing even more damage. After a few turns, she will spread her wings, and she will gain an additional attack similar to the one Perkele uses in Ending B, attacking the player with a rain of feathers. So each turn, the Heartless one will hit with 4 or 5 attacks, and some of those attacks will hit multiple times. The combination of these attacks can very easily drain the player's entire health bar in just one turn. On top of the raw damage, each turn she'll have a chance to inflict light sensitivity, dismember the player, inflict the bleed status, and also lower your agility, possibly taking away your extra turn. In order to prevail against her, the player will have to counter or negate all of these effects, meaning that the fight will take extensive and specific preparation and gear. First, in order to prevent dismemberment, you'll want some gear to protect your limbs, like the Salmon Snake Ruin or the Fluted Armor. The Salmon Snake Ruin is a random drop, so there's luck involved in getting it. The Fluted Armor can be pieced together from parts collected from the museum and the mayor's mansion, but at the cost of lowering agility. The light sensitivity status can be offset by relying on magical attacks or using items and status effects. Also, wearing eyeglasses can help offset the loss of accuracy. One thing I found vital in winning the fight against the Heartless one is having 2 actions per turn, meaning having 16 agility or more, which can be a challenge since the Fluted Armor and the Blood Rose Vines will both lower your agility. So you'll have to buff your agility a lot to offset both of these effects using the Pep Pills, the Engrave skill, and the Small Things Amulet. I recommend having at least 21 agility going into the fight, so that when lowered, it comes down to 16 agility, preserving having 2 actions per turn. I experimented with the Spice Forge to see what would be the best spell to auto-cast as soon as the fight started. The Spice Forge has a very powerful ability allowing you to auto-cast one spell as soon as the combat encounter starts. First, I tried the Black Smog, but it wouldn't deal significant damage nor blind her. Black Orb and Hurting would attack a random limb, but it wouldn't deal any game-changing damage. Eventually, I settled on using the Blood Golem spell to start the fight, since he could act as a decoy for the Heartless one. During the fight, what I found worked was to use your first turn to guard. This will mitigate some of the damage from her barrage of attacks, and then take an action on your second turn, assuming that you're not healing. As you can see from the footage, I tried over and over again, but I wasn't able to output enough damage to make any significant progress. So in the end, what worked for me, and the Marina build I was using on this run, was to first auto-summon the Blood Golem at the start of the fight, and then use Guard as your first action. Hopefully, you don't take too much damage, and on your second action, you can use a condensed Hemlock on her torso. The Heartless one does have a large HP pool, but the damage the condensed Hemlock does is ridiculous. Once you used the condensed Hemlock on her, all you have to do is survive and let the poison do its work. On the next turn, guard for your first action and then heal on the second. Keep repeating this until the Heartless one has taken enough damage to her torso and the fight should be done in a few turns. Once she has taken enough damage, only her injured torso will remain, at which point you can continue attacking, guarding, and healing for a few more turns, and then before long, the fight should be over. Upon defeat, the Heartless one will vanish before you. She'll drop the Red Virtue, a high damage sword that attacks twice per turn, and the Darkness, a high defense armor that also increases your agility. Both of these pieces of gear are fantastic and will make the rest of the run a lot easier. Having defeated the Heartless one, we move on to our next encounter, which is the rematch with Rancid the Sergal. After encountering him in the secret tunnel in the Church of Allmer, we can find him in a little alcove in the Maiden Forest. Encountering him, he says, "A new challenger? No, just you again." This puny little critter right here posed absolutely no challenge. I'm looking for the champion of these lands. My bloodthirst is yet to be satiated. So how about it? A duel to the death? This time there is no escape. The last man standing is a champion of Prehevil. Good. I knew I saw the beast in your eyes. Let's do this, says Rancid. Round 2, Rancid says when the combat encounter begins. See this spear? It's the very same that beheaded that half-god over there. What do you reckon it would do to soft human skin? The fight starts and Marina casts first Black Smog and then uses the Red Viper, which attacks twice per turn on his remaining arm. And I also use my rev points for a total of 4 attacks, which takes out his remaining arm in 1 turn, seriously reducing his damage output and threat. So for the next few turns, I will concentrate all damage on his torso, and before too long, the fight is over and Rancid the Sergal has been beaten in combat. Also, since I have the Leechmonger ring equipped, every time Marina attacks, she heals, and since we're doing such high damage output, the healing's pretty significant. Now Rancid lies dead next to the demigod that he put down just before we got here. We get a second Sergal Spear as loot, but we won't be needing it. And we also collect his head as a trophy of this honorable duel between us. Now, in order to go up against the Tormented one, we make our way back to the center of the city. Right now, I wish I had unlocked the blood portal at the bookstore, since it would have been the closest blood portal I could have used to get the crow that I need to summon the Tormented one, but I hadn't opened it, so lesson learned. While making my way through the city, I decide to test out my new weapons, armor, and skills, and see how Marina fares on one-on-one fights with the Bobbies, as a way to compare how much stronger Marina is now than at the start of the festival. So I encounter a remaining Bobby in the center of the city. Fortunately, the first Black Smog takes out his 3 arms and 1 leg, paving the way for an easy victory. After that, using the Rev and the Red Viper gives me 4 attacks, which I concentrate on the torso, ending the fight with the Bobby in just 1 turn. And we can see that Marina is immensely more powerful than when she started just a few days ago. Since we're here, we poke our head into this hotel near the bookstore. There's a few areas in the game that I think hint that more content will be added, the hotel being one of them, since other than a few containers that have random loot, there's really not much more here. In terms of gameplay and storytelling, I'm not sure what the purpose is of making this area accessible. We see that the staircase has collapsed, so I wonder if a later content update will fix the stairs and add some more lore or storytelling maybe in this hotel. I also wonder what's the purpose of indicating that the grandfather clock has stopped working and it's stuck at 2:35. But back to what we were doing, we make it back to the bookstore and open up the last blood portal to have them all available to us. In the center of the city, we find a dead crow that's partially decomposed already. This item is needed to summon the Tormented one, the new god, Ranchambara from part 1. So with this dead bird in hand, we make our way back to the Church of Allmer to summon him. You put the offering on the center of the circle. The air cools down, becomes thicker. It feels heavy just to breathe. The Tormented one rises out slowly from a pool of blood. Marina stares at this new god for a minute before starting the encounter. Without a word, the Tormented one walks towards you. The combination of the first black smog, the ability of the red virtue to attack twice, and Marina's skills, which allow her to start with 3 rev points, makes for an extremely effective opening attack against the Tormented one. After the first turn, the chains of torment sprout out of the Tormented one's shoulders. And also, fortunately, the black smog has managed to blind him, lowering his accuracy. The Leechmonger ring is also put to good use since it's healing Marina as she attacks, nullifying the effect of the Tormented one's attacks. Chambara uses the chains of torment on me, but fortunately, due to his being blind, they missed. With both of his arms gone, I'm going to focus all damage on his torso, hoping to end the fight. And luck is on my side, since he does miss a few more attacks. A few more turns of this, and the Tormented one goes down. And Marina manages to heal herself completely by the end of the fight. Defeating the Tormented one doesn't really change anything, and he doesn't really drop any loot, so I think this fight is mostly just an Easter egg for fans of the first game. Marina beats the body of the Tormented one. The body of the Tormented one feels sturdy after his seeming death. Blood seeps from the exposed flesh with each kick. Okay, so one more notable enemy to go after before the endgame. Since Dan has already died, the fight with Pocketcat is no longer available in this run-through. But let's see what would have happened if Dan had Moonscorched and we had gone up against Pocketcat. Fighting Pocketcat is unlike any other encounter in Termina. Being a creature of the trickster moon god Rher, he is bound to not interfere in the festival. The way that he's going to get around this is only hurting you in ways that you direct him to. During the fight, he'll ask you if you want him to sever an arm, a leg, or your head. If you tell him to take your head, the game will predictably end. So the only viable options are to choose arms and legs. So this begins a race against time to finish the fight before you and your party run out of limbs. One thing that will make the fight easier is that he has very low evasion on his head, making it easier to apply damage to it. Talking to him during combat will reveal some interesting lore and details. He mentions a feeling of deja vu, memories of Termina, and if we've done this before. Again, suggesting Pocketcat has memories of interacting with you in Fear and Hunger 1.
and him having memories of earlier Pocket Meow Meows. Also, it's a possible homage to Legend of Zelda's Majora's Mask. He also ponders how stories organically change over generations, like a story being told over a game of telephone over time, with little bits of the story changing with each telling, until it no longer resembles the original. This makes me wonder if this is a reference to how the books, The Tales of Pocketcat, are different between Fear and Hunger 1 and 2. If you have the mind read skill, you get one last interesting tidbit. After letting you know that he can read your mind as well, he asks you to stick your hand in his pocket while he pats himself on the back. He probably just needs help reaching his keys. Killing him, you'll get the blank soul, a silk vest, and a scalpel, revealing that this version of Pocketcat is Dan, already having been moon-scorched. On that note, let's talk about Dan's relationship to Pocketcat. During his backstory, we learn that Rher has had his eye on Dan since he started his investigation into the occult. Rher, becoming concerned that Dan might learn about the old gods and the supernatural, sends Pocketcat to derail his studies and try to prevent Dan from learning about the Sulfur God. Dan also has a special moon-scorching animation where we see Pocketcat very creepily loom over Dan, pushing him to embrace the mask and the vest and to become the next Pocketcat. The fact that Dan has the blank soul suggests that he will be the best candidate on whom to impose the spirit of Pocketcat. Dan can truly say that Pocketcat is the Catman inside of him. Traversing the Golden Gates and accessing the secret door in the black hallway, we reach Pocketcat's secret room. In this room, we will see a collection of toys and burlap sacks. It's safe to assume these are children that Pocketcat has hunted down along with their toys. We see a doll, a jack-in-a-box, a baby blight doll, the peculiar doll, along with what could be Dorothy, the Lion, the Tin Man, and the Wicked Witch of the West. The presence of the peculiar doll suggests that the body of the little girl might be in this room. Since the events of both games are separated by hundreds of years, this tells us
Pocketcat
might exist on a point outside of time, possibly a reference to a similar place in Chrono Trigger. On the third day of the festival, once Dan has moon-scorched and turned to Pocketcat, this room will change form. We will see a scene that might be the death of Dan's deceased fiancée, Elise. So what is Pocketcat's goal and purpose? Rher is a jealous god and doesn't believe that humanity deserves the same right and status as gods. So Rher has created agents to stop humanity from ascending to godhood. Pocketcat, along with the Lady of the Moon, are sent to Earth to hunt for any children that might have divine origin and possibly ascend to godhood. In order to stop this from happening, this is the reason why both the lady and the purple kitten will be interested in trading with you in exchange for the little girl, in order to prevent her from becoming a new god and transforming into the god of fear and hunger. And with that, we finish all the encounters that I wanted to make sure that we got to before attempting the end game. Now we have all the skills that we need and all the weapons that we need. Although I still could use some healing spells. So for my next steps, I'm going to use Samari's skill on a ritual circle in order to increase my affinity for Sylvian, and after that, I'm going to go back to the Hexen table and unlock a couple of healing spells. At the Hexen table in Donovan's house, I unlock Loving Whispers so that I at least have one healing spell on hand in case I need it. Afterwards, I head back to Old Town, where I resurrect Joni, the soldier whose letter we read a little bit earlier on in the video. Just as he served his nation as a soldier in life, he will serve Marina in death. Meow Meow seems blissfully ignorant about the pain and suffering it has gone through. Shamelessly, he scratches his groin area. I equip my new ghoul with armor to make him a little more resilient in combat and better able to absorb hits. Afterwards, I head back to the Preheville Bop, and I have the goat join the party again.
before heading to the White Bunker, where we will be fighting the Machine God or the Logic to get ending A. I want to see how Marina holds up on her own with the current setup in combat against a couple more enemies, so I head to the sewers looking for a fight. The first monster type we encounter is a neighbor creature, which we fought before, so it will be a good gauge to see how far along Marina has come. The Spice Forge auto-summons a golem as the first move in the fight, and Marina's opening barrage of 4 attacks with the Red Virtue just melts the neighbor's HP. I proceed to the ghoul encampment in the sewers to continue seeing how I hold up in combat. And I did switch the first skill from the Spice Forge from the Blood Golem to Black Smog. It doesn't take long to realize that using the first Black Smog as an opening attack, followed by a 4-attack barrage of the Red Virtue, and using the Rev points, is a devastating combo that will take down most enemies in the game in one turn. With my curiosity satiated, we can now head to the Perkele Museum and go for ending A. Marina makes her way through the well-dressed but frozen partygoers with a corpse and a goat in tow. Solving the astronomical clock puzzle will grant us access to the underground. Just as a note or a curiosity, the astronomical clock is inspired by the real clock in downtown Prague. Marina enters a large room with a big excavator and an even bigger hole tunneling straight down underground to beneath the museum. Marina uses the improvised ladders to climb down underground. Nothing but engulfing darkness awaits you below. She wondered what would compel the Bremen army to expend so many resources digging this deep underground. The bunker muffles all outside sound. Approaching a console next to a large blast door, Marina sees some blue moths, again leading the way. She activates the console and enters the White Bunker. This bunker held the Kaiser's secrets and his secret experiments with the Machine God. Blast door just closed behind you. This dark bunker just became your tomb. The goat would never again see the outside world, and yet he still pushed on. Slowly but surely, Marina navigates the concrete halls of this odd-looking bunker, and it's not long before she encounters one of the Bremen elite troopers. Marina uses the first Black Smog, and the trooper responds by increasing his defenses, and the face mask protects the trooper from going blind. The increased defense that the trooper has does protect him from the damage that Marina can dish out, but after a couple of rounds she's able to break through his defenses and take out his rifle arm. After that, we keep applying damage to take down his shield and lower his defenses. After that, the fight is trivial. With just a few more attacks, the trooper goes down. I get a little too confident and rush into the storage room, where a flame trooper was standing not too far. Reloading the game, I continue my descent down into the White Bunker, crossing the first of the 2 large chasms that gives us a glimpse of the enormity of what we are dealing with here. On the second subfloor in the White Bunker, we see what appears to be rows and rows of databanks. This is what all the telescope stations were connecting to, and it's also the storage of all the data that the Machine God or the Logic has stored. We make our way past the guards to continue our descent, down to the 3rd level of the White Bunker. Crossing the second of the chasms, we see 2 colossal hands in the dim darkness far away. Reaching the 3rd level of the bunker, we've reached the end. Next, we will encounter the 3-boss gauntlet that will lead us to ending A. The first of the 3 encounters is versus the Platoon and Commander, also known as the Sylvan Trooper. The masked army officer gives you a flirtatious smile and seductively waves you to follow her. The initial black smog hurts everything a little bit but doesn't really have a significant effect. Marina's opening attack with the red virtue and with 3 rev points takes out the commander on the first turn, leaving just a confused platoon. The platoon has a lot of health, so I use a condensed hemlock to help me take him down. I continue attacking him while the poison does its work. The platoon does manage to get 1 coin flip attack in, which if I fail would lead to an insta-kill, but fortunately luck is on our side this time. A few more rounds and the platoon goes down. Marina continues into the darkness of the white bunker. Soon she'll be face to face with the Kaiser, the King in Yellow, who was once previously Legard, mercenary captain of the Midnight Suns. Darkness surrounds Marina from all directions. Marina's head hurts. She feels like she's losing her mind. She has a vision, the same one from the beginning of the game, where she's in a massive hall filled with giant avatars of the new gods that have faded into the past. The death of innocence, the birth of a god. The cogs of fear and hunger are turning on a scale you could not understand. And Marina is about to perceive events not meant for human eyes. Humanity sheds its skin. And through all this, the brave goat never once wavers in his determination to help Marina see this through. Marina experiences another head-screeching headache and her vision fades. Before moving on to the encounter with the Kaiser, Legard, let's take a moment and learn about his history and how this man from the medieval period ended up being the Kaiser of the Bremen Empire, waging a one-man war against the old gods, bringing to life a new god, the machine god, the Logic. At the beginning of the narrative, we learn of a charming, beautiful, charismatic, and capable young mercenary leader, Legard, and his mercenary band, the Knights of the Midnight Sun. Having started as one of many small upstart mercenary bands, hoping to strike it big and become rich off of royal mercenary contracts. Old prophecies talked about a golden hair leader that would be able to join the common folk of the nation in a peaceful revolution and lead them to a golden era without war or famine. Legard had interested himself in studying these prophecies and gradually started believing them, which then also led him to become interested in the occult and the stories of ancient horrors that dwelled in the dungeon. Little by little, he became an obsessed man, losing interest in the plight of everyday men and women of the kingdom that he had set out to help at first. He lost interest in the people that the prophecies said he was supposed to shepherd into a golden era, becoming more interested in the works and the stories of so many men and women that came before him that had sought power greater than that of kings and queens, power beyond the grasp and understanding of our human experience. He became interested in the stories of men and women who had had the audacity and the gall to stand up and try to take some of the power of the old gods and take it for themselves. The stories of men and women that used this power in a doomed attempt to strike back at the old gods. Legard started seeing himself as a prophesied one that would unite the land and the people. He started to believe that he must seek power for himself at all cost. That it was his birthright to ascend and become a god. His studies into the occult would cause him to lead an assault and invade Aldergrad to the north, baffling most of his closest advisors. In particular, one of his lead and loyal knights, Darcy Catalyst, who had protested his launching this expedition up north. Ironically, it's this final deployment that finally made the rulers of Rondon think that Legard was too much of a risk for them to ignore him and let him pursue his goals in control of his mercenary band. Thus, the kingdom of Rondon attacked the Knights of the Midnight Sun, whom they had so often contracted into mercenary work previously. Darcy and Legard fought hard and bravely, but eventually the mercenary band was overpowered by the larger army of Rondon. Legard is captured, and it is decided that an example must be made of him. He was sent to a place reserved for those that truly invoked the anger of the Rondon ruling class, a place that was hoped would lead to him being forgotten in the waves of time. They sent him to the dungeon of fear and hunger. Like Icarus, Legard had flown a little too close to the sun and angered the powers that be of the kingdom.
which led to him being arrested and thrown into the deepest, darkest dungeon in the kingdom. The prophesized one. Already, while still alive, there are many tales written and sung about his tale. We don't know where the prophecy got started, but needless to say that it's all fallacy. But the man himself is a curious kind. There is definitely something different about him and whatever his part might be in the greater scheme of things. At the very least, he started something larger. The new gods about Legard. Kahara the Mercenary, Enki the Dark Priest, Darcy the Knight, and Ragv the Outlander descend into the dungeon to find Legard, only to discover that they had been led there for reasons unknown to them. Legard had staged the entire situation, his capture and the 4 rescuers, so that he would end up in the bottom level of the dungeon with people capable to help him complete his expedition. Legard knew the dungeon's greatest secrets and the reasons the dungeon had descended into a storm of violence and miasma. You see, there was a door, a special door, at the very bottom of the dungeon that only opened to the holder of a very special cube. A cube that Legard had destroyed Ragv's hometown to steal. Behind this ancient door waited the ancient city of Mahabre, the city of gods. Mahabre was the ancient city where the Fellowship had traveled to in the year 800, a full 600 years before the events of Fear and Hunger 1, and over 1,000 years before the Festival of Termina in Part 2. An ancient city that still held traces of the new and old gods that existed on its own in space and time. It felt like a city that should not be able to exist, at least not this far underground. See, in the world of Fear and Hunger, it is possible for mere humans to rise to be gods, or so they thought. And it was in Mahabre where they would come with their aspirations of godhood, and Legard was the most recent in that tradition. He had engineered all this just to get himself closer to the ancient city and allow himself ascension to godhood. He told himself that the ends merit the means, as long as he got more power. But it was for a good cause, he told himself, maybe honestly, maybe naively, that if he were able to ascend and become a god, he'd be able to bring order and stability to the people in the land, and thus lessen their suffering. It always seems to start with the best of intentions, doesn't it? Legard, like the new gods and the Fellowship before him, also wanted to ascend to godhood, in order to rival the power of the old gods. While the new gods were humans that had touched the powers of the gods and had ascended, the old gods were different. They were not born in this world. They were part of the very fabric of existence. Creation, destruction, nature, the depths, and Rher, the trickster moon god. They each represented basic concepts of existence. They also represented the targets of the ire of humanity for all the plagues, famines, disaster, tragedies, and wars that humanity had had to endure. Since the beginning of time, humans have been trying to find a way to end the chaos and bring order, and take the power away from the gods to gain control over chaos. One of the new gods, a member of the Fellowship, was also working on a secret scheme, another avenue of attack against the old gods. Sired by Legard, she would birth another ancient one, and give rise to a new god, one that might be able to stand against the old ones, the god of fear and hunger. A soul that radiates the light of an older god. The soul has formed itself inside the body of a little girl. The mother of the Ancient One is the Endless One, and the father is the man from the prophecies. The result of such an unholy union are unfamiliar to us. The new gods, when asked about the Ancient One. One of the possible endings of Fear and Hunger 1 sees the birth and ascension of this new god, born of Legard and Novian, and carrying the ancient soul. The birth of the god of fear and hunger marked a new era for humanity, the beginning of the cruel age.
After his resurrection by Darcy, and the birth of the god of fear and hunger, Legard would wander the earth, preparing his next chance to strike at the old gods, resurfacing hundreds of years later as the Kaiser of the Bremen nation. We encounter the Kaiser, Legard, sitting by himself in a dark room. The birth of a new god, he says. The logic, the machine god, is online. Marina replies that she's here to take him down. Many have come for me, is the Kaiser's response as he stands up. If you wish to challenge me, I won't deny you the honor. Prepare yourself. The encounter with the Kaiser starts. He is accompanied by a snake and his asterisks, much like the encounter with him in Part 1. Marina's first black smog has little effect. Then we use the condensed hemlock on the Kaiser, as Nazra's head reflects a spell onto the asterisk. Fortunately, a combination of the hemlock's damage and the attacks with the red virtue ends the encounter with the Kaiser fairly quickly. The guard disintegrates where he stood as Marina goes through the only visible door into the white womb of the logic, where what remains of Rayla is now becoming the machine god, the logic. We see her new and final form as she's surrounded by the blue moths that have been leading us here. The machine god activates. The battle against the machine god will be a two-phased battle. In the first one, we find Rayla in a red crystallid standing on top of what appears to be an engine with 6 exhaust ports. I tried to use the condensed hemlock on the machine god, but she is immune to it. The logic will attack with the red arc spell, and every now and then, the exhaust system will activate, and the 6 exhaust ports will light up in red. Each exhaust port will need to be attacked in order to prevent the exhaust system from attacking us and doing damage. Fortunately, the black smog spell will hit all targets on the field, so in one turn, I can disable all 6 of the exhaust ports, preventing the machine god from using the exhaust attack. And on turns when I'm not dealing with the exhaust, I focus damage on the machine god. The theme of Mahabra starts playing in the music. It's the theme of the city where gods are born. The Leechmonger ring's ability to steal life becomes extremely useful here, coupled with Marina's high damage output. It will continually heal Marina back to full health as she attacks the logic. This pattern repeats over and over again as Marina gradually whittles down the logic's health. Every now and then, we'll use an extra turn to heal Marina back up to full health. After a number of turns, we see the logic transform into his second form. The logic changes form, and the hand of destruction and the hand of creation appear. Marina concentrates her damage first on the hand of creation, since it can heal. The hand of destruction is capable of casting hurting, which has a chance of dismembering you. Fortunately, using the fluted armor, Marina's limbs are protected. The machine god casts Moth Swarm on us, but the spell is reflected back on her, saving us the damage and hurting her instead. After a few more attacks, the first of 2 hands goes down, so I won't have to worry about the hurting spell anymore. Although the first phase is invulnerable to poison and won't be hurt by the hemlock, the second phase of the logic is vulnerable to the condensed hemlock, causing over 4,000 damage per turn. After a few more turns, enough damage is dealt to the logic, and we see the rise of a new god as the machine god's chrysalid opens up, revealing a green hue on the inside. The conscience of consensus. Just an avatar for the stream of thought. Join me in the promised land, says the machine god. Marina is absorbed into this new virtual reality created by the machine god in a desperate attempt to be able to wrestle control of humanity's reality away from the influence of the old gods and placing it in humanity's hands. In the artificial green, warmth surrounds your body. It feels like you've been floating in nothingness. Empathy and hope fill you from inside out. You've gone through enough. Now you can rest. Just close your eyes and let the warm waves wash you away. Ending A, the machine god. But what if Marina didn't want to sacrifice her life in the White Bunker and instead decided to go up against Rher and try to escape this hellish festival? So now, let's see how things would have played out if we had gone for ending B, going into the Moon Tower and fighting the Feathered Jester and the Moon God. Let's see what's the current state of things. 10 participants down, 4 remain. Marina, Caligula, August, and Marcoh. Let's fast forward time to the night of day 3. If we're going to hunt down the remaining participants, it'd be more fun if they're moon scorched. On the night of day 3, Marina makes her way back to the White Mold apartments. We'll have to go to the otherworldly version of the apartments in order to encounter Marcoh's moon-scorched form, the Giant. We get our first glimpse of the Giant through the bars that convert these apartments into prison cells. Climbing up one more level, we come face to face with the Giant. Marina summons a blood golem to help her in the fight. And the head of the Giant, grows? Marina casts pheromones on the blood golem so that the blood golem will be the target of the Giant's rage and his attacks. Fortunately, Marina is able to disable the Giant's throwing arm in one turn with her 4 attacks with the red virtue. After a few more turns, we do enough damage to the Giant's head to take him down. With Marcoh down, that only leaves August and Caligula. But August sees himself out of this world before becoming a monster. So that only leaves Caligula, whose moon-scorched form can be found in the sewers, where he belongs. After walking around in the sewers for a little bit, Monster, Caligula's moon-scorched form, attacks us. Marina opens the attack with the Black Smog spell, since it will hurt all of his limbs. He really doesn't have too much health, so I just have Marina focus all her attacks on the center mass or the torso
trying to end the fight quickly. Monster, true to Caligula's nature, uses vomit as a foul way of attacking you. He will also use his multiple hands to physically attack using a skill called Hanky Panky. Fortunately, Marina very quickly cuts her way through his health. She has absorbed the decrepit soul, and she throws up because of her nausea. With the 13 other participants down, the path to Rher via the moon tower in the center of town is now unlocked. Marina makes her way past all the impaled villagers. Marina feels dizzy being this close to the monolith. Her sight becomes blurry and she can hear the blood rush in her veins. For this fight, I'll be using the Death Mask, Fluted Armor, Batel Stone, Leechmonger Ring, and the Shack Shack. And I tank out the Ghoul with Magic Resistance and Spell Reflection. A large stone door stands tall before you. Your heart beats loud as a drum just by being so close to the tower. Adrenaline is rushing through you. You cannot explain this feeling. You are at the same time terrified and tempted to touch the intricate ornaments of the ancient stone slab door. You feel energy flowing to the door through your fingertips. You feel euphoric. The stone slab doors open. The hollow tower rises up to dizzying heights. The elevator, with the sigil of Rher embedded on it, activates when Marina steps on it, taking her up to the top. Perkele greets you in a monotonous voice. Congratulations, you are the last one standing. You managed to excel where others have failed. It is truly a remarkable feat, a Herculean effort. You are the champion of Termina, the festival to end all festivals. Marina says that she didn't do any of this for the festival. To which the feathered jester replies that he doesn't like Marina's attitude. He says that no matter, Marina is still entitled to her price. Or did he say prize? A peak to grandeur and a chance to reach for the illustrious heights. Your bloodlust knows no end. If that's truly your wish, go ahead. The moon god is waiting there, looming high in the sky. Swing away with your sword. And so combat initializes with the Servant of Rher. I initially focus all attacks on his right arm in order to try to stop him from casting his meteorite spells. Fortunately, on the second attack, we disable his spellcasting arm. Marina then goes for the feathered jester's other wing so that he can't use it to defend himself. But we're not quick enough. He is able to get the wing up in a defensive position. Since his wing is actively guarding, any attacks on his torso will be reflected. So I need to take out his second wing first before being able to damage his torso. Fortunately, the blood golem lands a very opportune critical hit. Marina focuses her attacks on Perkele's torso. Perkele is still a threat, but much less now that he can't cast spells. I could have used a Hemlock on him, but I wanted to beat him fair and square. We see another instance of Nazra's head reflecting a spell back onto the caster, as the ghoul reflects the hurting spell back on Perkele.
Marina delivers one more soul strike and Perkele goes down. Impressive, very impressive indeed, says the moon jester. But what do you think happens next? This is what you wanted, right? The bells chime. It feels like something unnatural is about to happen. Hear that? He's coming. Time for you to wake up. The bells are tolling for you, Marina. The traces of the trickster moon god, the old god Rher, focuses on the moon tower and keenly on Marina. A transient light embraces you as the encounter with the moon god Rher starts. Marina summons a blood golem to help her in her fight. Rher is surrounded by two rings filled with eyes that will continually drain Marina's sanity during the fight. Rher himself will be casting attacks and spells to inflict direct physical damage on our party. Fortunately, Marina's high armor negates some of the damage. Using the fluted armor prevents limb loss, which will be catastrophic since then Marina wouldn't be able to wield her sword. Having the Betel ring equipped makes sure our sanity doesn't drop to 0. Another powerful combination that Marina is using here is the Leechmonger ring and having high damage. That allows Marina to recover a significant part of her health while still damaging Rher. The Lunar Storm spell deals a lot of damage to Marina, so we have to take a few turns to heal. Slowly but surely, Marina whittles down Rher's HP, ending the fight as the Traces of Rher loses interest in having to deal with petty humans. The moon god grew disinterested in you and slowly drifted away. You've become witness to something beyond your comprehension. You've seen something you shouldn't have. As you slowly regain your consciousness, you realize you're not the same person as you were still just a brief moment ago. Marina wakes up to a new reality. Suddenly, the dark void above feels that much larger, almost infinite. There are things in this world beyond your understanding, beyond human understanding. You're not sure if this feeling is enlightenment or that of total terror. The gentle wind on your cheek feels almost alien. With this newly acquired understanding, even the most minor sensations have this altered nuance to them. The moonlight tainted your existence. But at least you survived with your mind somewhat intact. Ending B. Day 4. The only soul that returned from the trip was you. You didn't have any burdens left from your old life. It was a bittersweet feeling. Your ties to your family and past were severed thanks to the traumatic events that transpired in Perkele. The thought of returning to Vatican City to continue your studies didn't sound appealing, not after everything you had seen. Some things were not meant for humans to meddle with. As years went on, you drifted all the way to the country of Valen and found yourself settling down at the red light districts of the capital. You had trouble fitting in with regular people who were unaware of the greater scheme of things. But from the people that inhabited the red light districts, you found kindred spirits. Everyone carried baggage and judged no one. Occult skills helped you make friends easily, and there were many ways you could make a living there with the help of a little magic. Things were pretty nice actually. Now, if you could only tell who this photobombing person was. She had been trying to make friends with you for the longest time. Pretty annoying. And finally, Marina's journey in Perkele during the festival of Termina comes to an end. By now you've heard me speak for about 4 hours, so I want to say thank you very much. I do appreciate your time. Any comments or likes are a big help with the algorithm. If you'd like to stay up to date with what I'm working on, feel free to join my Discord server. The link will be in the comments. I'm always looking for people to give me feedback and opinions on what I could be working on next. I hope I was able to bring something positive or at least entertaining into your day with this video. And I hope that you have a great rest of your day. Thank you very much. Take care, be well, and later. Don't you dare go hollow. Hi, hello, and welcome to today's video, which will be a full commented playthrough using Abella of Fear and Hunger 2 Termina. I'm assuming you've more than likely seen some of my previous videos, so here are a few things I will be doing differently this video, so that it's not the same as the previous one. So what's going to be different in this video? Number 1, I will be using primarily the meat grinder. The meat grinder is probably the best weapon in the game as of version 1.91, which is the version I'll be playing in this video. The reason I chose it is because in the community, it's widely regarded as being overpowered, so it's going to be nerfed in a eventual upcoming patch. So for the sake of history and science, I thought it'd be fun to document and investigate the question, is the meat grinder OP? To save you some time, yes it is. It is very much overpowered. Secondly, I will not be using condensed hemlock. In the Marina video, I used it extensively, also for being the heartless one, so I thought it'd be fun to see if I could beat all the bosses in the game without using the crutch or the cheese that's the condensed hemlock. 3. This will be a solo run, so I will not be recruiting anybody into my party for any substantial amount of time. The only character that joins the party is Dan temporarily from the time I get him from the white mode apartments to the bar. I'm also going to be switching up the music a little bit. In the Marina video, I pulled from the usual pool of songs that you'll hear in a lot of my videos. Silent Hill, Signalis, Fear and Hunger, Blasphemous. I did throw in a couple of tracks I hadn't used before from Armored Core and Undertale. But for this video, I will be trying to just mix things up because if you watch my videos, you've probably heard me repeat a few songs in the background by now. I will also be taking a different path throughout the game, meaning that I will basically be making some different choices in how I progress, mostly trying to see like different interactions with different characters. So in this case, we're gonna see a lot more of Henrik, who didn't really make an appearance in my previous playthrough videos. And we also see a little bit more of August as well, one of the only Odegarians in the game. As per usual, I'll be going for ending A and B, and I'll also be showing some more of the times when I die, so that you can kind of see how I had to adapt my strategies throughout the game and using just one character instead of a full party. Without further ado, let's get the show going and start off with Abella's backstory, as she's sitting on the train heading to Perkele. trying to learn more of the mysteries of the greater political scheming in Europa through her association with the nameless Liberty Underground. As she's slowly lulled to sleep by the rhythmic sounds of the train. When you think about it, this is the only horror game I can think of where the game starts with the protagonist taking a nap. And as you might remember from a comment in an earlier video, I am very in favor of taking naps. I like naps. The soothing sound of the rail tracks. You are not used to such peaceful and tranquil atmosphere. You can't help but let your mind wander. You reminisce what has led you to this point in life. Despite your homeland suffering greatly from the First Great War, you had a peaceful and balanced childhood with both of your parents and many siblings. The northern capital, Odengard, was rebuilding their destroyed cities when news about hostilities in Eastern Europa were broadcasted on the radio. It sounded like the beginning of another worldwide war. You were still too young to take part in defending your borders, so you had to figure out an alternative way to help out your home front. You had a knack for mechanics and electronics, so ultimately it came down to those two lines of study. Mechanics grants me the wrench toss skill, which won't be of use to me since I'm planning on mostly using the meat grinder. So instead I choose electronics, which will help me get weapon crafting components early on in the game by giving me more access to the bunkers and the different areas where you can loot down there. Because you were the eldest child, you had the natural habit of taking care of those around you. Many of your close relatives marched to battle, and nothing could have gotten you more frustrated than your inability to help people more directly. You had already matured to adulthood, but because of your expertise in engineering, your role on the home front was more important than what you could have achieved on the battlefield. The home front was in this order too. Someone had to step up and cover all the missing men now dying far away on some remote battlefield. Your broad shoulders could carry the burden and the increasing workload. They had to, because if not you, then who? During one particularly stormy night, while you were returning home after your 12-hour day, you ran into a foreign man on a rain-soaked alleyway. The man noticed you and desperately tried to run for it, only to collapse weakly after 10 meters or so. The man had been shot to the belly. Upon searching his possessions, you found his documents that said he was from the Kingdom of Rondon, an allied country of Odengard's. You thought about what to do at the moment. The option of turning the man into the officials would get us a lucky coin and some shillings. Taking the man back home and treating his wounds would get us the officer's sword, neither of which would really present that much of an advantage to us, so it really doesn't matter which one we pick. So I choose the sword. The man stayed unconscious for a week, but slowly recovered thanks to your attentive mending. As days went by, he saw your eagerness to help and frustration towards the war. He then revealed his business in Odengard. He was part of an underground resistance organization called Nameless Liberty Underground, NLU in short. The organization had been brewing hidden from watching eyes since the dawn of the First Great War. The NLU worked across Europa trying to subdue the advancement of both the Bremen Empire and the Eastern Union. The man had important documents that needed to be taken to the Kingdom of Rondon as soon as possible. Because he couldn't obviously take them there himself, he asked if you could take his role. You had been hoping for a chance to work on something bigger, and this opportunity seemed to be just that. You packed your bags and set out. As a thanks for his rescue, the man gives you his officer's sword. You traveled through Europa all the way to the Kingdom of Rondon. You found a meeting point described by the man and made contacts with his colleagues. After talking briefly about the current situation in Eastern Europa, you were asked to join the organization. they were running low on members, and your expertise would surely come in handy. You were led to their headquarters, and you got to choose how you'd offer your help. Help with creating weapons or creating traps. The weapon craft skill is probably one of the most powerful skills in the game, since early game, it allows you to craft some weapons that are very powerful and will help carry you through the early and mid game. And then late game, it allows you to craft a meat grinder, which is the most powerful weapon in the game. NLU has spies everywhere in Europa and beyond. Combining various information snippets gathered from across the continent, you are able to unravel parts of a larger scheme. The Eastern Union had been working on something malevolent and ill-boding in the country of Bohemia, and it seemed like the Bremen Empire wanted to get their hands on this project. Your deductions got a lot more weight when you heard that the Bremen Empire finally occupied Bohemia. The NLU sent some of their members immediately to the capital Bohemia, Preheville, but you quickly lost contact to them. The organization decided to wait and see if their members would surface, but you couldn't just sit back and hope for the best. You decided to take the first train towards Preheville and find out what was really going on. You were told that if you needed support in your mission, you'd recognize the leader of the Bohemian branch of the NLU from her red shoes. With this little information about the task at hand, how did you prepare for the trip? Abella prepared by stocking up on spare parts. You managed to find 4 boats, 2 duct tape, 2 pressure plates, and 3 scrap metal. You felt tense since the moment you embarked on this journey. Every night, you'd see nightmares of the horrors that would wait for you in Preheville. Are they just dreams? You can't help but feel that there is more to the dreams than mere logic would dictate. Abella gradually drifts away to sleep. She has a dream where she sees a girl surrounded by blue moths, but also wearing the red shoes that she was told to look out for in order to identify the local leader of the NLU. Was this girl Rayla involved with the resistance? Startled awake, Abella leaps to her feet. She feels as if somebody had been watching her sleep. Abella also notices that she's wearing different clothes than she had remembered falling asleep in. Looking at Abella's craft menu, we can see that she has the craft weapon option, and there's 4 different weapons that she can craft. And to craft one of them, the Sandman, I'm only missing 1 unit of heroin. But would you believe it? It's the first drop I find. I totally didn't save scum until I got what I wanted out of this treasure chest. So Abella crafts the Sandman's Kiss. Its attack power by itself isn't that great, only giving me a 4-point increase, but where it shines is that it's able to inflict a poison status effect that will inflict additional damage with each turn. Let's see how it fares against the janitor. As he always does, the janitor barges in saying that he's been looking for us everywhere and asks if we understand the rush that we are in. He says that we can do this the hard way. So I'm going to focus attacks on the torso. I'm hoping that the poison does enough damage to take him out before he finishes me off. Having poisoned him, I focus attacks on his left arm. What I was intending was to stop him from inflicting damage while the poison does his thing. But fortunately, the poison very quickly does its work and the janitor goes down. So this is actually a pretty good example of how Abella's weapon craft skill can help you out very early on by crafting one of the 3 other weapons that aren't the bench grinder. And the different weapon types that Abella can craft also inflict different status effects, such as bleed and fire. So if you equip your party with them, having several of Abella's crafted weapons, you'll be stacking status effects on enemies and really piling on the damage real fast. And we'll get a glimpse of what happens when you stack status effects towards the end game when I'm using the meat grinder along with the poison tip skill, so that the meat grinder inflicts both bleeding and poison statuses. Abella has the vision with the new gods, followed by waking up on the moon tower, talking to Perkele, the feathered jester. On the moon tower, Perkele gives us his usual spiel, explaining the situation to us, how there's 14 participants that have been drawn into the festival of Termina in honor of the trickster moon god Rher. Because this part has been in every single one of my playthrough videos, I'm going to skip through it a little bit so we can get to the good parts. Abella wakes up suddenly in the train, discovering that it stopped. Had they arrived in Perkele and she simply slept through everybody disembarking? Why didn't anybody wake her up? Abella makes her way to the front of the train and finds the rattled Tanaka, who I think a lot of people are hoping becomes a playable character in later patches. I'm very curious what his backstory and motivation is. Stepping outside the train, as always, we find a group of the other participants standing around trying to figure out what happened to them and where they are. Marina says, "Oh, the pretty lady got up," canonically confirming that Abella is cute, past her intellect and kindness. Dan remarks surprised that there were still people on the train. "Don't you love it when a doctor forgets about you?" Dan explains that they were abandoned there and that there's no sign to the crew of the train. The train had been abandoned and left here, just the same way I abandoned my hopes and dreams when I was young. That's a joke, I'm doing okay. I just really want to use that line. Abella volunteers her mechanical and engineering skills to try to take a look at the train engine. Maybe she could figure out what happened and find what was wrong with the train. Abella changes from her travel clothes to her work overalls. "Looking sharp," says the ever-pleasant Marina. Abella might be a little bit shy and ashamed to admit it, but she feels most at home in her working clothes. Besides, they're probably more comfortable, having been made for practicality and not looks, and probably has more pockets. Women's clothing is rarely made with enough pockets. After performing a gross reality check on the train, Abella finds nothing to report and no root cause for what might have stopped the train. As a side note, I've worked as an engineer pretty much my entire career. It was too tempting to not drop in a couple of engineering terms. The group introduced themselves to each other. I wanted to take a moment here to note that I think one of the reasons why the cast of Fear and Hunger 2 are so endearing to the fan base is most of them are just really nice and kind characters. If you see how they speak to each other, they're actually really pleasant and polite. And this niceness and politeness that they express towards each other stands in pretty stark contrast to the atmosphere and everything else in the game. Of course, everything I've said excludes Caligula. Karin introduces herself and says her well-known line of "I've covered wars, you know." Something I've only just recently learned is that that line is a reference to Frank West, the protagonist of Dead Rising 1, who's also a photojournalist going out into dangerous assignments, trying to find out the truth. And the events of the game Dead Rising 1 also take place over 3 days, just like the Festival of Termina. Again, I didn't notice this, somebody mentioned it in the comments, so I did want to take this moment to say thank you for all the nice comments in my previous videos. They're really encouraging and just make me feel nice inside. And also, I appreciate when people drop little lore tips that I might have missed or corrections on some mistakes that I've made. So I appreciate the double checks. Dan points towards the center of town and the tower and says, "Look up there, over the forest top. Can you see the tower standing erect in the mist? That tower marks the center of Perkele. You can hike through the forest to get there. It's not that far away." After wishing each other good luck, the participants part way and day 1 begins. When Abella speaks to August, he instantly recognizes her accent from Odengard and identifies him as a fellow countryman to her. He says that he gets such a warm feeling when he hears the accent of good and honest people from the north. August explains that his family roots come from Odengard and that he learned to speak the language from his grandfather. He understands Odegardian fairly well, but he does have an accent. When he was younger, he visited a dozen times. He reminisces about the green valleys, the endless forests, and the 1,000 lakes. Maybe he'll be able to go visit after all this business in Perkele is concluded. He talks about the long days in the summer and the long nights in the winter that are normal to people living further up north. August has always lived as a nomad, moving from one country to the next. It's almost like a family tradition to him. His family has been on the road for generations. But he hopes that tradition stops with him. His 2 children live with their mother in Valen. Valen isn't August's home country, but it's something close. Either way, August wants his children to have a sense of stability, and maybe in time, they'll be able to go visit the old country, Odengard. Speaking to Olivia, she mentions that she's creeped out by the fog, and she's also fascinated by the local plant life growing here. Speaking to Henrik, he gives us a little bit of background about who he is. He's 32, a chef, single, and a suffocated soul, and he wants to keep a secret as to why he's here. Marcoh is quiet and doesn't want to talk to anybody. We head towards the woodman's house, where we're going to encounter Tanaka, the businessman. Absorbing his soul will give us easy access to unlock a +1 agility skill, which makes it much easier to get to 16 agility early in the game and be able to take 2 actions per turn in combat. Poor Tanaka. If it's not needles, then it's the player hunting him down right from the get-go. Taking him out and absorbing his soul also unlocks 4 additional skills that will increase your attack and your defense. And you also get his sweet fedora. Tanaka says that he doesn't know what we're trying to pull, but he's prepared to answer violence with violence. Fortunately, we're equipped with the Sandman's Kiss, so the poison status effect should help end the fight fairly quickly. Abella takes 1 hit, and after delivering 2 to the torso, he goes down. At least now, Tanaka won't have anything to stress about. No more business meetings. Abella turns around and starts heading towards the slums, stopping by the train on her way to talk to the other participants. Approaching Marina, she calls you the sleepy one. She says that her story is too complicated to reduce to a few lines of dialogue. Perkele is her hometown, but she never admitted in conversation that she was from such a depressing and godforsaken town. So you'll only make yourself look stupid if you go spreading the word. Abella retorts that she thought that Perkele was a medium-sized city. Marina answers that even medium-sized cities can be uncivilized. Believe her. Speaking to Olivia, she tells us that the others left for the city. She guessed that they grew tired of waiting. The doctor did say he'd get some help here as soon as possible. Olivia adds that they moved back inside the train once the mist got thicker. And she adds that there's actually a reason she can't leave the train. She has a condition where her legs don't function properly, but she'll spare us the details. Suffice to say, it makes her moving cumbersome. Concluding the conversation, Abella heads out and continues heading into the city. Approaching the shore of the lake, we find Karin, staring peacefully out at the water. Yes, Karin, go to your happy place. Look out at the happy waves on the water. Speaking to Karin, she's curt and to the point. She also explains that she'll be traveling by herself for now. Little did she know that her journey was almost over, for you see, she has the lock-picking skill that Abella could definitely use on her journey. Karin says that she's a journalist and she smells a story, a scoop in the city.
And then Abella remembers what she came here to do. Much like the fight with Tanaka, I'm expecting to have to deliver 2 hits to the torso, and Karin will probably be able to get 1 attack in the meanwhile. Abella takes some damage, but nothing she can't recover from. After a second hit, Karin's arms are disabled. Abella uses her ref points for some more damage, and with 1 more hit, the fight is over. The Valkyrie has flown her last flight over the battlefield. But Abella does get a pretty nice jacket out of it. After concluding that ugly business, she continues her trek into the city, entering the slums. We have some luck and find a bone saw. So Abella does what we always do when we get to the slums. Abella rolls up her sleeves, pulls out the bone saw, and gets to work. Approaching the center of the slums, we run into a sickle villager that will be hard to dodge, so Abella pulls out the Luger and aims it at him. You've seen these things create destruction around the world, and you've created a great disdain for them over time. Having one in this situation, however, creates a sense of safety. You're not very familiar with one, but you figure that plenty of dull-witted people have managed to use one, so why not you? Abella lines up her sights and pulls the trigger twice, but it doesn't seem to faze the villager, who continues walking towards her. The villager raises his scythe and takes an aggressive stance. Abella tries to reason with the villager, but there is no talking sense into him. Fortunately, the villager is not very strong, so 1 solid blow to the chest puts him down. Heading north, we enter the mayor's house. It's the morning of the first day, so Jeeves is not here. We proceed to loot the library. It's actually a very good idea to make sure you loot here, because it's always possible to get 1, or if you're lucky, multiple skin Bibles here. And each for their own reason, but the skin Bibles are extremely helpful, so they're always a good find. But regrettably, it appears that luck is not on our side. So we'll have to rely on Pocketcat and trading heads to get the skin Bibles that we need later on in the run. Abella opens the book of Mahavra she just found. The sights of Mahabra. You have seen them too, haven't you? In your dreams, you wander for 1 lifetime with the silhouette of the city in the horizon. You have seen the twin towers that rise next to a black night sky, those macabre obelisks telling tales of some older, more cruel era. You have seen the Grand Gate and its maddening murals and spirals, patterns beyond understanding. It's not like the sound of wind howling between these hollow streets wasn't enough. You also hear the sounds of local residents, even while all comprehension would dictate that this place is long abandoned. You still hear them. You are not alone in this vile part of the world. In your dreams, you have seen it, haven't you? The city of Mahabra, the city of gods. Did you know it exists here? Abella puts that book away and finds the other one she just found, The Truth Under the Moonlight. The Truth Under the Moonlight. Who of us doesn't cover their true face and hide behind a persona? In the broad daylight, we adopt a social role depending on the surrounding people. We put on a mask that works as the public image of our true personality. Do we hide our faces to avoid the judgment of the people, or do we look down in shame as the sun watches our every move? A sun that knows our deepest longings and lustful thoughts. Only in the darkness of the night does the true and vile nature of men get revealed. We share our decrepit bodies only to the select few under the moonlight. Despite what lowly thieves covering in the shadows would like you to think, the moonlight hides no one. Abella leaves the library and makes her way to the 2nd floor, where she'll find Henrik in a trance in the dining room. "For Allmer's sake," he exclaims when he sees you. "You startled me," he says. "I'm always happy to see your glorious figure, love, but give me a little warning next time, alright? Now, if you'd excuse me." Henrik makes his way past Abella and starts walking in a circle, talking about a clock that he can hear, a ticking sound he can't stop thinking about. His eyes are darting around the ceiling, He is seemingly distressed. He asks, "Can you hear that? I can hear a clock, but I can't see the goddamn thing." He continues pacing in his trance. Abella approaches Henrik again, trying to get him to snap out of his trance. Got a crazed expression on his face. You notice his eyes gazing right through you. He says he can smell it, that he can smell the garlic and the rosemary herbs. Abella yells at him, telling him to snap out of it. He seemingly comes to. He says, "Sorry about that. I don't know what got into me. First, I was just lost in my thoughts, but next those thoughts consumed me. There's something wrong with this place. I came here to find something to eat. Not just for me, of course. Food for the people at the train. I figured that could be my way of helping everybody in this situation. You saw all the food at the dinner table? This used to be the mayor's manor. He must have stashed all the food somewhere. Help me find the food storage and we'll be out of here." Heading down the hallway, from where we find Henrik, we enter a room with a ritual circle where a decrepit priest is praying. Since Abella is not terribly well equipped, she runs by the priest and avoids contact, making her way back downstairs. We'll be seeing this decrepit priest once again after Abella has picked up the meat grinder. Down here, we find a secret alcove where we will find a lucky coin, a leather armor, and also the manor key, which we'll need to get to the basement and the food storage room. Abella finds a sickle in the treasure chest, but we won't really be using it. Abella heads back upstairs and avoids the decrepit priest by unlocking the door to the bedroom where Marina would have been kidnapped. Searching the bookshelf, Abella finds a copy of the occult grimoires. The book reads, "The Occult Grimoires, Magic in Theory and Practice," written by Samiri Zimri, translated by Oscar Rene. So that one doesn't lose his mind along with the soul, one must come prepared for all situations. The basic of any knowledge are always the most important. You need steady foundations in order to build a tower to the gods. To perform any rites on the ritual circles, the founding circle must be carved first. From top to bottom, the first one is the asymmetric circle. The asymmetric circle represents the older gods and their one-sided distribution of power. The second one is called the imperfect circle. The imperfect circle is the mark of the new gods, who have strived for perfection since their conception, never to attain it truly. And the last one is called the perfection circle. The perfection circle represents countless spiraling cycles culminating in the birth of the ascended ones, the ones who were able to go beyond human limits. One must never assign sigils, not meant for their founding circles. This is the lesson to take from here. The beauty of these rites is that you cannot change them, but they can change you. Using the Manners key, we get access to the mayor's office, where we have some luck and find the skin Bible for Rher. The Manor key also gives us access to the basement, so we head down there to find the food storage. Behind this locked door is the pantry where the mayor was stockpiling food before everything went south. Returning upstairs to Henrik, we tell him that we found the food storage downstairs. He asks us to lead the way. He says, "Jackpot, this is it. This is the stuff. It's the famous Bohemian truffle. The mayor must have gathered all this here when shit hit the fan. You could barricade yourself here for months with this many goodies around. I'll pick up the ingredients for a great dinner for everybody at the train." He turns to us and says, "Hey, I found something interesting. Maybe you'll find use for these," and he hands us the sewer keys, which won't be of a lot of help, since we will be using Karin's lockpicking skill. "In any case, I'll see you back at the train," he says. Heading back outside, I try to save the game by resting at this bed in the center of Old Town, only to be ambushed by a pipe-wielding villager. Regrettably, Abella is poorly equipped and the fight does not go her way. Although here, we do see one of the few after-death scenes in Fear and Hunger 2. These type of scenes were a lot more common in the first game. We see the villager
throw Abella and feed her to the pigs. I reload the game and make my way back to where I was. Instead of trying to save game at the bed, I head downstairs and encounter Levi. Abella notices him and asks if he's okay. The boy in the army overalls doesn't say anything and turns and runs. Abella makes her way back to the train where she can save game without being ambushed. Here, we see Henrik preparing a meal over a bonfire. Approaching him, he says that we're just in time for dinner and offers us some food. He's making some basic goulash. It's a local delicacy, a stew of meat and vegetables seasoned with paprika and mild spices. It's my own take on it though. The Bohemian food is really inspiring. Abella happily takes a bowl and says that it's actually pretty good. With a full stomach, Abella heads in to get some rest, advance time, and save the game. The festival is down to 12 of 14 participants, with Tanaka and Karin out. We take this opportunity to use some soul stones to unlock some skills. Now we'll have access to Karin's lockpicking. And we also get +1 agility from Tanaka's skill tree. Afternoon of day 1 starts. Abella leaves the train and makes her way to the sewer entrance. Not only do we have the sewer keys now, we also have the lockpicking skill, so we should be able to make our way into the city. I have 3 objectives next. First is to unlock the passage through a sewage treatment plant. Second, I need to pick up the leechmonger ring from the top floor of the department building. The leechmonger ring will be extremely useful once we have the meat grinder. Since it allows you to heal as you apply damage, it's going to be a key part in Abella's survivability in the later fights. And then last, we need to get the Small Things Amulet from Dr. Kiefer's. The Small Things Amulet, along with the +1 agility that we just unlocked from Tanaka's skill tree, will allow Abella to take 2 actions per turn. Dropping this ladder clears the way and allows us to make it through the sewer treatment plant. We follow this path in the sewers a little bit longer, and before long, we're at the sewer hole that's in between the White Mold apartments and the Perkele Bop. There is another manhole cover that would have put me a little bit closer to the Perkele Bop, but it's really only 1 screen difference, so it's practically the same. Dodging the fecal dogs, we head north and we make it to the shopping district. Abella notices that the buildings rise higher in this part of the city. I finally make it to the Perkele Bop, and as is my custom, I light all the candles for no particular reason. I just think it makes the place look cozy. I head downstairs to get the rifle, shotgun, and Luger, and I also search the bookshelf down here, and I get pretty lucky. I managed to find the skin Bible to the God of Fear and Hunger, which, as I've mentioned, is useful for gaining agility. Having picked up everything, I continue on my journey and head out towards the department building. Here, I'll be able to loot the chainmail armor, which is a little upgrade from the leather armor that I'm wearing. And I'll also make my way to the top floor to get the leechmonger ring. Right outside the department store, I can find Dr. Kiefer's, where for 50 shilling, I can buy the Small Things Amulet, which will be extremely useful and a big part of my build. And just outside and down the street from Dr. Kiefer's, we unlock the gate that gives us access to West Perkele. From there, we head south through the war-torn parts of the city. I'm still largely trying to avoid combat encounters. Fortunately, we don't encounter the mob here, and using obstacles, it is possible to get around the cocoon men. Making our way in between landmines, we continue south. Since I have the sewer winch, I open this manhole cover since there is a treasure chest down there, and not much more. I kinda wonder why this sewer section is here. It's not connected to the other sewers, but I'm not gonna complain about a loot drop, although I didn't get anything out of it. I return to the surface level and continue heading south to the deep forest. Our goal in the deep forest is threefold. 1. Get the bench grinder that we need to craft the meat grinder.
2. Encounter Osa and absorb his soul, which is my euphemism for killing him. And 3. Activate the telectroscope station. We already have double actions that we get from 16 agility and the leechmonger ring, so getting the meat grinder will start the combat part of this run through. Taking the secret passage, we make it to the deepest wood where we will encounter the centaur. I'm not ready for combat, so I'm hoping to dodge him here. The centaur can run very fast, but only in a straight line. So out of sheer luck, I managed to dodge him here. Not questioning my good luck, I make it to Bunker 1. We follow Rayla deeper into Bunker 1. First on this level, we'll have to get some gasoline in order to activate the elevator. We see the usual body horrors that Stitches has been experimenting on here, such as this human centipede, which unexpectedly will prove to be very useful before long. Stitches enters the room on the far side of the human centipede, so we take cover on the other side of it and use it as a barrier or defense against her to slow her down and give us time to put 6 shotgun shells into her and take her down. So ladies and gentlemen, this might be one of the earliest instances of a tactical usage of the human centipede in video gaming history. We see the living flesh slowly crawl towards us, but we're not going to deal with him quite yet. Let's go get the meat grinder first. Also, this is a good time to point out that the Eastern Sanctuaries, who built these bunkers, failed to include elevator music in the elevators, robbing us of lovely elevator music as we make our way down one more level. And at long last, we've made it to this locked door that we're able to get past using the lockpicking skill. And it's here that we'll find the only guaranteed drop for the bench grinder. Abella inspects this wonderful machine. She notices that it looks pretty heavy, but good thing that she's very strong from years of working with equipment. She thinks to herself that back home in Odengard, if she had been able to fabricate thousands of these and equip the entire Odengardian army with meat grinders, if they would have been able to defeat the Kaiser's forces in open combat. Abella is proud to continue in the long engineering tradition started by Isaac Clarke of weaponizing engineering tools for fighting unnatural monsters. I know that makes no sense, I just wanted to draw the comparison between Isaac Clarke and Abella. Alright, time to test our build. Heading north from here, we will encounter an injured Osa. He will be a great first experiment of how powerful the meat grinder can be. As we test the mettle of the meat grinder versus the sagacious wisdom of the yellow mages. Osa says that he has no interest in us if we remain docile. Abella notices that the yellow mage looks pale and weak. Osa asks that we just stand back. Abella, drunk with the technological power that she now holds in her hands, attacks Osa. Osa begins his ritual dance, an ominous aura fills the air. Osa is wise and knows many dark and old secrets, but none of that is a match for the 1000 RPM of the meat grinder. As a single hit to the torso ends the fight. Searching him, we get a soul stone, which is always welcomed, and we also find the wizard's head, the burnt up head of the ancient wizard warlord Nazra, doing his very best impression of a raisin after being scorched by Grogaroth. Attacking Osa will be a big part of our strategy for several reasons. 1, he gives us Nazra's head, which is useful for reflecting spells. 2, we can get the Spice Forge skill, which will allow us to auto-cast a spell at the start of every combat encounter, which will be very useful. And 3, he also gives us the meditation and greater meditation skills. The meditation skills grant you rev points for guarding, and this will be critical for some of the tougher fights later on in the game. Now that we're better prepared, we return to the living flesh to test out our setup. The living flesh slowly drags itself towards you. The living flesh has a lot of HP, but he can't do too much damage, so as he attacks me, I'm able to recover the damage that he did using the Leechmonger ring, and I've inflicted the bleed status effect, which should help the fight along go a bit faster. So the turns go back and forth as I'm gradually reducing the living flesh's HP, and he can't hurt me since I'm recovering the health every turn.
And after a few more turns, we finally dispatch him. Like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon, Abella makes her way back to the surface. Now, a little bit less afraid of all the horrors and monsters in the city, and ready to wreak havoc on them using 20th century technology and improvised weaponized hand tools. Back up in the deep forest, Abella encounters an owl cultist. He manages to play his distraught melody and summon a ghost. Abella hits his arms with the meat grinder and they just fall off. Along with a couple of hits to the torso, and the fight's over. There's a new crow modder in town now, and it has red hair, yellow overalls, and power tools. We encounter 2 forest dogs, but let's fight them to see how they hold up now. And in both cases, one hit to the torso ends the fight. After dealing with the dogs, we head south to lower the ladder and open the shortcut from the outskirts of Preheville into the deep forest, since it's always useful. Abella takes the ladder down and decides to go pay the woodsman a visit, to see how a buzzsaw compares to an old-fashioned axe. The woodsman makes his usual entrance with a snazzy-looking black trench coat. After he's done with the villager, he yells out, "Termina is upon us." Combat starts. A woodsman stands tall before you. While the black trench coat does look pretty sweet, it is no defense against a rapidly rotating buzzsaw. A single hit is enough to take out his arm that's holding the axe. A second strike takes out his appendage. I hope he didn't need that, but I think we can make that assessment, judging from what we know about his wife. A few more hits, and the woodsman is cut down. Get it? Woodsman, tree, buzzsaw, cut down. Okay, I'll stop. But anyway, the buzzsaw is good enough to solo take down the woodsman and get revenge for all those times he took us out at the very beginning of the game. Searching the woodsman's bedroom, we find the Kaiser's rise to power. The Midnight Gazette, January 31st, 1936. Appointment of Kaiser as Bremen Chancellor has been made official today. In approximately 14 years, Kaiser has brought into being the greatest popular movement Bremen has ever seen. In fact, one of the greatest that history registers. This mysterious man, who seems to remain in secrecy under his now trademark hood, rose to popularity seemingly out of nowhere. But just witnessing him give one of his famous speeches to masses makes it obvious why both the high and low classes fell under his charm. The Kaiser's energy is a sight to behold. In a short amount of time, Kaiser has managed to unite the Midwestern nations under the flag of Bremen. He formed the special troops, the Marching Men of the Knight's Day, which effectively have been expanding the Bremen reign at a rapid rate. A rate that has made the leaders of the Eastern Union worried. Where these turns take the world cannot be foreseen. His acts can very well be described as vile and monstrous, but only future history can tell if his means justify the ends. Abella looks around the room before leaving. She notices that there is a crucifix to Allmer above the bed, along with some dirty dishes on the bedside table. This suggests that either the woodsman, his wife, or possibly the goat, or maybe all three, likes to eat in bed. Which is not recommended because you will inevitably have crumbs everywhere, and you don't want that in your bed, especially not during the festival of Termina. Abella continues searching the house, heading downstairs. In the basement, Abella finds sweet little notes written in blood on the wall that the woodman's wife wrote about how much she loved her new friend. Also about how they had a gardening club where they exchanged seeds, but there was one member of the gardening club that was very cold. Armed with this new knowledge, Abella presses forth. In the basement she finds a sigil to Rher drawn in blood, along with the deceased corpse of the woodman's wife. Abella uses some chalk to draw over the sigil to Rher, gaining affinity with the god. She is transported to the other world. In this twisted version of the woodman's house, she meets the local leather enthusiast, dressed all in black. Like Tanaka, the man in black has a pretty sweet hat that must make him very popular with all his leather-loving friends. And another interesting bit of trivia, the man in black is one of the few characters in Fear and Hunger 2 that has a cape. The man in black talks about the nature of light and darkness, and how the presence of science in modern society is changing so much. In the end, he wonders if it's time to lend his sword in aid again. He says he'll help you on your quest and disappears. Returning to the real world and heading outside, we encounter the goat again. He looks a little bit changed, but unlike the man in black, sadly, the goat isn't dressed in all black leather. Though maybe I wish he would. And then the goat could also have a hat and a cape. I tried to sacrifice the goat at the ritual circle, but then I realized that you need the skin Bible to Gorgoroth to be able to do that. So I'll have to find a different way to increase my affinity with Gorgoroth. I lead the goat a little bit further away from the house, where he decides to stop. Abella realizes that the goat will be happy here, and decides to let him go so that the goat may be spared all the horrors that Abella is about to watch and perform with a meat grinder. The goat will live on to tell the tale of what happened here in Preheville. A bit further up the road, Abella finds the dead horse, the same dead horse that was in the center of Old Town, laying down next to Joni. He must have gotten bored and moved here. Too bad the horse didn't also have a sleek black leather outfit with a hat and cape. Approaching the bunker in the Maiden Forest, Abella's attacked by both the jagged-toothed dogs, but they don't pose much of a threat with the meat grinder in hand. One attack to the torso takes them both down. Well, one attack per dog. It's not one attack takes both of them down. One attack will take one dog down. 2 attacks take both the dogs down. I'm glad we were able to clear that up. Before entering the underground bunker, Abella takes a detour to visit this often overlooked section of the forest, where she's startled as a giant servant of Venushka lifts himself out of the ground. His name is Iki Turso, and he has been awakened from his slumber, he says in all caps. He asks Abella, "Is it time yet?" Abella doesn't know how to answer. Iki seems annoyed. He complains about us being a nuisance and mentions that he's waiting for Venushka. He calls us a worm and tells us not to wake him up again. After this encounter, Abella makes her way down into the bunker and activates the first of the 3 telescope stations. Like any good mechanic, technician, or engineer, Abella sees a button on a big machine. Abella pushes the button. Okay, I do have to be serious, that is a joke. Do not attempt to operate equipment you're not certified or trained on. Don't push buttons on expensive equipment if you don't know what they do. You'd be surprised how that is not common knowledge in a modern manufacturing environment. I'm speaking from experience here. Abella makes her way through the otherworldly version of the bunker. These bladed monsters will leave Abella alone as long as she keeps her distance. But that won't matter much, since Abella has the meat grinder, they don't really pose too much of a threat. She can take them down with one hit to the torso. This is a good opportunity to farm the rust-colored pearls, but I'm not really interested in trading for anything with the Radiant one on this run, since I'm going to be using primarily the meat grinder. Having wrapped up our business underground, Abella heads back to the surface. It's time for her to revisit the slums and all the enemies there that she was running away from not that long ago. The surviving moon-scorched villagers will not be able to stand a chance against her now. Near the mayor's mansion, we run into the decrepit priest that we had seen before, but didn't fight with. Abella preaches the gospel of the meat grinder to him, and the decrepit priest accepts the benediction of the saw blade. Making our way back to the city gate, we encounter both the vial and a death mask. Of the 2, the death mask is the real threat. They will spawn sometimes when you walk by some coffins on the street or in the basement of the Church of Allmer. After staring into the vial's eyes, Abella engages. The vial charges at you with a blank expression on his gas mask. His gas mask, which is fused to his face. One attack with the meat grinder, plus the bleed damage, is enough damage to take out his torso, ending the fight in one turn. But the death mask has a lot more HP, armor, and attack power. Death Mask has risen from his grave. The Death Mask wields 2 large blades in each hand, wears chainmail armor, and is wearing a death mask on his face. Initially, I had hoped that the HP I can steal back with the Leechmonger ring would be enough to undo the damage he inflicts, but his ability to inflict about 50 damage points with each attack is enough to take Abella down. So a change in tactics is going to be necessary to fight the Death Mask. So I reload the game and try again. Since I'm not going to be able to take him down quickly, instead of targeting the torso, I go for his arms first, in order to stop him from being able to apply damage on Abella. Abella takes a few heavy hits, but fortunately she's able to recover most of her HP, so she gets an extra action. After a couple more hits with the meat grinder, one of the Death Mask arms is taken out of action, reducing his damage potential in half, and closing the gap between his damage output and Abella's ability to regenerate HP. Fortunately, inflicting bleed speeds the process along. After a few more rounds, both of the Death Mask arms are disabled. After that, the fight is trivial, since Abella will now be able to heal faster than the Death Mask can hurt her. So it's just a few more turns of applying damage and waiting for the bleed to do its thing. With those two out of the way, Abella uses the trusty trench gun to unlock the gate into the city. Abella had been able to hold her own against the threats in the slums, but will she be able to do so against the threats from the city? The first one she runs into is the Bobby. The problem here is that Abella doesn't have enough damage to take out his torso on the first attack, giving the Bobby the chance to attack with his 3 batons. Abella is able to take out the Bobby on the second attack, but she's taken 3 hits, costing her most of her health. Trading 70 or 80 HP to take down one Bobby is not sustainable, won't work very well for us. So I'll be avoiding them as best as I can for now. It's not long after that Abella hears the odious chanting of Needles. Let's see how Abella does against them. In a defensive move, Abella's opening action is to use the glass shards in an attempt to blind Needles, hoping to make him miss most, if not all, of his attacks. Needles initiates the coin flip attack, but luck goes our way this time, and Abella dodges the Needles. Unfortunately, the glass shards aren't guaranteed to work, and it looks like it didn't this time. Nevertheless, Abella concentrates damage on the arm holding the whip of syringes, and is able to disable it in 2 attacks. Losing the arm prompts Needles to whip out his pistol. Needles does hit Abella and drains half of her health, but Abella has 2 turns coming up, both of which she can attack with and heal, and luckily, it's also enough to disable his pistol arm. Needles can still do the tackle attack, but we can heal about as much health every turn. Abella uses the rev points, which gives her a double attack. With the extra action, it means that she'll be attacking 3 times straight, and that's enough to end Needles. So that's 1 pale, murderous clown less in Preheville. Abella continues making her way into the city, eventually arriving at the bookstore. Here she heads up to the 2nd floor. We'll be needing to rest to be able to use the Hexen table and unlock more skills. And Karin's lockpicking ability comes in use once again. Abella lays down and tries to get some rest, but she's woken up when she hears moaning and heavy footsteps nearby. Abella is surprised by a Bobby. She attacks the torso, but one of the 3 attacks is a critical hit, which lands enough damage to take the Bobby down before he can attack Abella. After beating the Bobby to make sure he doesn't get back up, Abella is again able to lay down, close her eyes, and get some rest. Though, I guess it's not really resting when you're dreaming about Perkele and the Moon Tower. Perkele reminds us that there's 3 participants down and 11 to go. Abella uses the Hexen table to unlock Osa's skills, particularly Spice Forge, that will allow you to auto-cast a spell at the beginning of any combat encounter, and Meditation and Greater Meditation. Though I did find out that Meditation is bugged, so to get the effects of Greater Meditation, you just have to unlock the first one, Meditation. The advantage of having Meditation is that it allows you to accumulate rev points by guarding. So basically it allows you to guard one turn and then attack twice on the next turn, but the attacks are stronger since they're buffed by using Rev. So it means that on one turn you're taking reduced damage, on the other turn you're doing increased damage. And that's going to be really useful for some of the tougher fights. We find the lovable Marina on the ground floor of the bookstore. Sadly, we do need the engrave skill from her, since having high agility is going to be a big part of this run, especially when fighting against the heartless one. Marina greets us as the sleepy one and asks what brings us here, to which Abella replies, exploring the surroundings. Marina says that you've gotten pretty far already. I'm guessing your welcoming party wasn't that welcoming? Take a book, take a seat, and forget what's going on outside, even if for a brief moment. As with the other participants, this is going to be a pretty one-sided fight, but there's just no other way of getting the skills. At least in the first game you could use empty scrolls to get souls, but you can't do that in the second game. Abella collects the changeling soul from Marina. Abella steps out into the night, walking the streets of Perkele again. It's not long before she hears a noise on the rooftops and notices August demonstrating his physical prowess, climbing and jumping across the roofs of the city. August takes a moment to look out at the city before continuing on. We see Rancid approaching the Church of Allmer, and I see another body before too long and decide to see if guarding with meditation provides me a way to easily take down the bobbies without taking too much damage. Previously, I've been attacking the bobby torso with the meat grinder, and I would need 2 turns to take him down, so he would have 1 turn to be able to hit me with the batons. This time, I'm going to guard on my first turn and take only half the damage, and then on the second turn, I'll have 3 rev points that will give me 2 enhanced attacks against his torso, which should be enough to heal me back up and end the fight. So now using meditation, I have a way of taking out the bobbies without taking very much damage, if any at all, which is going to make moving back and forth across the city a lot easier. Let's see how we hold up against a Bremen elite trooper. So for my first turn, I'm going to attack his arm, trying to get as much damage onto his rifle arm as I can before he buffs his defense. On Abella's extra turn, she again attacks his rifle arm, which delivers enough damage to disable it. With his rifle gone, his ability to hurt me is greatly diminished. So now I just need to grind down his health. I'm going to be using meditation to guard because it increases your damage. So you don't just do 2 attacks, you do 2 attacks of increased power, and that increased power is going to be useful since his defense is buffed. So what I'm trying to say is that mathematically, you would do more damage in 2 turns by guarding and then doing rev attacks than by just doing 2 attacks. And this way you're also less vulnerable to damage. Well, at least for 1 turn. Once his shield is taken out, the fight's practically over. A couple hits to the torso, and we'll be done here. Especially since he's taking 600 points of damage every turn because of the bleed status effect. And we also finish the fight with full health, because of the Leechmonger ring. So far so good, this build is holding out. Before returning to the center of the city, I'm going to collect all the heads here, because I'm going to be using a lot of soul stones. In a nearby shack, I pick up a lucky coin, the film reel, and the portrait of a young man, which is used to summon one of the new gods, and you can trade rust-colored pearls with him. I also pick up the dead crow from the center of city. This is useful to summon the Tormented one. Heading into the sewers, I'll be able to test my build against the neighbor creatures. One attack to the torso doesn't deliver enough damage to take him out, but he's able to get a couple of attacks in. The bleed damage at the end of the turn does apply enough damage, ending the fight. I continue my way to the sewer treatment plant. Here, I'll unlock the path to the right, which will lead me to the Foundations of Decay, and Moonless, the best puppy. In the underground, I'm going to skip the Ratkin fight. There's really no significant loot from it other than the chance to collect more trophy heads, and I just find them really annoying, so I make my way down to fight Moonless, who has grown to huge proportions in the centuries since the first game, and she has the swords Black Steel and the Miasma buried in her fur. The Miasma is a very powerful sword from the first game that has the potential of slowly driving its user insane, which might be a homage to Soul Calibur. Fighting Moonless, you get a few turns before the fight actually starts. Kinda like how when you fight the Greater Blight in the Void in the first game, you get 2 or 3 turns beforehand where you can cast buffs or use items. I use a gasoline canister, since Moonless is weak to fire type damage. In my next turn, I can use all 3 rev points to do a double attack. I'm going to concentrate all damage on the torso, trying to end the fight quickly, rather than going for the swords and then the paws. Moonless's attacks do a number on Abella, dropping our health to 9. But with 3 rev points, I'll be able to attack twice, which is 6 attacks with the meat grinder, which combined, we're able to fill up a lot of Abella's health. One more attack on the next turn fills up our health meter a little bit more and ends the fight. August intervenes and stops the unnecessary fighting once Moonless is injured. He says, "Hold it, I'll take care of her," and then calms the big old cute cave dog. August says that Moonless did well, and that Abella's not an enemy, she's a friend. August says that Moonless is an old family friend, but provides no explanation. He gives us some healing items and he's on his way. Continuing on our way, we make it to Tunnel 4, where we run into the Tanaka doppelganger and one of the telescope stations. We then go up the other elevator shaft and make our way to the Church of Allmer. Here, we'll be able to test out the power of the meat grinder against the Crimson Fathers, which are otherworldly creatures. And like Home Depot likes to remind us, demons are weak to power tools, as demonstrated by the Doom and Silent Hill franchises. I can't one-shot the Crimson Father, so on the second turn, he casts mind control over me, which leads Abella to hit herself, but she only does 3 damage, which isn't really that much. Fortunately, the meat grinder applies the bleed effect, so one more turn and the fight ends, after the Crimson Father takes 500 more bleed damage. They kinda look like the Mind Flayers from Baldur's Gate and D&D. Anyways, I'm sure to stomp on the snail before walking away. I pick up the church keys, I'm going to need it to unlock the Heartless one. And of course, I pick up the effigy. I make my way to the other world to encounter Samari, since I'm going to need her skills. Her skills make it very easy to increase your affinity with Sylvian and Grogaroth, which will give you useful healing and offensive spells along with Necromancy and Blood Golem. Samari goes through her dialogue, saying how you're not her, saying that you're not Marina. Samari says that nothing is alright now that you're here, that she created this world just for her, and that you're ruining this on purpose. It was meant to be a surprise. But now it's all ruined and she can't allow you to leave. She goes down on one knee and transforms into her moon-scorched form of Dysmorphia. Dysmorphia is dangerous since she can cast Hurting, which can cost you a limb if you don't have protection. The skin on her face is peeled back, just like the skin on the janitor's back was peeled and held in place by a ring. Fortunately, the Hurting spell Dysmorphia casts is reflected back to her by Nasra's head. The fight ends, and we've taken some damage, but nothing major. Abella collects the Radiating Soul. Approaching Dysmorphia, she wheezes and says, "I am absolutely radiating, why can't you see?" In some of the otherworldly regions, you'll encounter these purple pillars of clay, which if you hit the action button on, you'll gradually sculpt it into your likeness. If you do enough of these, you unlock some extra dialogue with the Man in Black. Returning to the Church of Allmer, I pick up the Rusty Key, which I need to free the Heartless one. And then I use the Sigil of Rher on the Ritual Circle to go to a separate area of the Church's other world. Here, we'll be able to free the Heartless one, and afterwards be able to summon her for a fight. She is considered to be one of the toughest fights in the game, so she'll be a good test for our build that we're running with. After we free her, we get the heart-shaped lock. Having wrapped up our business in the Church of Allmer, we head back to the bookstore and get some rest. We have some soul stones and skills that we can unlock with them now. We have the usual dream with the moon simp, Perkele. With Samari and Marina down, that's a total of 5 participants dead, 9 remaining. Using the Hexen table, I'm going to unlock both of Samari's skills, and I'm also going to start unlocking some of Marina's. I'm mostly interested in Greater Occultism, which allows you to start a fight with a couple of rev points. And because of how it interacts with the Spice Forge, sometimes on your first turn, you'll already have all 3 rev points, which you can then consume to do 2 powered up attacks as your opening move. So that means that for your first action, you get to cast 1 spell, take 2 attacks, each of which will be 3 strikes with the meat grinder. So that's a total of 7 attacks starting off a fight. Day 2 starts, under the Sulfur Sun. I'm going to need to get affinity with Groggoth because I do have the Spice Forge skill, but I don't have any spells to use it on. I do use Marina's Engrave skill to buff my agility with the Sigil of God of Fear and Hunger. So here is the build I'll be using for most of the run. The meat grinder as a weapon, the armor will be the chainmail dress until I get the fluted armor or the darkness after the heartless one fight. I'm using the Salmon Snake Ruin for limb protection, the Small Things Amulet to buff my agility, although I can swap that out now that I've used the Engrave skill, and of course the Leechmonger ring. On the way to the orphanage, I'm ambushed by the mob. Since I'm testing out the build, and because of the fact that I wasn't able to run away, I decided to fight them. And I very quickly experience what it's like to be on the receiving end of the meat grinder. Reloading the game, I make my way through this courtyard, avoiding combat with the fecal dogs because I do not like them. Near the Prehevo Bop, I encounter an Inquisitor, and I am determined to wipe that grin off of his face. 1 hit with the meat grinder is plenty damage for him. These guys will frequently drop soul stones, but this time I'll have to be contented with tobacco. Nothing against tobacco, it's just that soul stones are very useful. Well, I mean, tobacco can cause cancer, so you know, there's that. But anyway, I keep making my way to the orphanage and I run into a soul job that just does not present any threat anymore. In the orphanage, we'll be getting the second effigy, and we'll also be getting some affinity for Groggoth and Sylvian, which will unlock spells that I need to use a Spice Forge. On the way back to the orphanage, I encounter another Inquisitor with that silly grin on his face, so I must attack him. Hopefully, I'll be able to get a soul stone off of him. And more tobacco. And I collect his head as a trophy because I like the feeling of superiority that it gives me momentarily. I sneak by the Cocoon Villager because he has awful peripheral vision and therefore is undeserving of my attention. Entering St. Dolmec's orphanage, I search the bookshelf in the first classroom since it has a chance to drop skin Bibles. And fortunately, I get the skin Bible of Allmer, which unlocks blood portals. I shoot my way past the cherubs and make my way to the 2nd floor. In an office in the back half of the building, searching the bookshelf, we find the new poems of love and torment, written by Ron Shambara. Let's explore the reason why he's a better new god than he is a poet. Stakes are high, and you are also and more so. Live your life and play with my bloody torso. Who would believe all your tries to blacken my name, dead crow as a prize? They say that a tear only dries, so I want to see the day Groggoth cries. They will come to know this day as the cruel age. They will come to know this page as the 4th phase. Won't you die? So yeah, that's Shambara's poetry for you. We make our way past a few more cherubs and we're almost to the ritual circles. On a bookshelf in the classroom, we find a critique of the Kaiser, published by the Midnight Gazette in September 17, 1942. The formation of the Marching Men of the Night's Day marked the day Europa finally jumped the shark. There are conflicting stories as to whether the Bremen army has truly succumbed to the horrors the rumors speak of, but it is clear as day that something vile is brewing under that black and yellow banner of the Kaiser's Bremen, especially the campaigns that took place in the area of Bohemia. Kaiser pursued this area with such vigor that it is without a question his endgame. It is hardly a coincidence that Kaiser is opening up talks about the peace treaty right after his Bremen Pig army occupied Perkele, the capital Bohemia. The Kingdom of Rondon and the Allied forces suspected that this whole Bremen ambition is directly linked to the advanced electronic network experiments the Eastern Union has been conducting in the area. It is beyond me how the masses fail to see through these plans. Instead, they give credence to the Kaiser's madness and place more trust in his perversions than logic. There are no rational answers to the irrational ideologies which Kaiser brings to the table. A bit further down, we make it to the ritual circles, where we use both of Samari's skills to increase our affinity to the old gods. Having finished with that, let's go pay Father Hugo a visit and see how he likes our new shiny meat grinder. Father Hugo widens his arms to embrace you. We go for the torso, but he's able to take the first hit, and then he casts Pyromancy trick twice on us, taking out half of Abella's health. But next turn, we do have 3 ref points, so we use them up to get 6 attacks. Hopefully, that will be enough to fill up our health. Father Hugo goes down after the 3rd attack, before he was able to burn down his office, so we're able to loot it. Next, we head to the courtyard of the orphanage to go to the other world in order to retrieve the effigy. The Lorethroughs pose very little threat. We're able to take them down sometimes in just 1 hit. We make our way through the trench system that seems to be something out of Levi's nightmares. A horrific scene from the Great War that just concluded. Coming out the other end of the trenches, we retrieve the 2nd effigy and head back to Perkele. Exiting the orphanage, I avoid the cocoon man the same way that Ragnavadar avoids wearing a shirt. I make my way back to the Perkele Bop and start unlocking the Blood Portal Superhighway. Blood portals for a better, cleaner future, since they don't produce any greenhouse gases. Approaching the White Moat apartments, Abella sees a poo-poo dog and instinctively reaches for her Luger. Entering the Pale apartments, we first get the master key. Abella hears some noise from the next room over and heads over to investigate, finding a TV on, broadcasting static that slowly forms into an image. It was a news report by Karin, the journalist from whom Abella had borrowed the lockpicking skill from. Commentating the events here at Perkele, Bohemia, is Karin. Good afternoon. A murder so heinous and perplexing in all its particulars has never before been committed in the city of Perkele. The tragedy of 28th Street. This most extraordinary and frightful affair that transpired here in the heart of the city baffles the residents of the apartment building to no end. The person held in charge of this crime was said to never have been a suspicious one. All the residents described him as a calm individual who liked to keep to himself. Regardless of his outward persona, inside, this man was a monster. The residents of the apartments 2, 6, 11, and 13 were murdered in the most gruesome manner. After that, the transmission ends. Abella heads to the 3rd floor, where she's going to solve the horse statue puzzle. There's no context for what this humanoid torso with a horse head means or why it's in this apartment, but it does seem to have a constellation etched into the base of the statue. Maybe it's the astrological zodiac sign Taurus? But the puzzle is straightforward. You just push the heavy marble statue onto the crack on the floor in the next room over, and then you'll get access to the madman's apartment on the 2nd floor, which will give us the combination that we need to solve the washing machine puzzle. And this will be the only time I recruit somebody into my party for this run. I just like having Henrik being able to provide food and Dan being able to provide alcohol, which refills mine. Although I don't really need it this run. In my opinion, the game appears to be balanced, assuming you have up to 4 people in your party that need food for their hunger meter and sustenance for their mind meter. But if you only have 1 person, then more than likely you're gonna have plenty of healing, food, and alcohol to help you out along your journey. Speaking to Dan, he asks us if we know what the sigil etched in the ground is. He tells us that he's trying to figure it out and learn more about the old gods. and that he's ultimately trying to understand the mysteries of the ritual that his adopted father carried out that cost his father-in-law and his fiancée their lives. He says that he could use some company and joins our party. He's going to keep us company while we go through the otherworldly version of the apartments, and then we'll be going back to the Perkele Bop, where he'll be able to provide spirits for the rest of the game. We pick up the diary and head back to the basement. Inputting the code into the washing machine derived from Karin's broadcast, along with the order of the apartment numbers listed in the diary, we get access to the otherworld version of the White Mold apartments. Dodging and evading the neighbor creatures, we make it to the 3rd floor, where we're going to get the 3rd and last effigy that we need to access the last parts of the game. Returning to the real world, the front door of the apartment building is unlocked. Now we'll make our way to the bookstore and the Church of Allmer in order to open up the blood portals so I can start fast traveling around the map. Next, in order to get ready for the tougher fights coming up in the last parts of the game, I head to the Imperfect Ritual Circle and offer up all the accumulated trophies I've built up until now. I also use the Portrait of the Young Man to summon the Radiant One. I do have some rust-colored pearls that I'd like to trade a Yangetsu amulet for. The Radiating One rises from Pool of Blood. Embrace your flaws, embrace the imperfection, embrace the distortion, he says. What's that you got there? Maybe this isn't a waste of my time. The Yangetsu amulet increases an attack's chance to land as a critical hit, and since Abella can deliver so many attacks with her agility and the meat grinder, it's just more chances to land critical hits. I am going to get a Yangetsu amulet from the museum, but I want to have 2 on hand just to test out what happens when you have them both equipped at the same time. After communing with the new gods, I escort Dan back to the Perkele Bop and enjoy a nice glass of whiskey. I'm happy to say that Dan doesn't have any skills that we need for this build, so he'll be able to escape the city once we get ending A. Before going up against the Tormented one and the Heartless one, there is one more skill that I need, Poison Tip, that I'm going to get from Olivia, so I head back to the train. Encountering Henrik, he offers us dinner, which is very tasty, a testament to Henrik's cooking skills. Abella lets him know how much she enjoyed it, and Henrik seems very happy to hear it. Abella reads Henrik's mind. He thinks, I'm glad I scavenged enough food. I'm sure we won't run out as long as we don't have to wait here for too long. Henrik does have 2 skills that would be useful for us. Melee proficiency, which I don't really think would help me out too much, and his cooking skills, which allows you to make meals that will give you a buff in combat. But I don't feel either one is very necessary for this build, and I've been killing enough of the other participants that I would rather avoid it if I can. Having said that, I do want the Poison Tip skill. Using it on the meat grinder will allow it to apply both the bleed and the poison status effect, making the meat grinder even stronger than it already is. Approaching Olivia, she says, "Oh hi," and explains that most people already left for the city, including Marcoh, who headed in despite the dangers. He said he'd be back soon. Olivia says that she's glad that she's got Henrik keeping her company at the train. Have you tasted his creations? They're great. It seems like everybody is enjoying Henrik's food. Reading her mind, Olivia thinks, back to digging, the book certainly didn't lie about Bohemian Forest. She adds, I got bored just sitting inside. The forest bed already fascinated me yesterday, and I just had to inspect it closer. I'm a botanist, you see. Bohemia has got a rich and unique flora. I've read quite a bit about it, but it's a different thing to finally see it in real life. I already spotted some wild daga over there. It's a plant that simply doesn't grow in Europa. Usually, I'd expect someone to have planted it here, but it looks to be growing here naturally. Everybody knows what needed to happen for me to get the Poison Tip skill, so I'm just gonna skip that part. It's been a long day, Abella is tired and could use a nap, so I head back to the train to lay down. Pav took out Marcoh and Levi, leaving only 5 participants. Using the Hexen table, I'm going to unlock Hurting, which is a very good offensive spell even though it does take a good bit of MP. I'm also going to increase my maximum mind capacity by 25, along with unlocking Olivia's poison tip skill. I also pick up Necromancy from Grogorov's skill tree, and since I still have some soul stones, I grab Magic Defense +1 and Magic Attack +1 from Tanaka's skill tree. Now that I finally have some offensive spells, I can use the Spice Force skill, and I put the modifier first on hurting. That way, it's going to auto-cast at the beginning of every fight. I open the blood portal in the train cabin and head to an imperfect ritual circle in order to fight Shambara and the Heartless one, offering up the dead crow that we found in the center of Preheville and is also mentioned in Shambara's poem, starts the fight. The air cools down and becomes thicker. The heavy air becomes hard to breathe. The Tormented one rises slowly from a pool of blood. Starting the fight, Abella's going to auto-cast Hurting, which really doesn't do a lot of damage, only 200 points, which is less than a third of what I can do with the Meat Grinder. But it counts as a turn, so it grants Abella one more rev point at the beginning of the fight, in addition to the 2 that she starts with, for a total of 3. 2 hits to the torso totaling more than 2,000 damage is enough to end the fight in 1 turn. I guess I really tormented the Tormented one. Sorry, that's a bad joke. Dad jokes are part of becoming a new dad. Abella stomps on the Tormented one because why not? There's still a few more things that we need for the Heartless one fight, so we'll be coming back to this. I move on to the Church of Allmer and unlock the secret passage. I don't really have anything to gain or any motivation to fight the enemies down here, so I'm just going to run by them real quick and avoid contact. Reaching the altar of the one god, we encounter Rancid the Sergal. As the fight starts, Abella casts Hurting on one of Sergal's arms, so I'm going to focus my attacks on that arm. I'm not able to disable his arm on the first turn, so he's going to have a chance to retaliate. Fortunately, I do have the Summon Snake Ruin equipped. On the second turn, Abella's able to deal enough damage to fully heal and end the fight, delivering over 3,000 damage and fully healing. Losing the fight, Rancid the Sergal storms off, and we are free to continue on our journey. I did want to take a moment to say thank you for watching my videos. I do really enjoy making these. If you'd like to help me out a little bit more, liking the video and commenting does help with the algorithm and helps make sure I can continue making videos long term. If you'd like to check out some of my other videos that aren't Fear and Hunger, I'll be putting a link to my Signalis video in the description. I think you might like it, check it out. Signalis is absolutely a survival horror masterpiece, and I think it deserves more attention. Arriving at the museum, we can finally trade with Pocketcat for skin Bibles. Mainly, I'm interested in the Grogoroth skin Bible, which I can use at a ritual circle to increase my affinity with him. My goal here is to get the Black Smog spell, which can blind enemies, attacks everybody, and doesn't need much magic points to cast. It's also going to be instrumental for soloing the Machine God. Also at the museum, I pick up 2 of the 3 parts of the fluted armor, the armor that's able to protect all of your limbs. I also grab another Yagetsu amulet and the Shashak. Finally, I make my way to Donovan's house, where I'll be opening up another blood portal and now have access to the Hexen table without needing to rest. After opening up the blood portal, I make my way back to the outskirts of the city. I'm going to return to the first ritual circle that we encountered, and I'm going to use the skin Bible to Grogoroth to increase affinity. Heading back into the city, we discover why Henrik wasn't at the train. He's been ambushed by Caligula and is defending himself with a knife. Henrik exclaims, "Caligula, I know what you're trying to pull. You're a fool if you think I'll just watch from the side while you turn everyone against each other. Caligula retorts, aren't you clever? So what you gonna do about it, big guy? To which Henrik hesitates. Henrik replies, you might have gotten this far by just intimidating people into submission, but I spit on your puny scare tactics. The likes of you would get laughed out of an average kitchen. Of course, Abella intercedes in the fight to help defend Henrik. Caligula says, you've got some nerve. Get ready to die, followed by a bunch of curse words. Fortunately, Caligula is not going to be able to stand even one turn with the build Abella has going. With Caligula down, Abella absorbs the decrepit soul. Bella reads Henrik's mind. He thinks, I'm still shivering because of that guy. I gotta hide it. Thank you, you did us all a favor, believe it or not. That man was rotten to the core. It's crazy what this festival makes us do. But seriously, don't worry about the fate of this guy. He had it coming for years, I'd wager. I'll talk with you later. I need to head out before night falls. I want to be back to the train by then. See you later, and thanks again. I continue making my way to Old Town, open the blood portal there, and continue making my way to the mayor's house to get the last piece of the fluted armor. I draw the sigil of Venushka at the ritual circle to spawn the big white tree. I can now climb down to the secret section of the basement and get the last piece that I need of the fluted armor, bringing Abella one step closer to being like Robocop or a mech. Now, we're ready to take on the Heartless one. I'm also going to use the poison tip skill so that the meat grinder can apply poison. Offering up the heart-shaped lock summons the new god, and starts what's arguably the hardest fight in the game. Abella looks at the meat grinder she's holding in her hands, and then she looks at the Heartless one, and she thinks to herself, I can fix her. I've set Blood Golem to autocast at the beginning of the fight. The Blood Golem is going to be useful in absorbing some of the attacks, so basically acting like a decoy. My first objective is going to be disable her arm that's holding the sword, since that will take out 2 of her 5 attacks. And I'm going to fall into the familiar rhythm of guarding one turn and then attacking the second turn, which is also when I regenerate health. I have some luck, and since I have Nasra's head equipped, some spells are being reflected back at the Heartless one. The Blood Rose Vine attacks lands on Abella, reducing her agility, but fortunately, I've taken pep pills before the fight to offset the decrease. It's critical for me to maintain agility greater than 16, since I need 2 actions per turn to be able to attack and survive. And again, using Guard Plus, which means I have the meditation skill, is useful for decreasing the damage taken and then giving you 2 enhanced attacks for your next action, which is useful for regenerating health. The Heartless one is also gradually taking bleed and poison damage, which should speed things along. Now that she's lost her arm that she was holding the red virtue with, the hardest part is over. Next, I'm going to focus damage on her arm that's holding the spear to stop her from casting spells. After a few turns, the Heartless one gets an additional attack when she spreads out her wings. But she's still doing less damage now than she was when she still had her sword arm. I repeat the same pattern, guard on the first action, attack on the second. Now, the only way that the hardest one can attack is with the feathers, and I should be able to regenerate any damage completely every turn. So next, I'm going to focus damage on her wings. I continue repeating the same pattern, guard and attack. All the while, the bleed and poison effects are helping speed up the damage. After several turns of back and forth, the Heartless one is nearly completely disabled. Now she can only attack with her torso using Tackle, which barely delivers any damage. So I just continue a few more turns to finish her off. Something that was mentioned on the comments of one of my videos once was, what is the Heartless one's hair attached to right now? Her head's gone. We can still see her hair down her back. So what is that hair attached to? The only thing I can think of is her hair is growing out of her back. I attack the Heartless one a few more times, and before long the fight is finally over. Abella receives the sword, the red virtue, and the armor, the darkness. Having defeated the Heartless one, Abella returns to the Hexen table to use up the last of the soul stones. We unlock Black Orb, but more importantly Black Smog, which we need for the fight with the Machine God. And just because, we also unlock Pyromancy Trick and Roots That Reap, along with getting +1 defense. And now we're ready to go for Ending A, so let's head to the White Bunker. We solve the astronomical clock puzzle and start our descent. Abella descends into the White Bunker. On the second level, she refuels the generator, which will grant her access to the bottom of the bunker. Before going any further, Abella stops by the control room and says hello to the Crow Man. He seems miserable, so Abella continues her descent. Abella sneaks past the last few guards near the databanks and makes it down to the last level, where we will be testing the meat grinder against the Platoon and Commander. Since I'm not really relying on any spell to get me through this fight, I set Roots That Reap to autocast, just to test it out. The Platoon charges and the fight commences. Roots That Reap autocasted, delivering some damage, but nothing significant. I'm going to use my opening attack against the Platoon. The goal is not really to apply damage, but to apply the status effects, to give the poison more time to drain his health. The commander orders the Platoon to initiate a coin flip attack. But using an extra lucky coin tips the odds in our favor. So instead, the Platoon charges, delivering some damage, but nothing that we won't be able to steal back next attack. Okay, now it's time to take out the commander, and she falls after one hit. For the rest of the fight, we just fall into the familiar rhythm of being attacked, taking damage, and then just stealing the health back. And after a few more attacks, the fight is over. Using Poison Tip and inflicting the poison status effect on the Platoon wasn't instrumental in winning the fight, but it did speed it up since it was applying 500 damage per turn. Approaching the king in yellow, he tells us that the logic, the Machine God, is online. He says, that is a cruel joke the fate has played on me time and time again. At one point in time, I did think I would be the one to lead us all to the promised land. My ego led me to believe I would be the one true God worshipped in the coming age. The world is too capricious and chaotic. It was never for me to rule. But chaos itself is not something to be dreaded. Chaos is but a transitional phase. Where it leads determines whether that chaos is a negative force or not. Since I've embraced the chaos, I've never come to surprise myself. I was able to abandon my ego and leave that miserable being endlessly wandering in the dark green. Myself that remains only aims for the betterment of mankind and altruistic love. My role in the greater scheme of things was to arrange all the necessary chess pieces to their place and set the wheels in motion. I'm at peace with my role at this point. So no, the true God I talk about is not me. Fate hampered my plans in the form of a young woman, a person who was completely clueless of the power struggles of the old world. She became the symbol of our evolution by pure coincidence. Maybe it is only fitting that a youngling like her would lead us to a new tomorrow. If it yearns to change, the world needs to forget the past, me included. Silently, the King in Yellow stands up. He says, "The breath of the machine god is still frail, however. In her current fragile state, I cannot let you near. So prepare yourself." The fight starts, and first black smog is casted, although it doesn't really have too much effect, other than granting Abella the 3rd ref point. Abella consumes the 3 ref points and targets the Kaiser's arm. Landing some critical hits, she's able to disable the Kaiser's sword arm in 1 turn. And from here, the fight is pretty straightforward, mostly just focusing damage on his torso, and after a few turns, the King in Yellow goes down. And the coup de grace is 2,700 points of damage that's delivered to the Kaiser by the status effects. With the Kaiser out of the way, we are ready to encounter the machine god, the logic. But since the first phase of the logic is weak to fire, we switch Pyromancy trick to be the spell that's casted at the beginning of the fight. The goal is to apply the fire status effect to the machine god, which she is weak to. Abella enters the white womb of the logic. She stands before this new god that has just been born. A god born of human technology and ambition. The fight starts with Abella casting Pyromancy trick, which manages to inflict the fire status effect on her. Abella attacks, while the machine god retaliates, casting Red Arc. We also see that the fire status effect is applying 1,400 points of damage per turn. The exhaust system is heating up. Abella consumes the 3 ref points and delivers 6 attacks, fully healing her. When the exhaust system is heating up, you can disable it in 1 move by using Black Smog, since it attacks everything on the board. All the while, the machine god is still taking 1,400 points of damage per turn. This back and forth will continue for a few more turns, as we're draining the machine god's health, while Abella is regenerating hers every turn. And after a bit, the machine god goes down and we get ending A as the cinematic plays out. And that's how you're able to solo the machine god using just 1 character and a meat grinder. Henrik, Dan, Pav, and August all managed to survive through all the horrors. But what about ending B, where we go up against Perkele, the Feathered Jester, the Moon Simp, and the traces of the Trickster Moon God Rher? First, we'll have to eliminate the other surviving participants. Pav and August will pass simply with the passage of time on night 3, where Pav succumbs to his wounds that he sustained from the Kaiser, and August unalives himself to prevent himself from moon scorching and becoming a monster, the type of monster that his family has been hunting for millennia. Now we rest to speed up time until the night of the 3rd day, when we can find Henrik in the Mayor's Manor. So Abella basically takes a day off and spends the next 24 hours just napping. This will allow us to get to the night of the 3rd day, when I can hunt Henrik down and then access the moon tower. Taking out Henrik at the Mayor's Manor, we are now the sole surviving participant of the Festival of Termina. we can head to the Moon Tower for ending B against the Traces of Rher. At the Moon Tower, we'll have to go through Perkele before fighting Rher. So let's see how well the poison tip meat grinder works on him. Abella opens attacking his torso, applying both the bleed and poison status effect. Luckily, also a critical hit. Perkele retaliates by casting Lunar Meteorite and Feather Rain. At the end of the turn, the two status effects deliver 2,700 points of damage to Perkele's torso, which is enough to end the fight in one turn. Meaning that the combination of poison and bleed is extremely deadly to Perkele. Abella has caught the attention of the last remaining traces of Rher, the old god, the trickster moon. Abella revs up the RPM on her meat grinder as she gets ready to cut the moon a new one. Oh, but what is a god to an electric buzzsaw? Through the multiverse, Abella feels a connection to another engineer that has also used power tools to take down demon moons. We summon a blood golem, again to use as a decoy, but this time not for physical damage, but to absorb some of the mind-draining effects of the all-seeing eyes. The all-seeing eyes pose a threat because if Abella's mind drops to 0, the fight is over. The blood golem working as a decoy does buy Abella enough time to take out the mind-draining eyes. Once all the eyes of Rher are destroyed, Abella changes her target to the moon, taking damage from Rher, but healing every time she attacks. A few more turns, and the Traces of Rher lose interest in us and drifts away. And thus, with a newfound awareness of the world around her, Abella survives and we get ending B, Day 4. Abella's epilogue tells us, "You couldn't sleep after what you had witnessed in Preheville. You knew too much about the universe and what horrors it hid in the darkness of night. The endless void above in the sky taunted you. It laughed at you. You had finally realized how minuscule humans truly were in the grand scheme of things. Your insomnia almost drew you insane, but you had always been one to look for answers and solutions. Surely there was an answer to be found here too. The moon had paid you a visit and gazed at you for a brief second. To ask for answers, you'd need to pay the moon god a visit as well. You took high positions in fields that studied space technology. Over the years, things started to advance, and only after a decade, you were getting ready to launch people to the moon. You'd get an audience with the moon soon, not with ancient rituals or a cult, but thanks to technology and human wit. Whether it was a good idea or not remains to be seen. And with that, we end this run using Abella only and the meat grinder. So in conclusion, do I think that the meat grinder is a little bit overpowered and needs to be nerfed? Yes, it could be nerfed a little bit, yes. But I'd like to thank you very much for spending your time with me these last couple of hours. I hope this has helped your day. Big shout out and thank you to the members of this channel. I appreciate your support and your vote of confidence in me. But that wraps up this video. Take care of yourself, be well, and thank you very much. Later. Until the next one.
Hi, hello, and welcome to my video, which will be a complete playthrough of Fear and Hunger 2 Termina using Marcoh and going for Ending A. My purpose for making this video is for anybody that wants to see what the world of Fear and Hunger 2 is like, but doesn't have the time or a computer to play the game. So for that purpose, I will be reading every book I find. I will be walking slowly through new environments. I will be showing you at least the first fight with every different type of enemy I encounter. And generally, I'll be trying to give you time to examine the surroundings that we're in or read any documents we find. I will also be doing a commentary on strategy and how I'm playing the game, explaining the mechanics and the little tricks that I've learned along the way. So there will be a lot of gameplay tips in this video. I know a lot of people, and myself included, will have videos on in the background while you do something else. I will be speaking up when I think there's something interesting on screen that I might want to try to call your attention to see if it's something you're interested in. But this is a very long video, so there will be gaps where I'll just let the gameplay speak for itself. Okay, so this run through we are using Marcoh. Marcoh is probably a favorite for a lot of people playing the game for the first time because he is such a competent fighter right off the bat. Marcoh can start with the lock picking skill, which is extremely useful early game, allowing you to get access to a lot of areas you normally wouldn't, including the sewers. Due to his boxer training, he can attack twice per turn. He can also start with a small buff to agility, which will make it easier for him to have double turns before long, meaning 4 attacks per turn in combat. So here we have the intro, which will give us the background and the history of Marcoh, which the short version is he was an orphan in Vatican City along with his sister. They got caught up with the mafia and had to escape the city, which is how Marcoh ended up on his way to Preheville. So I'll let this scene play out in case you want to read the details. The way the skill selection works is that at the beginning of the game, you get the backstory to a character, and then the skills you start with depend on the choices that you make during the character background section. Also note, this isn't a speed run or a no death run. I died a lot. I just edited the video to make it look like one smooth continuous run, and you'll notice the jumps in the editing here and there. And coming up, we will see the optional intro sequence with the janitor. So one fun random interaction that I got on this point is notice that I will be getting the bone saw, which is a random drop at this point. Most of the time when you encounter the janitor, you won't be able to beat him, but because of Marco's greater damage output, it's actually not that hard to beat the janitor in this portion. And as far as I know, this is the only way to get the unique trophy item, which is the janitor's head. You have to get a bone saw as a drop in one of those first few pieces of luggage, and then you have to defeat the janitor. There's nothing special to the janitor's head, it's just an interesting little tidbit that they put it in the game, even though the circumstances for you to get this item or this head are so specific. It's just like a nice little detail that the developer put in. And here is where we meet Perkele, who gives you the basic rundown of what's going to happen in the game. In this case, we are starting with a weapon since we defeated the janitor, but I won't be using it in this run. After that sequence, you wake up on the train after it stopped and the game proper begins. Here we meet Tanaka, the salaryman. Exiting the train, we see most of the other participants in the festival. And we also get an introduction to the other characters. In this part, you'll see that they all have their nicknames instead of their actual name until they introduce themselves. So we get the girl with the pigtails, the man with the checkered pants, the curly haired man, and so forth. Normally, after the first time you play the game, you'll probably be skipping this part, but for the first time, it is a very good introduction to all the different characters and their motivation, lore, and backstory. Very classy, Henrik. Okay, so we're done with the intro. So first order of business on this run is I will be recruiting Abella. If you notice most gameplay footage of Fear and Hunger, Abella is a very frequent sight. And that's for two reasons. One, she is the only character that you can recruit straight off the bat. Leaving the train, you can head straight to the bunker and recruit Abella. And second of all, she has a very powerful ability, which is the wrench toss. When you start the game, around the train, there's a lot of very useful herbs, which is what I'm walking around picking up. I should have said this earlier, but if you have any questions about what I'm doing, the story, or the actual gameplay mechanics, feel free to ask in the comments. Most of the items and drops you will find around Perkele are random, but there was a few sure drops for rotten meat, which can be very useful at the beginning of the game to distract two dog type enemies that you'll encounter on the way to the first bunker. So as you'll see a lot throughout the game, here I'm looting, hoping to find items, crafting components, food, or healing items as well. Note the ritual circle in the house. We'll be coming back here later. Also, this is the shortcut to the deep woods. Dropping that ladder down provides a shortcut later on in the game. Not far from the train is the woodman's house. My goal in the woodman's house is just to continue looting, seeing if there's anything that'll just make the run easier. Fun fact, there are multiple dead horses in Fear and Hunger 1 and 2, and no living horses. And here we encounter the first enemies of this run. Despite their appearances, if you just attack the torso once or twice, you should be able to put them down with minimal or no damage. Also, there's a boundary here that they can't cross. And here we also meet Abella. And now we get a chance to say hi to Nidos. Nidos is a formidable opponent, and if you don't take him out, he will stalk you through the city. Also note how I'll be using Abella's wrench toss ability to stop him from attacking me. So something that we were able to see in that last fight is the Rev, R-E-V mechanic. Basically, every turn that passes, you get 1 unit of Rev. Using 1 or 2 units will make your attacks stronger, but if you wait to store up all 3 of them, it will make your attacks stronger and give you a double attack. We'll see the blue moths and Rayla repeatedly throughout the game. Each time you see them, it's basically Rayla trying to lead you to the objectives you have to find in order to be able to find her in the white bunker. In this case, the first telescope station can be found in this bunker. This is a sigil of Rher, which will teleport you to the other world. In this case, we are going to the other world to continue looting, and it's a quick way out of the bunker. We'll see various Rontrell monsters down here, but if you keep a distance, they won't aggro and they'll just leave you alone. This is a golden gate, which you can unlock if you get a high enough affinity with Rare. It's basically another fast travel system around the map. Exiting the bunker, we will meet Pav. Entering the slums on the outskirts of Perkele, we will continue looting, and we will also start collecting a lot of heads that we will need to trade for the components we need to produce a lot of soul stones, which is what allows you to unlock more skills. So the trick to dealing with the villagers is that, especially if you already have two people in your party, is that if you target their torso, you can probably take them out before they can even attack you. The Bremen chestplate is actually pretty good armor to get this early in the game, so I go ahead and equip that. For some reason, every refrigerator in Preheville will have a white vial in it, which is very useful for poisoning. And we continue looting, hoping to get more useful items for the rest of the game. Here I got lucky and got the skin Bible for the God of Fear and Hunger, which is very useful for the engrave skill and for using the ritual circles. Using the skin Bible of the God of Fear and Hunger allows you to save game without advancing time. Sleeping allows you to save the game, but also progresses time. The Festival of Termina will take place over 3 days, and each day has 3 phases, morning, afternoon, and evening. You'll want to advance time because different events happen at different times, and different characters can be found at different points of time throughout the game. This is the mayor's mansion. We'll have to talk to the mayor to get the second half of the key that we need to enter the city proper of Preheville. The mayor's mansion does have the library, which is a great opportunity to get more skin Bibles, if you're lucky. The Sylvian Skin Bible allows you to regenerate your lost limbs and get full health. It also makes it easier to unlock the healing spells. The encounter with the mayor is actually pretty straightforward once you know what you're doing. Basically, he'll show you three different food items in parentheses, and you just have to give him a response that won't anger him. And once you know what to tell him, it's very straightforward. You just sit down, answer the questions, and he gives you the key that you need. Fighting this decrepit priest gives you the head that the wretched being asked you for, along with the woodman's head. But the thing is that the reward that you get is just really not worth it. Here, my goal is more to explore the rest of the mansion because there is some good armor here. I'll be fast forwarding some parts, mostly if it's just me traveling back somewhere I've already been. If you can't lockpick a door or don't have the key, you get one turn to see if you can apply enough damage to break it down. In this case, I can't. I didn't learn this till later, but if you don't step on the glass, these guys don't aggro and they just leave you alone. But we do need to collect as many heads as we can to be able to unlock all the skills that we'll be needing to get to the Machine God. The ghouls are almost the same thing as the villagers, and we can use the same strategy. Basically, just focus all damage on the torso. And with a very little luck, you should be able to finish the encounter in one turn with no damage. In this part of the slums, we'll also find a lot of villagers that aren't aggressive and won't attack you, but collecting their heads is still a viable way to get more soul stones to unlock more skills. So we take them all out. So this part we are pretty much just looting the slums and collecting heads. In this shack, we will find another entrance to the underground bunkers and the sewers. We're going to go down there to loot, but we really don't need to go into the sewers yet. Our next objective is to get into the city and get to Dr. Kiefer's shop to get the Small Things amulet. Here we encounter Dan, who is trying to help and take care of all the villagers that you just decapitated. He will join your party for a little bit, but you can't recruit him permanently till day 2. Now that we have a nice number of heads, let's sacrifice them to the new gods in order to get soul stones. With all that done, Let's enter the city and make our way to the Prehevo Bob and Dr. Kiefer's magic shop. Since Marco starts with a +1 to agility, if I get the Small Things Amulet, which increases your agility, he'll get 2 turns in combat per round. Also here we see the Mega Chad, August. Also our first encounter with the Bobbies. The thing about the Bobbies is that they will have 3 regenerating arms. So what you'll want to do is keep destroying his arms while you damage the torso or take out his head. It's important to remember the Bobbies will revive if you don't stomp on them after defeating them in battle. This is the bookshop, an important save point, and also a possible recruitment location for Marina. I did forget to mention the bookstore also has a ritual circle, and if you have the skin Bible of Allmer, you can then make a blood portal, which is the game's fast travel system. And coming up next, the reason I always keep my distance from coffins in this game. That's a death mask. There's about 3 or 4 in the game. Very tough, but they do drop good loot. And the man cat that needs no introduction. I hate the Fecal dogs. I just do not like that monster design, and that's all I have to say about that. Something I do like about Fear and Hunger is that you can see the DNA of survival horror in a lot of small references. So this upcoming scene is a reference to the opening parts of Silent Hill 1. Okay, I'm skipping ahead here a few minutes because everything coming up is basically looting a section that we will be coming back to later. And this is the shopping street near the safe point of the Prehevo Bop, and this is the department store that you might have heard of. So the Prehevo Bop is a speakeasy or a bar that's been abandoned in the middle of town. It's significant because it's a safe point. It has a ritual circle that allows you to open a blood portal, and if Dan is around, you can also max out your mind for free. Also, I gotta say, I love the music here. On this board, we learn about the location of the 3 telescope stations. We'll have to visit all 3 locations in order to unlock the bunker, which allows you to get ending A and confront the machine god. And if you haven't already, you can also get a shotgun, a rifle, and a pistol here. I'm not sure if this location serves any other function, but the only reason I know of to come in here is to stock up on booze. Alcohol in game will refill your mind meter, which is what you need to cast spells. If you notice on the billboard on the left, you'll notice that this is a reference to the Heartless one. The Heartless one is a secret optional boss that drops probably some of the best loot in the game. These enemies are soul jobs, which we assume were constructed by Stitches. This is the department store, which, if you've seen any other Fear and Hunger 2 Termina videos, you will know what that screaming is about. Because of monetization concerns, I will not be showing the footage in this video because of its length. You're allowed so much adult material per video, so the longer ones are more at risk of demonetization. But if you don't know what that sound is, you can check it out in one of my other Fear and Hunger 2 Termina videos. And here we've arrived at Dr. Kiefer's Tricks and Magic. Here you can buy a range of useful magical accessories. I'm here to buy the Small Things Amulet, which increases agility. We're going to be seeing later in the footage why I regretted that decision to rub that lamp so much. I was just trying to get the soul stone. I knew that messing with that lamp would trigger that pole to spawn and a couple others. I just didn't know how many others there were. And I found out on this run that it's more than I thought. So we'll be seeing more than a few poles in this playthrough. So it's night 1. So here I am heading back to the mayor's mansion to free Marina in hopes of her being available for recruitment later on. Though I think it bugged out this run and I ended up recruiting Karina. And since I'm here, I'm gonna fight the gentleman in order to unlock Henrik's skill set. Marina will only be in your party for a little bit the first time around, but if you encounter her a second time, you can recruit her permanently into your party. Marina has this very useful engrave skill that you can use to permanently increase some of your stats, including agility. So with Abella, if I engrave the sigil for Sylvian on her and get her a small things amulet, then she'll have enough agility to take 2 actions per turn. the vial has more HP than the other villagers, so it takes a little bit more work to take out his arm so he can't attack you as much. And now I find a bid to advance to day 2 and recruit Dan. Here we can meet the local store owner. If you have the need and the shillings, you can buy some consumables here. And now we head to the White Mold Apartments. Here in the White Mold Apartments, we have 2 goals. 1, recruit Dan, and 2, get the first of the 3 effigies that we'll need to unlock the secret passage in the Church of Allmer, which is the only way to get to the last parts of the game, where we will encounter the tower and the White Bunker. Each apartment in the building will have its own unique theme. So you have the musician's room, the plant room, the puppet room, the recently moved in tenant, and the madman's apartment. Here we will also see the neighbor creature. He's got two big maws that he can do a lot of damage with. So what I'll be trying to do is use the wrench toss to stun one and then try to take out the other one as fast as possible. So the solution to the riddle is to input the apartment numbers in the order described in the Madman's diary. And the apartment numbers are the ones that we saw in the news broadcast. Through here, we'll enter the Otherworld region and we'll be able to find the effigy. And this is the first of the 3 effigies that we need to unlock the endgame. Upon returning from the other world, the front door to the apartment building will unlock. I return to the bookstore hoping to find Marina, but unfortunately she's not there. Not sure if it's a bug or an error on my behalf. So I'm heading to Western Preheville to see if I can recruit Marina from the Weeping Scope encounter. The Weeping Scope is Levi's moon-scorched form, so I should be able to find Karin and Marina there. I'll be taking the sewer to West Preheville. This way I can unlock the sewage treatment puzzle on the way, since it can only be unlocked from one direction. So there's actually two puzzles here and two solutions. One is to unlock the path through the sewer to West Preheville, and the other one is to unlock the path to the Foundations of Decay, which we will be returning to later. Levi's doppelganger can be found down here in the sewers. We stop by the Preheville Bop for a quick drink and to refill our mind meters. Our next stop will be to go past Dr. Kiefer's magic and trick shop and onto the orphanage to get the second of the 3 effigies. But first, let's take care of August real quick. I don't actually have any reason to take him out on this playthrough, but I just thought I'd show everybody the content and what fighting him is like. He does have several useful skills, I just personally don't use them. So this is West Preheville, the part of the city that was most heavily bombed. And here I had intended to find Karin and Marina, but for some reason I couldn't find Marina. So I recruited Karin instead. And with that, I have the full 4-person squad that I will be using until the end of the game. Since we're here, let's explore the offices of the Midnight Gazette. And with that, let's start making our way back to the orphanage. Oh look, it's Osa. Well, I could use more skills. Dan's medical diagnostics skill is really interesting to get more lore, and also to see what type of attacks and damage types different monsters are vulnerable to. And the orphanage. The trenches in this area are meant to represent the people and the kids forced to fight in them over the course of the Second Great War. Now we have 2 of the 3 effigies. So next stop will be the Foundations of Decay to trigger a telescope station and get access to the basement of the Church of Allmer, where the last effigy is at. Since we're here, let's go fight Father Hugo. Before leaving the orphanage, let's loot the basement, since it does have a lot of stuff down there. The first unexpected Poe makes its appearance here. They're not too tough, but they can't be hurt with weapons. So you either have to fight them unarmed or use magic damage. They also have a annoying coin flip attack that can kill you in one go. And finishing up at the orphanage, let's head to the Church of Allmer, through the Foundations of Decay and encountering Moonless. Blue moths? So we know we are on the way to a telescope station. Here we get the black steel sword, which is one of the melee items that I'll be using through the rest of the game. Tanaka's doppelganger, which is the second one we've encountered so far. Green herbs can cure infections, and infections can kill a character if it's left untreated for too long. And we've reached the Church of Allmer. Entering the Church of Allmer through the Foundations of Decay allow you to get the Rusty Key, which is necessary to encounter the Heartless one. Though I did mean to fight her on this run, but I accidentally locked myself out of her fight. So, meh. So right now I'm just really looting the basement, and then I'm gonna get the third and last effigy that we need to unlock the secret path. For some reason, this Pillarman is the only one that's not aggressive in the game. If these snails are allowed to get to a pool of blood, they will regenerate a body and become another crimson fodder. So while we're here, we're going to fight this Morphia, which is the moon-scorched version of Samari, to get 2 of her skills, which will help get more affinity for Gorgoroth and Sylvian, which is useful to get the Healing Whisper spell. Healing spells aren't absolutely necessary to beat the game, but they do make life a lot easier. I will be turning Abella into a healer character. I'm going to get her enough agility to have 2 actions per turn, along with the Batel ring, which will regenerate mine. That way she can take 2 actions per turn, one of which is healing, and her mind will constantly regenerate. The fight with this Morphia is pretty straightforward, but she can cast Hurting, which can sever a limb. We have more than a few heads right now, so let's cash them in for soulstone shards. The Crimson Fathers have a knife and can mind control you. So my first turn, usually I take out the arm with the knife, and then I go for the torso to take him down. Okay, we've seen more than a few fights with these guys, so I'm gonna start cutting them out. I got lucky here and got the Salmon Snake Ruin, which is an extremely powerful defensive accessory. It prevents limb loss and a bunch of different status effects. After looting the church, I am ready to place the 3 effigies at the altar and unlock the path to the last areas in the game. Here we go through a segment where you have to choose whether to go through the left or through the right in 2 different segments, and each one having a different challenge or different enemy inside of it. I find it easiest just to choose the right side both times. That way you fight a Crimson Father and a Pillar Man. And yet another unforeseen consequence of my earlier actions. So I unequip everyone's weapons so I can just bum rush him with unarmed attacks. A quick note, on this run through, I am relying exclusively on physical attacks. I'm not using any magic. So I will probably be doing another playthrough with Marina, with emphasis on using magic instead of physical attacks. The secret of dealing with the Pillarmen is that it's a little hard to see, but they have 6 abs. One of them will have a small little face moving in it, which is number 1 in this case. If you destroy that one ab, the Pillarmen will suffocate. And with that, we can exit the underground passage from the church and enter Mausoleum Alley. We do have one last encounter before arriving at the tower and the museum, and that's encountering Sergal. He is a very strong fighter, but there is one secret that makes the fight a lot easier. And the fight will end as soon as you sever one of his limbs. So a good strategy is just to focus all your damage on one of his 2 arms. He then drops the Sergal Spear, which is another melee item that's very powerful that I will be using for the rest of this run. Unlock the shortcuts back to the center of Perkele. And we've nearly arrived at the museum, where I will be picking up some loot that only spawns there and trading with Pocketcat to get the skin Bible of the God of Fear and Hunger that I need to unlock the blood portals. So there's 3 items on display here. You can only get one. I've heard you can get 2 if you're quick enough. But I will be going for the amulet that increases your critical hit rate, which will be very useful since Marcoh will be able to attack 4 times a turn. And now, time to trade the contestant heads that we've been collecting for a skin Bible from Pocketcat. And now to the late game safe house, Donovan's house, where we can use the hexen to unlock more skills and also open a blood portal so we don't have to walk all the way back. Since we do have to head south one last time to activate the last teletoscope station in the deep forest. And also we'll be going back to the orphanage to use the 2 ritual circles to get more affinity for Gorgoroth and Sylvian. Mostly for the Sylvian affinity to get the healing spells. I keep looting the area to make sure I get everything that I might need. And I unlock the shortcut back to the area around the Pipebomb. I stop at the Pipebomb to open the portal and to refill on mind. Okay, now to get the Batel ring, which regenerates mine at Dr. Kiefer's, and then to the orphanage. Couple of interesting tidbits. This is the only hexen table that you can use in Maso mode or hard mode, and it's also where you would encounter the Gall brothers. And here's where you get the Ouija board, but only if you fail at the Hangman game. Since we're in the area, we head to East Bremen to take out this elite trooper for his loot, and also to collect a few more heads and some more random drops in the area. The elite trooper has a shield that he can use to increase his defense, which does make this fight drag out a little bit longer. But they're otherwise not too dangerous. At the Church of Allmer, I open up another portal. And collect some more soul stones. We draw a sigil to Sylvian, since Dan and Abella have both lost limbs. Time to unlock some more skills using the blood portal to quickly get back to Donovan's house. And since now we have enough Sylvian affinity, I can unlock Loving Whispers, which I give to Abella so she can become a healer. And just cause, I also get the Red Arc skill, which is a skill that only unlocks after you've already beaten the game once. So I'll only use it a little bit to display it, but I won't be relying on it very much. I'm advancing time to day 3 so that Caligula is easy to find in the sewers. Fighting Caligula is not necessary, but I wanted to include it to make this playthrough as comprehensive as possible. I started making my way to the deep woods through West Preheville and the sewers. Here we'll encounter the Wasp Man, which is a monster type that only spawns on the last day. I loot this warehouse and find out that there's yet another pole here. So same drill as last time, unequip all the weapons and bum rush him. And since now I have offensive spells, I throw some magic his way. Don't step on the landmines, they go boom. Also, it's interesting to note that West Preheville is mined and bombed, which I take to mean that that's the direction the Bremen army invaded from. Which makes sense if you consider that Preheville is a standing for Prague, and the Bremen nation is standing for Germany. In the deep forest, we also encountered the most obvious doppelganger, which is Olivia's. Clearly, the real Olivia would not be running laps in the forest. If you look closely, you'll see a trap in the middle of this patch of leaves on the ground. And if you fall, that's an instant kill. So here I'm being a little bit paranoid because I know the owl cultists are around here somewhere, and I just don't like dealing with them. And there he is. I've been told their mask is a homage to Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask, but I never actually played Majora's Mask, so I couldn't tell you. Using a white vial to get rid of the poison status effect. Two more dogs in the deeper woods, but honestly at this point this is a trivial fight. Fighting the owl cultists is a little bit of a DPS race. They summon a ghost to fight for them, so here I'm trying to take him out before he can summon the ghost and the ghost can attack. And this is the secret passageway. Well, it's not really a secret, but I've heard people call it that. And it can be a bit hard to spot. But anyway, this is the path that leads to the last bunker where we find the centaur and the last and third telescope station. The centaur has a devastating attack called the Stampede that can take out the majority of your party in one turn. The way to stop it is to disable one of his four legs on the first turn. Also, the centaur is unique because it's one of the only monsters that there's only one instance of him. This is the only centaur in the entire game. And that's the Stampede attack, and you can see how much damage it did to everybody in the party. I was just curious if the centaur head had an interesting description. Smoking tobacco restores mind, which you need for casting spells. And finally, onto the last bunker before the white bunker. Again, Rayla and the Blue Moths leading the way to the telectrical station. She's trying to get you to activate the logic. Since you fight Stitches so much later on in the game, usually depending on what path you take, she poses a relatively minor threat when compared to Nidos, who might be one of the first tough challenges you encounter. We turn on the generator to power the elevator to head further down. Okay, so this will be more for a future video, but just a heads up, this is one of the 3 locations where you can get a bench grinder. If you use Abella's weapon craft skill, the meat grinder can be one of the most powerful weapons in the game. And many would say it just breaks the game, it's so good. The other 2 ways to get the bench grinder is to either steal it from Abella in combat or from fighting the mob. Mob is an enemy type that spawns sometimes that we haven't seen yet on this playthrough. And following the blue moth, we reach the 3rd and last electroscope stations. To get ending A and to access the white bunker, you have to activate all 3 of these. Now, having wrapped up everything in the deep woods, we head back to the train cabin. At the train cabin, we can open a blood portal to warp all the way back to the museum using the Donovan's house portal, as opposed to having to run back across the map, which I've done plenty of this time around. But since we're here, let's go take out the woodsman, just because I can. Revenge for all those times that he got me early in the game. Fortunately, he glitches out and gets stuck in between those trees and a bush, making it easy for me to dispense some forest justice. Since I have the woodsman's key, I'm going to the basement to increase my affinity with Sylvian again to get a second healing spell for my main character, Marcoh. Lovely. Back to the train. Use the hexen table for one last time. Healing Whispers is the same as Loving Whispers, but it will heal the entire party instead of just one character. Okay, and before going to the museum, let's go to the sewer to fight this Moonscorched version of Caligula, the monster. Again, it's not something that we have to do to get the end game, but I'm trying to show you as much of the game as I can. And here he is. Also, unlocking Caligula's skill tree allows you to craft pipe bombs, which are pretty powerful, and we'll be using them when we fight the King in Yellow. Also, killing Hendrik allows you to craft these food items that give you a buff in combat. And now off to the finale and the museum. We solved the clock puzzle using the hints that we got from the people in the masquerade ball. The door opens up and now we can descend into the white bunker. I'm sure this is a reach, but this part where you climb down a very long ladder, I just can't help but remember a very similar scene in Metal Gear Solid 3, Snake Eater. Also, I thought this would be a good moment. We're about 4.5 hours into this journey, and I just want to say thank you very much for being here. Thank you for watching this video. I do appreciate it, and I do enjoy making these. So, if you have any feedback or requests, suggestions, or anything like that, please drop them in the comments. Thanks. After a very long journey, we are finally ready to open the blast doors that lead to the white bunker and the machine god. I love this moment and the realization of the cost of entering the white bunker. This dark bunker just became your tomb. In the endgame areas of both Fear and Hunger 1 and 2 is usually where you'll encounter some form of insta-kill threat. In Termina, going for ending A, it's these guys. If they hit you with the flamethrower once in the overview map, it's an insta-kill. So here you can see I've adapted my strategy a little bit. Instead of doing the wrench toss at the shield, I do it at the rifle now. And everybody else focuses damage on the shield before defenses increase. This does help end the fight a few rounds faster. From here on in, I'm gonna edit out all the encounters with these Bremen elite troopers. We've already seen a few of these fights, and it's really just the same thing over and over again. So just to keep things moving along at a brisk pace. Marco stumbles upon a replica of the workshop from the dream at the beginning of the game. To anybody just listening, this next part has a cool little visual thing. It's not much, but I do think these quiet moments walking across these chasms does kind of drill home how small your character is in front of what's going on. I really wish there was more lore explaining what this thing is. My best guess, it's some sort of throwback to the Crow Mauler. So to continue down, we need to turn on this generator. Note, these databanks are the machine gods databanks that store all the data fed in from the network that covers the entire city of Perkele. Crossing another chasm with an eerie and foreboding background. Reaching the third level of the White Bunker starts the final encounter for the game if you're going for ending A, which is a 3-boss gauntlet. First the Platoon and Commander, second is the King in Yellow, and then lastly is the Machine God, Rayla. First up, the Platoon and Commander. The Commander is also called the Sylvian Trooper, and the Platoon is basically a human Hydra tank. The main threat here is that the Platoon has a cannon that can one-shot you if he's directed to shoot you by the Commander. So at first I'll be focusing damage on the Commander. And now it's just a slugfest with the Platoon to whittle down its health. And we see the blue moths for one last time. Next up, the King in Yellow, Lagarde. But first, a vision of the new gods. Legard's sword will be the main threat, and he'll have a serpent that will be able to heal him, prolonging the fight. Also, this worked out pretty well, but Dan is equipped with Nasra's head, which has a 30% chance of reflecting a spell back. And last but not least, the Machine God. But first, we need to prepare. For Karin and Dan, since they don't have agility to have two actions per turn, I take some pep pills. And since I have it, and there's no downside, why not get everybody in the proper state of mind to witness the birth of a god? Every now and then you'll have to target these exhaust ports before they can damage your party. Also, I love the music here. And that completes this playthrough of Fear and Hunger 2 Termina using Marco to get ending A. Thank you very much for hanging out.
Hi, hello, welcome to my video on Pocketcat. Be sure to watch the video all the way through to see the musical surprise at the end, or just skip ahead if you want to. Chapters should be in the description.
Villains can be fascinating, becoming an examination of morality and the rules we live by, and choosing to disregard them. Villains will often mesmerize us by their willingness and ability to live outside the rules, to live by their own agenda, representing some repressed desire to break bad and live by your own rules. Villains can also be intriguing by presenting us a mystery, only feeding us little bits of information that only bring up more questions. It's easy to say that Pocketcat from Fear and Hunger has become one of its most recognizable and enticing characters, be it his feline appearance, his characteristic purple outfit, his pocket activities, or, of course, the mystery of who this feline felon really is. Who is this odd creature that seems to operate outside of time and space, who shows up in the dungeon of Fear and Hunger, and then again hundreds of years later in Preheville during the Festival of Termina? What is the motivation behind his heinous and evil actions towards children? Regardless of all this, the Pussy Man has captivated the player base. Today, we'll delve into the mystery of who or what is Pocketcat. Where do we find him? What does he tell us? What's his motivation? And his particular brand of lunar evil. Maybe Pocketcat is more of a state of mind. Let's start off with one of the earliest instances of when you will hear of Pocketcat. We get the earliest description of the Pocket Pussy Man from a book found in the dungeon during Fear and Hunger 1, The Tales of Pocketcat. This book tells us the story of a boy called Willem living in the countryside. At the edge of the Merwood Forest during a rainy day, the boy gets warned by his mother to not go outside during the rain, since the rain will bring out all types of dangers from the forest. Willem, being the wild child that he is, ignores his mother's warnings and sneaks out into the forest. It's in the forest that Willem hears a noise approaching a grotto. Peeking through the leaves, he sees a finely dressed cat standing twice as tall as his father. Pocketcat's hand is moving swiftly inside of his pocket, while its two big yellow eyes are peering inside of a burlap sack with great excitement. Haunted by what he has seen and the thought that the Meow Meow Man had noticed him, the boy runs all the way home to his mother, who instantly knew what he had done and what he had seen. His mother grabs a parcel with decorated wrappings that had appeared on the front door and gives it to Willem. The boy unwraps the parcel and finds some catnip inside. Reading this book gives us some of the basic characteristics of our villainous man-cat. He's tall, wears elegant purple clothes, has yellow eyes, and will frequently appear with burlap sacks that he is very interested in, and he has a habit of leaving parcels of catnip around. The second volume of Tales of Pocketcat tells us about a time when the town of Merwood was hosting some festivities to celebrate the harvest season. Willem and his parents were to attend a large party for all the big families in town, and some nobles would be attending as well. Willem was to dress in his Sunday best to make a good impression. The mayor and his child bride would be attending, along with the Parkinsons who lived next door, and always seemed to have an expression of disgust on their face. There was also some other people at the festival that Willem had not seen before. Among them, one odd gentleman. The peculiar gentleman notices Willem and winks at him from afar. The festivities continue, and at some point Willem notices that the weird gentleman is missing. After a short search, Willem finds him by himself howling at the moon, and Willem suddenly notices this man is as tall as a house. The non-conventional man takes notice of Willem and says, "Fancy meeting you here, young mister." At this point, the reader of the book gets told that the illustration on the book starts to look very realistic, and the reader is prompted to respond to Pocketcat like an interactive choose-your-own-adventure. Pocketcat will ask, "How would you handle seeing something you shouldn't have?" The pedantic pedo asks, "If I were to get the moon itself to you, would you give up on your quest and lay with me here for tonight?" the story ends. If you try to read the book again, you will get a message saying that the pages are tainted and stuck together. If we ask the new gods about the man-cat, they'll tell us, a servant of the trickster god, the moon. His motivations lie in the path laid out by the older god. Unfortunately, even we don't understand his mysterious ways. The first time the moon's molester will be encountered is in the caverns in the upper areas of the Dungeon of Fear and Hunger, where the cave mother is also found. He'll be found standing in front of a few crates. When spoken to, he comes off as cheerful and jovial. Asking the player character how is he doing on this wonderful day, he speculates that humans can be one of two ways, the children of light or of the darkness. And he asks you what type you are. Lastly, before getting to business, he asks you if you love him, like is typical before any business transaction. After knowing if you truly love him or not, he is ready to get down to business. If you have a child to trade with him, he will let you select one item from his emporium. He offers you a claymore, a powerful melee weapon, an ancient book, otherwise known as the Necronomicon, which might grant the reader a spell of blood magic if it doesn't drive you insane, a book of enlightenment which allows a free save, or a book of forgotten memories, which will teach the player a skill from his skill tree. If you do trade a child, the little girl or a demon kid, to Pocketcat, we'll see him do his signature hand moving in his pocket thing, which we don't need to speculate too much on. Pocketcat will be found a second time in the Cave Dweller village, after the player gets the Cube of the Depths. He again greets you politely and eagerly. He is as courteous as he is dapper. He tells you that he has been meditating on the meaning of happiness and asks if you are happy. He tells you that he finds happiness to be unattainable. He then proceeds to ponder the differences between joy and happiness, where happiness is a state that stays with you and joy being more fleeting and transient. He mentions that these meditations, or cat thoughts, make it easier to manage the feelings and the voices inside his feline head. Pussyman may be encountered one last time in Fear and Hunger 1, after defeating the Nameless One, the construct that is guarding the entrance to the Golden Temple. After exiting the temple, Pocketcat will appear one last time in a desperate bid to take the girl from the player. Now that you are so close to the end of your journey, if you deny him, he says that you're denying him this little pleasure, his only pleasure. He starts to purr loudly, and his arms stretch out and he grows a little taller. If you do agree to the trade, he will reward you with some catnip. If you turn him down a second time, he wanders out loud, "Master, what am I to do?" And he tries to guilt you, saying that he thought that you loved him, and announces that it's probably best if he leaves. There is one last appearance that Pocketcat makes in the first Fear and Hunger. During the flashback sequences, we see this loquacious lunatic doing his dirty work in Rondon, dragging a child away into the darkness. Hundreds of years later, we will see Pocketcat again in Preheville during the Festival of Termina. He'll be encountered in one of two locations upon entering the city. Stumbling upon the cheeky Cheshire cat, he'll be found hunched over a bloodied burlap sack, which he'll hit several times viciously with a blackjack. After that, he stands up and greets you with his usual relaxed and eloquent manner. He is introduced as wearing a rubber mask, as opposed to a wooden one. He'll mention that you look familiar, like you've met in a previous life. You can argue that he's speaking directly to you, the human player, rather than the in-game character. It also suggests that the different Pocketcats have some form of collective memory, where a Pocketcat can remember things experienced by earlier incarnations. Also in Fear and Hunger 2 Termina, we can find the 2 volumes of the Tales of Pocketcat, with the story of the boy Willem. Though the stories in these volumes are very different than the ones in Fear and Hunger 1. Perhaps this is suggesting how the story of Pocketcat changed as it got passed down through the generations. In this new version of the Tales of Pocketcat, Willem goes on a series of adventures with the Beetle Man, at the end of which Willem meets Pocketcat as Pocketcat stares at him through the darkness with glowing eyes. Willem sees the indigo tomcat, and runs away scared. On the night of the third day of the festival, Kitty Man will be found leaving the Perkele Museum pushing a wheelchair. He mentions that he just dropped off Olivia at the masquerade ball. He also mentions that the party is hitting its peak, as if everyone is trying to enjoy the last night of the festival. Here, you can let him go on his way, since he mentions he has more people to pick up, or you can fight him. Pocketcat can also be found in the Perkele Museum, apparently enjoying the festivities with the other entranced partygoers. He will be found standing in front of a painting in the style of Pablo Picasso's Guernica painting. He will ask you what you think of his clothes. In his reply, he will mention that his pants are too tight where it matters the most. Do what you will with that information. This will confirm that Pocketcat is hanging dong. Fighting Pocketcat is unlike any other encounter in Termina. Being a creature of the trickster moon god Rher, he is bound to not interfere in the festival. The way that he's going to get around this is only hurting you in ways that you direct him to. During the fight, he'll ask you if you want him to sever an arm, a leg, or your head. If you tell him to take your head, the game will predictably end. So the only viable options are to choose arms and legs. So this begins a race against time to finish the fight before you and your party run out of limbs. One thing that will make the fight easier is that he has very low evasion on his head, making it easier to apply damage to it. Talking to him during combat will reveal some interesting lore and details. He mentions a feeling of deja vu, memories of Termina, and if we've done this before. Again, suggesting Pocketcat has memories of interacting with you in Fear and Hunger 1, and him having memories of earlier Pocket Meow Meows. Also, it's a possible homage to Legend of Zelda's Majora's Mask. He also ponders how stories organically change over generations, like a story being told over a game of telephone over time, with little bits of the story changing with each telling, until it no longer resembles the original. This makes me wonder if this is a reference to how the books, The Tales of Pocketcat, are different between Fear and Hunger 1 and 2. If you have the mind read skill, you get one last interesting tidbit. After letting you know that he can read your mind as well, he asks you to stick your hand in his pocket while he pats himself on the back. He probably just needs help reaching his keys. Killing him, you'll get the blank soul, a silk vest, and a scalpel, revealing that this version of Pocketcat is Dan, already having been moon-scorched. On that note, let's talk about Dan's relationship to Pocketcat. During his backstory, we learn that Rher has had his eye on Dan since he started his investigation into the occult. Rher, becoming concerned that Dan might learn about the old gods and the supernatural, sends Pocketcat to derail his studies and try to prevent Dan from learning about the Sulfur God. Dan also has a special moon-scorching animation where we see Pocketcat very creepily loom over Dan, pushing him to embrace the mask and the vest and to become the next Pocketcat. The fact that Dan has a blank soul suggests that he would be the best candidate on whom to impose the spirit of Pocketcat. Dan can truly say that Pocketcat is the Catman inside of him. Traversing the Golden Gates and accessing the secret door in the black hallway, we reach Pocketcat's secret room. In this room, we will see a collection of toys and burlap sacks. It's safe to assume these are children that Pocketcat has hunted down along with their toys. We see a doll, a jack-in-a-box, a baby blight doll, the peculiar doll, along with what could be Dorothy, the Lion, the Tin Man, and the Wicked Witch of the West. The presence of the peculiar doll suggests that the body of the little girl might be in this room. Since the events of both games are separated by hundreds of years, this tells us might exist on a point outside of time, possibly a reference to a similar place in Chrono Trigger. On the third day of the festival, once Dan has moon-scorched and turned to Pocketcat, this room will change form. We will see a scene that might be the death of Dan's deceased fiancée, Elise. So what is Pocketcat's goal and purpose? Rher is a jealous god and doesn't believe that humanity deserves the same right and status as gods. So Rher has created agents to stop humanity from ascending to godhood. Pocketcat, along with the Lady of the Moon, are sent to Earth to hunt for any children that might have divine origin and possibly ascend to godhood. In order to stop this from happening, this is the reason why both the lady and the purple kitten will be interested in trading with you in exchange for the little girl, in order to prevent her from becoming a new god and transforming into the god of fear and hunger. So, we can safely say that Pocketcat is one of the most popular child assassins, among other things, in horror gaming. But let's remember, he's a villain. He hunts children. But he does have a sense of style, and he is polite. And with that, I'd like to say a big thank you to the members of this channel. I really appreciate your support. Also, big thank you to everyone that comments, watches, and likes my videos.